Rebbe Noson, follower of Rebbe Nachman of Breslov. Likutey Halakhot on Shulchan Aruch Orach Chaim. Laws of boundaries and merging boundaries. Law 1. If an Eruv is laid, it is permissible to walk from the site of the Eruv for 2,000 cubits in each direction. Hence, walking on Shabbat is dependent upon the Shabbat meals, as explained in the Rebbe's writings in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 277. It is explained there that the connection between walking on Shabbat and eating on Shabbat is as in chew with your teeth and you will find it in your gate Shabbat 152, a see there. Well, that is why our sages instituted that the place where we eat our meal is the determining factor where the Shabbat boundary begins, for walking is dependent upon the meal. See there. Law 2. Shabbat corresponds to the evoking of life into the Malkut. See Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 56. Shabbat corresponds to Malkut, as in Queen Shabbat, and then the evoking of life is in the category of those who taste her attain life. Shabbat prayers. That is why, according to all opinions, the Torah was given on Shabbat, for life is evoked into the Malkut through the Torah, as stated in the lesson, for through the Torah we call upon life to enter into the attributes and the vessels, so that an overabundance of oil will not cause the candle to extinguish, for the Torah is God's name. This corresponds to, you shall call the Shabbat a delight. Isaiah 58:13, delight corresponds to the Torah, through which we evoke life into the vessels and the attributes, corresponding to Eden River Garden. Eden corresponds to no eye has seen, Isaiah 64:3, for it is impossible to look there due to the abundance of light, since there it is still not constricted. The light must be constricted to evoke the river from there into the garden, which corresponds to evoking life, which is knowledge, into the attributes. Then you shall call the Shabbat a delight, specifically delight, as in he shall read the Torah all the days of his life. Deuteronomy 17:19, which takes place on Shabbat. For the Torah was given on Shabbat. Also, Shabbat itself corresponds to the Torah, as in Breshit Yarei Shabbat. Awe of Shabbat, for Shabbat is God's name, which is why you shall call the Shabbat a delight. This corresponds to the boundary of Shabbat, to say that the boundary of Shabbat corresponds to those who attain life, for all journeys are a blemish in faith, corresponding to the Shabbat boundary. The Shabbat boundary is the evoking of life from the attributes into the vessels, and the Shabbat boundary is 8,000 cubits in all four directions, as the Tikkunim say, for the Shabbat boundary corresponds to life, which is why the boundary is 2,000 cubits, which are 2,000 steps. As stated in the Shulchan Aruch, Orach Chaim 397-2, corresponding to the 2,000 years that the Torah preceded the world, which corresponds to the 2,000 levels through which the Torah devolved until it manifested in this world. Every year is considered an entire level, so the Torah devolved through 2,000 levels until it took form in this world. That is why we must not go beyond these 2,000 levels on Shabbat, which correspond to the 2,000 steps of the Shabbat boundary. With every step, one is moving from one level to the another, as I understood from the Rebbe's talk, in that with every step a person takes, he is moving each time from one world to another. That is why one must not go beyond the Shabbat boundary, for Shabbat corresponds to Torah giving, to the evoking of knowledge, so one must not leave those 2,000 steps, which correspond to 2,000 levels, to the 2,000 years that the Torah preceded the world. For one must not seek to understand what is beyond one's comprehension, and on the contrary, by leaving beyond the boundary, one damages knowledge, for an overabundance of oil extinguishes the candle. That is why the boundary is different for each and every Jewish person, based on where each one has set up his place of rest. For every individual Jewish person has a different boundary according to his level and perception, as I heard from the Rebbe. Each one has perceptions that are ahead of him and those that are behind him, each according to his level. This corresponds to the letters of the Torah, which are attributes and vessels, as stated in the lesson. Every single letter has a different boundary, and none must enter into the boundary of the other, which is why, if two letters are touching, the Torah scroll is disqualified. Similarly, each individual Jewish person has a specific letter in the Torah, which is why each one has his own boundary and limit, and this is dependent upon where each one has set up his place of rest before Shabbat, for today, to fulfill the commandments, Deuteronomy 7:11, and tomorrow, to receive their reward, Eruvin 22a, and Shabbat corresponds to the world of the future, in which there is no work, but each individual, to the extent that he toiled in the service of God during the weekdays, so will he attain on Shabbat, as in 6 days shall you work. And the seventh day is Shabbat. Exodus 20:9-10. To the extent of the work during the 6 days, so will be one's Shabbat. That is why every individual, to the extent that he has acquired a place of rest on the day before Shabbat, which is to the level one has reached by the end of the week, from there can one continue to go until one's boundary, and not further, for beyond that is for each individual an overabundance of light. Thus, if one lays an Eruv, if one places bread for 2 meals in a certain place, then one can begin to measure the boundary from there. For bread corresponds to knowledge, to manna, as in bread from heaven. Exodus 16:4, from where we derive the laws of boundaries. As written, each individual shall stay in his place. Exodus, verse 29. That is why, if one has been able during the week to bring the abundance of bread, which corresponds to knowledge, to this place where one has laid an Eruv, then one has set his place of rest in that spot, and from there his boundary is to be measured. That is why the Eruv must be food for 2 meals, corresponding to the manna that came down from 2 meals each time, from which the laws of Shabbat boundaries are derived. Law 3. The Rebbe writes in Likutey Moharan, part 140, that all journeys are caused by the blemish of idolatry, which is a blemish in faith. That is why one must travel around, through which the blemish of idolatry, of faith, is atoned. And in Likutey Moharan, part 2, 42, it is said that through this, compassion is evoked into the world. For as long as there is idolatry in the world, there is divine anger in the world. So when we atone for the blemish of idolatry, the anger is ameliorated and compassion is evoked. Now the ultimate compassion is that God hand over compassion into our own hands, as in, may God Almighty give you compassion. Genesis 43:14, such that we will have compassion on ourselves. For what is for us great suffering may, from God's perspective, be His compassion, but when He hands over the compassion to us, we will have compassion on ourselves, on the simple level that we have children, health, livelihood, and so forth. This corresponds to, these are the journeys of the Israelites. Numbers 33:1. These journeys of the Israelites atone for. These are your gods. Israel, Exodus 32:4, which was idolatry, for this is the cause of all journeys. This is Yisrael, which is the acronym of, may God Almighty give you compassion. For by rectifying the blemish of idolatry, the blemish of faith, we thereby evoke compassion, as in, may God Almighty give you compassion, such that we will have compassion on ourselves, as said. Section 1. This corresponds to the prohibition of boundaries. On Shabbat, it is forbidden to move oneself from one place to another beyond the limit of the Shabbat boundary, for all journeys are a blemish in faith, while Shabbat proclaims the creation of the world, as the Rebbe explains elsewhere, which is why one must not travel on Shabbat. For on Shabbat, idolatry, the blemish of faith, has no power at all, for faith is fully manifested. This corresponds to the laws of boundaries, that one must not go beyond the boundary on Shabbat. For on Shabbat there are no journeys, which are caused by a blemish in faith, for faith is manifested in its fullness. This is why the Shabbat boundary is 2,000 cubits, which correspond to the 2,000 years that the Torah preceded the world. Days and years correspond to attributes, vessels, and constrictions in which we can receive the light in a fixed measure, as in, the measure of my days, what is it? Psalms 39:5. For before receiving the light in measure, it is beyond space, beyond time, and through the measures we are able to receive it in measure, in space, in time. That is why the 2,000 years correspond to 2,000 cubits, which are measures and vessels in which to receive the light in measure. And the 2,000 years that the Torah preceded the world correspond to the 2 alephs, as in, be silent and I will teach you wisdom, Job 33. 33 corresponding to the 2 categories of intelligence. This corresponds to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, which correspond to the above 2,000 years. Shabbat corresponds to the Torah, for Shabbat is tantamount to the entire Torah, the Torah which was given on Shabbat, and the Torah begins with the word Breshit, which corresponds to Torah, as stated in the Tikkunim, Breshit Yareh, Shabbat, number 9, 24b. Hence, Shabbat corresponds to the Torah that preceded the world by 2,000 years, corresponding to the 2 alephs, the 2 intelligences, through which the Torah, corresponding to Shabbat, passes until it reaches this world. And in the Holy Torah, as well as on the Holy Shabbat, these 2 alephs, these 2 intelligences, the source of the Torah, of Shabbat, shine. Section 2. And these 2 intelligences corresponding to the 2 alephs, to the 2,000 years, the 2,000 cubits, correspond to the 2 types of compassion. For compassion is dependent upon knowledge, as the Rebbe explains several times. Compassion is according to one's knowledge, and the greater the knowledge, the greater the compassion. So there are ordinary compassion and abundant compassion, and these correspond to the 2 types of intelligence. For compassion is dependent upon knowledge and intelligence. This corresponds to what the Rebbe writes in this lesson about our needing God to give us the compassion so that we will have compassion on ourselves, as in, may God Almighty give you compassion, since what is for us suffering may be compassion from God's perspective. However, this is difficult to understand, since in fact God's intention is for the good, and the suffering that He brings upon an individual is indeed His compassion for that person, for God seeks the person's good. So what is the Rebbe saying? That we need God to give us the compassion so that we have compassion on ourselves. How can we have compassion on ourselves if, in fact, it is not for our good? For instance, if God knows that this person does not need money for his well-being and that its lack is to his benefit, for if he would have money, it would harm him in some other way, and God therefore does not give him money, what kind of compassion would it be to give this person the ability to have compassion on himself in this respect, when he would use it to acquire money and cause himself great harm somehow, losing more than he would gain? It's like a baby who wants something to its detriment. Is it a parent's compassion to fill the child's desire since the parent knows that it would be harmful? However, all such cases are in the category of regular compassion, and such compassion is based upon rules and judgment, such that it is possible that pain will be compassion, for God knows that through this pain one will attain benefit in a different area, and that if the person would not have this pain, it would be impossible for him to attain that benefit. For such compassion does not benefit in all areas, since regular compassion still contains some constriction. However, we are asking of God to have compassion on us with great compassion, great mercy, which is entirely mercy and loving kindness. So if God gives this compassion into our own hands, that we have compassion on ourselves, it will not harm us in a different area. For even in that area, it will be for our benefit, since it is great compassion. Certainly God can do anything, and certainly He can benefit an individual in all areas and in all ways. But when the compassion is still constricted, as in regular compassion, it is inevitable that there will sometimes be some pain along with the benefit, for otherwise one would lose more elsewhere. But when one attains great compassion, there are no constrictions or judgments, and then the compassion is sufficient for all areas and ways. And God can give this compassion into our hands so that we have compassion on ourselves as we desire, without it harming us in some other way. For the great compassion will benefit that other area as well, since this compassion is entirely compassion. Section 3. This is why this compassion is called abundant compassion, for it brings many types of compassion to the person in the many areas and many ways in which the person needs compassion. On Shabbat, we attain such compassion, abundant compassion, for then all judgments are subdued, and the Ancient One manifests His desire, which is the compassion of the Ancient One, which is abundant compassion. The desire of desires. This is because on Shabbat, knowledge is manifested, and knowledge corresponds to compassion, since the illumination of knowledge is mainly on Shabbat. When the two intelligences, which correspond to these two types of compassion, corresponding to the 2,000 years and the 2,000 cubits, shine. That is why the Shabbat boundary is 2,000 cubits, for at this time shine the two alephs, which correspond to the two intelligences, the two types of compassion which correspond to, may God Almighty give you compassion, that He give compassion into our own hands, which refers to abundant compassion. During the week it is impossible to attain this, that God should give compassion into our own hands, other than through journeys and upheavals corresponding to. These are the journeys of the Israelites. On Shabbat, though, on the contrary, one must not travel and embark on a journey, for faith is now manifested, through which compassion is evoked. So now one must not go beyond the Shabbat boundary of 2,000 cubits, for only within these 2,000 cubits, which correspond to the two types of compassion, may one go about, for within this boundary it is not considered an upheaval or journey at all. Beyond these 2,000 cubits, though beyond the two intelligences, the two types of compassion, one must not travel or go out, for on Shabbat there are no sortings out of the sparks of faith, since faith itself, which corresponds to the compassion, to the 2,000 cubits that correspond to the two intelligences and the two types of compassion, shines on Shabbat. Section 4. Hence, through Shabbat, we attain the compassion that God gives into our own hands, as in, may God Almighty give you compassion, for Shabbat corresponds to God Almighty, which is the world of creation, as brought in the literature. This corresponds to delight on God, and He will grant your heart's desires. Psalms 37:4. Delight on God through delighting on Shabbat, as in, then you will delight upon God. Through this, He will grant you your heart's desires, which means that everything will happen according to your desire, as in, may God fill all of your desires. Psalm 26, which is attained through delighting on Shabbat. Thus, then you will delight upon God, and I will provide you with the inheritance of your father Jacob. Isaiah 58:14, corresponding to a boundless inheritance, which is abundant compassion that has no limits or judgment at all, but is entirely compassion, a boundless inheritance, in that one has compassion in all ways and in all areas, without any boundaries or constrictions. For the manifestation of faith is through delighting on Shabbat, for the sorting out of foods is through faith, as in pasture faith, Psalms 37:3, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere. Therefore, on Shabbat, when faith is manifested, it is a mitzvah to eat, for eating is then in holiness through the manifestation of faith. That is why the 3 meals of Shabbat are called meals of faith, Zohar, Part 2, 88b. For they correspond to faith. This corresponds to the merging of boundaries with the laying of a meal such that the 2,000 cubits will begin from that place. The illumination of the 2,000 cubits that correspond to the two types of faith through which we have no need to travel around at all, but only walk around within the 2,000 cubits, within the abundant compassion that shines on Shabbat, comes through the manifestation of faith that is manifested on Shabbat. All this is dependent upon delighting on Shabbat, which is why the 2,000 cubits that are dependent upon faith are reckoned from the place where the Shabbat meal was placed, for through them is compassion manifested. Law 4. A discussion of Purim is included here. This is based upon the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 22, which begins with a quote from the Safra Ditzniuda, Chapter 5. Breshit bara Breshit is a saying. Bara is half a saying. Supernal Eden, that is hidden, sealed and hidden, and the lower Eden. Section 1. There are rebukers of the generation that correspond to feet, they correspond to a seal, and they increase peace in the world. When evil in the generation overpowers the seal and damages it, then peace in the world is damaged, which causes divorces and disputes, which counter peace. This corresponds to, he shall be ostracized from the world. Job 18:18, for the seal is transformed into ostracism of a nida, a menstruate woman, since the two are numerically equivalent. But there is a seal that is higher than this seal, and this seal corresponds to the hands that receive rebuke from those rebukers, as in, he seals with the hand of every person. Job 37:7. The hands correspond to the faith in which is received, the rebuke, as in, his hands were faith. Exodus 17:12. This seal of faith requires extra guarding so that it is not damaged. For when this seal is damaged, the evil forces are able to approach the seal of the feet, which is the inner seal, and when that seal is damaged, this causes denials, corresponding to idolatry, the opposite of faith, for the seal is transformed into ostracism, as in, your hands became filled with blood, Isaiah 1:15, which is idolatry. And faith is received from the 7 shepherds, who are the totality of the tzaddikim of all generations, who are the totality of holiness, for which reason they are called shepherds, as in, shepherd faith, Psalms 37:3, for they pasture and nourish faith, rectifying and making it complete. But it is impossible to reach these shepherds other than through audacity, as in, you led to your holy dwelling place with audacity. Exodus 15:13. For one must possess holy audacity to stand up against the brazen ones. For there are also shepherds of the realm of evil, who are also the renowned ones of the generation, and whose power comes about through audacity. That is why holy audacity is required to stand up against their audacity. And one must have great compassion on the flesh of one's body, to share with it every illumination and every perception that the soul attains, so that the body will also have some perception of it, which is good for the soul as well. This is attained by breaking the audacity of the body. All sounds correspond to holy audacity, whether the sounds of crying out or the sounds of singing. They are all in the category of holy audacity. See all this there well. Section 2. Attaining holy audacity is through joy, as in, God's joy is your audacity. Nehemiah 8:10. And this joy corresponds to, we will do and we will hear. Exodus 24:7, with which the Israelites were crowned, as with 2 ornaments, as our sages said on the verse, eternal joy on their heads. Isaiah 35:10, 51, 11. These 2 ornaments, these 2 crowns, which came about through we will do and we will hear, correspond to the hidden and the manifest, as in, the hidden things are for our God, and the manifest things are for us and for our children. Deuteronomy 29-28, which correspond to Torah and prayer, as in God's Torah, Psalms 19:8. On every level and in every world there are, we will do and we will hear. For that which is here, which is hidden, for one level, is due, manifest, for a higher level, and the same from each level to the higher one. What is hidden for one is manifest to the other. Every individual must progress from one level to the next, from one world to the next, to constantly attain an ever higher level, such that one will always attain higher levels of hearing and doing. And when one must ascend from one level of hearing and doing to the higher one must first endure a descent before the ascent, for a descent is for the purpose of an ascent. As our sages said, David knew better than to do what he did, and only did it to teach a lesson. Avodah Zarah 4b, as in, this stumbling block is in your hands. Isaiah 3:6, which refers to the Torah Gittin 43a. This is, on that day, the sin of Israel will be sought, but it will not be found. Jeremiah 50:20, for the sins of the Jewish people will be transformed in the future into Torah through repentance, through which sins are transformed into merits. That is why the sins of the Jewish people will be sought but not found, for they will have merged into divine nothingness. Section 3. This corresponds to the Shabbat boundary. The boundary is the same letters as the seal, as brought, for on Shabbat the Jewish people receive these two ornaments, the two crowns with which the Israelites were crowned at Torah giving, which took place on Shabbat, as stated in the Kabbalistic intentions of, may Moses rejoice in the portion of his gift, Shabbat morning prayers, regarding the 1,000 lights that Moses restores to the Israelites every Shabbat, which corresponds to the additions of Shabbat. This corresponds to the joy of Shabbat, for it is the epitome of joy, as in, with eternal joy on their heads. Isaiah 35:10, which corresponds to the delight of Shabbat. For on Shabbat we attain holy audacity, as in, God's joy is your audacity. Nehemiah 8:10. This corresponds to the 7 voices that we mention in the Kabbalat Shabbat prayer. The voice of God is upon the waters. Psalms 29:3-9. For on Shabbat we attain all holy sounds, all of which correspond to audacity. As stated there, and as the psalm concludes, God will give audacity to his people. Thus, since on Shabbat we attain holy audacity, through which the audacity of the body is broken and dissipated, therefore it is a great mitzvah to enjoy many delights on Shabbat, eating, drinking, rejoicing, and so forth, for on Shabbat all bodily delights are in great holiness, since the audacity of the realm of evil has been dissipated, and we have attained holy audacity. For now that we have attained holy audacity, and that the audacity of the realm of evil has been dissipated, the soul benefits in that it is able to return to its greatness through the delights of the body, as explained in the lesson. That is why on Shabbat we delight upon God, as in, a tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation. Proverbs 13:25, for a tzaddik is one who has attained holy audacity. A tzaddik is one who guards the covenant, and guarding the covenant is the essence of holy audacity, since it is then a source of courage and inner strength, for all shame is regarding sexual issues. Therefore, the most important thing is to break this lust, which corresponds to shame, by acquiring a sense of shame before God, through which one will become as audacious as a leopard and make the effort to overpower and conquer his inclinations. That is holy audacity, for holy audacity is acquired through holy shame, as in, one with a sense of shame goes to Gan Eden Avot 5:20, as explained at the end of the lesson on be as audacious as a leopard. That is why the eating of a tzaddik who has attained holy audacity is very precious. For through his eating the soul delights, since it remembers its greatness, and it delights from the sublime perceptions and illuminations it has received through the delights of the body, as explained in the lesson. This is, a tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation. This corresponds to eating on Shabbat, to the delight of Shabbat, as in, then you will delight upon God. Isaiah 58:14. For on Shabbat we attain holy audacity, as said. This is also why marital relations are mainly on Friday night, for breaking the audacity of the body is mainly in this lust. For that is where the audacity of the realm of evil, which has no shame, before God wields its greatest power. And on Shabbat we attain holy shame, which corresponds to holy audacity, as in Yarai Shabbat, Yarai Boshet, Tikkuni Zohar, 24b, 92b. Then one attains shame before God, such that one will not become trapped by his animalistic lust, so that one will not become brazen. Then one is able to conduct one's marital relations with great holiness, with trepidation, awe, and shame before God, as stated in the Tikkunim. For through holy audacity, which corresponds to, one with a sense of shame goes to Gan Eden. For through feeling shame before God, one attains holy audacity. This corresponds to, eat delicacies and drink sweet drinks, for God's joy is your audacity. When we attain holy audacity, as in, God's joy is your audacity, then eat delicacies and drink sweet drinks, for then the eating is a great mitzvah, which corresponds to eating on Shabbat, for then the soul delights from it, as in, a tzaddik eats to his soul's delight. That is why on Shabbat, we are able to rectify the two seals, the seal within a seal, corresponding to, set me as a seal on your heart, as a seal on your arm, Song of Songs 8:6. For, through holy audacity, we attain Shabbat, through which we enter into holiness and receive illumination from the seven shepherds, as in, you led to your holy dwelling place with audacity, as said in the lesson. Through this, we attain faith. For the epitome of the manifestation of faith is on Shabbat, since Shabbat points to the creation of the world, as explained elsewhere. This corresponds to the seal of the hands, which correspond to the three forefathers who are the arms of the world. Deuteronomy 33:27, the great hand, the strong hand, and the exalted hand. These correspond to the three meals of Shabbat, for the ultimate rectification of eating is through faith, as in shepherd faith, as brought elsewhere. That is why on Shabbat we attain holy audacity, through which we attain faith. That is why it is a mitzvah to eat on Shabbat, for eating is then in holiness, corresponding to faith, which is the essence of the rectification of holy eating. This corresponds to the three meals of Shabbat, corresponding to the three forefathers, who correspond to the three hands, as said, which correspond to the seal of the hands, which corresponds to faith. Hence, on Shabbat is rectified the seal of the hands, which corresponds to faith, which is the main seal, for the seal of the feet is then automatically rectified, as explained in the lesson. This is because on Shabbat, the feet ascend into holiness, as in, if you restrain your feet on Shabbat, Isaiah 58:13, which is the essence of the holiness of Shabbat. For during the week, the realm of evil is nourished from the feet, as in, her feet descend to death, Proverbs 5:5, which corresponds to the blemish of the seal of the feet, which corresponds to ostracism, numerically equivalent to the seal, which is the filth of the serpent, which is empowered mainly during the weekdays. The weekdays are a time of banishment and upheavals, which correspond to a blemish in the seal of the feet, as explained in the lesson, which corresponds to the upheavals that a person must endure during the weekdays by having to travel from one place to another for his livelihood, which itself corresponds to banishment and upheaval, as in, God banished the human being, Genesis 3:24. And this itself is what the Rebbe writes elsewhere, as brought in the laws of Shabbat boundaries number 3, that through a blemish in faith, one must travel and toss himself about from one place to another. For a blemish in faith corresponds to a blemish in the seal of the hands, and then, automatically, the seal of the feet is blemished, And when the seal of the feet is blemished, this causes banishment and upheavals. As said, this is why one is forced to move about and travel during the week. But on the holy Shabbat, the feet ascend from the realm of evil, as in, if you restrain your feet on Shabbat, and then the seal of the feet is rectified, for we then attain full faith, which corresponds to the seal of the hands. That is why on Shabbat there is no moving about or traveling at all, for all journeys and upheavals are caused by Adam's sin, which was a blemish in the seal of the feet, which caused ostracism, which is the filth of the serpent, which caused banishment and upheavals in the world, as in, God banished the human being. All this is only during the weekdays, when the forces of evil are empowered and when we need great toil to restore the feet to holiness, which is why we are tossed about from place to place, which corresponds to banishment. But on Shabbat, both seals, the seal of the hands and the seal of the feet, are rectified, and that is why all banishments and upheavals disappear. For Shabbat is the rectification of Adam's sin, for Shabbat protected him. This corresponds to the prohibition of going beyond the Shabbat boundaries, of going from one place to another place that is outside of the boundary. This is because on Shabbat there are no upheavals or journeys which correspond to banishment, for the seal of the feet has been rectified. That is why the boundary is called the Shabbat boundary, the same letters as the seal, for the seal itself is the boundary, since through the holy seal shining on Shabbat. That is why one must not leave the boundary, for all banishment and upheavals, which are a blemish of the seal, disappear on Shabbat. For the holy seal, which corresponds to a boundary, is then rectified. Section 4. This corresponds to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary. The boundary, which corresponds to the seal, as said, arises from the two crowns of "we will do" and "we will hear." These two crowns are the two alephs. For a keter, a crown corresponds to an aleph, the first of all the letters. This corresponds to the aleph of the 1,000 lights that we receive on Shabbat. For the addition that we receive on Shabbat is none other than these 1,000 lights. This addition is in that we receive the "we will hear," which corresponds to the hidden, and transform it into the "we will do," such that we then have a higher "we will hear." Hence, the very ability to receive this additional illumination is only to the extent that we are able to manifest the "we will hear," the hidden, as "we will do." Thus, what we receive is actually one crown, the crown of "we will do," which is the "we will hear" that we have been able to transform into "we will do," for our new "we will hear" is still hidden from us. That is why the addition of Shabbat that we receive is only 1,000 lights, corresponding to one crown, even though, in fact, we attain two crowns on Shabbat, both "we will hear" and "we will do." This is because what we receive and perceive is only one crown, corresponding to "we will do," corresponding to 1,000 lights. And from these two crowns that correspond to two alephs, to 2,000 lights, the seals, which correspond to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, are formed. Section 5. This corresponds to the merging of the boundaries, which is that the Shabbat boundary begins from the place at which we have set food for a meal. The Shabbat boundary, which corresponds to a seal, comes only through faith, for the seal of the feet is protected through faith, through which banishment and upheavals from place to place disappear. This corresponds to the Shabbat boundary of not going out of one place into another. Hence, the main thing is faith, which is attained through holy audacity that is attained on Shabbat, all of which is attained through the eating on Shabbat, which corresponds to "then you will delight upon God," which corresponds to holy audacity, to eat delicacies, for God's joy is your audacity, as in shepherd faith. That is why the Shabbat boundary, which corresponds to a seal, begins from the place of the meal, for that is where the rectification of the seal, which corresponds to a boundary, begins. Section 6. This corresponds to Purim, to Mordecai and Esther, who correspond to the 2 crowns, the 2 ornaments, to we will do and we will hear, to the hidden and the manifest, through which the 2 seals are rectified. Haman wanted to overpower the Jewish people and damage these 2 seals, for Haman is the filth of the serpent, corresponding to menstrual blood, which corresponds to a damage in the holy seal. His main power was through damaging faith, as our sages said about his making himself into an idol, for idolatry is a blemish in faith. He was from the seed of Amalek, who was a great denier of faith, as explained elsewhere, and this power came through the audacity of the realm of evil, which is the audacity spoken of earlier. Haman was very brazen, responding brazenly to Mordecai, to whom he was an indentured slave, casting off all shame, and very brazenly declaring himself a god, and demanding that everyone bow down to him, including Mordecai, his master. All this was on account of the intense audacity of the realm of evil, which corresponds to the audacity of a king without a crown, as in, dogs are brazen. Isaiah 56:11. That is why it was decided to bring Queen Vashti before the king in her nudity on Shabbat, before all the ministers and representatives of the nations. Such a thing had never been done before in the world, to act so completely shamelessly. But the idea was to intensify the audacity of the realm of evil in the world, specifically through sexual lust, in an attempt to shake off all shame and intensify the audacity of the realm of evil in the world. That is why Vashti was ordered to be brought naked before the king on Shabbat, for Shabbat corresponds to one with a sense of shame goes to Gan Eden, corresponding to holy audacity. But they wanted to blemish holy shame, the holy Shabbat, and to intensify the audacity of the realm of evil, which had never been done before in the world. And Vashti herself also had lewd intentions, as our sages said, but her plans were foiled as well as theirs, for God had compassion and did not allow them to carry out their plans at that time. Instead, the angel Gabriel came and gave Vashti a tail, as our sages said, so that they would be unable to intensify the audacity of the realm of evil in the world. Furthermore, Vashti was the epitome of the audacity of the realm of evil, corresponding to the sexual lust, and therefore she used to strip Jewish girls and force them to work on Shabbat, all in order to intensify the audacity of the realm of evil through a blemish in the holiness of the Shabbat. That is why she used to force them to work naked specifically on Shabbat, in order to intensify the audacity of the realm of evil. But God confounded their plans, and it was decreed upon Vashti to be executed naked on Shabbat, that Shabbat itself should take revenge upon her by subduing her and killing her specifically through the audacity of the realm of evil, for the audacity of the realm of evil itself killed her in revenge. Her downfall came about through the audacity of the realm of evil that was intensified by her at that time, to the point that she was ordered to be brought naked on Shabbat. And she too had lewd intentions and wanted this very much, but God did not allow this to happen, so she was killed specifically on account of this. Hence, her main downfall was through the audacity itself, for that is God's way. A person's act will be repaid to him. Job 34:11, meaning that the sin itself will take revenge from the person. After that, the beginning of the Jewish people's eventual salvation began to sprout, for that is when the healing to the wound began, as in place of the nettle will grow the myrtle, Isaiah 55:13. In place of Vashti, Esther became queen. Esther was the complete antithesis of Vashti. She was extremely chaste, as our sages said Megillah 13b. Hence, Esther's entire line of forebears were all very chaste, as well as she herself, and chastity corresponds to holy shame, and Esther also observed the Shabbat meticulously. As our sages said on the verse, the 7 maidens, Esther 2:9, she counted the days of the week, through them. Megillah 13a. Hence, God arranged that the intensity of the audacity of the realm of evil would be subdued, and the holy shame and chastity would be intensified, such that Esther became queen in place of Vashti. Section 7. Now, Haman's very power came from the Jewish people having stumbled at that time with non-Jewish women, as brought in the Kabbalistic texts, for a blemish in the covenant, especially in the initials that spell the menstruate woman, a maidservant, a non-Jewish woman, or a prostitute, is the essence of the audacity of the realm of evil, for that is where its main audacity is expressed. Non-Jews are the very embodiment of the audacity of the realm of evil, as in dogs are audacious, and therefore a blemish in the covenant, especially in those initials, is the epitome of the audacity of the realm of evil, for they are the quintessence of the audacity of the realm of evil. This itself corresponds to a blemish in the seal, corresponding to menstruation, for they are called by those initials, on account of which the blemish at that time was very great. That is from where Haman, who himself corresponds to this, to the audacity of the realm of evil, to the filth of the serpent, to menstrual blood, drew his power, which is why he sought to overpower the Jewish people and to completely annihilate them. This corresponds to the overwhelming of bloodshed among the Jewish people, as in, "Your hands have become filled with blood," Isaiah 1:15, which is an overwhelming of the blood, which damages the seal, and since the seal had become very damaged at that time, therefore Haman sought to intensify the bloodshed and to exterminate them all. This corresponds to, "It was sealed with the seal of the king," Esther 3:12, corresponding to a blemish in the seal of holiness, through which the seal of the realm of evil is empowered. Indeed, the Jewish people at that time were in extremely grave danger that had never happened before. However, God in his compassion sent the two tzaddikim, Mordecai and Esther, whose spiritual levels were extremely exalted. They corresponded to the two crowns, to "we will do and we will hear," to the hidden and the manifested. Esther corresponded to the hidden and Mordecai to the manifested. As the Rebbe brings elsewhere in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 10, through them the great miracle came about and turned everything upside down. There was also a new receiving of the Torah at that time, as written, "They observed and they received," Esther 9:27, as our sages say on the verse. The festival of Purim was then declared to be a time of great joy, drinking and festivities, as in, "These days are remembered and celebrated in every generation, in every family, every country, and every city." Esther 8:17. For the main service of a Jewish person in every generation, every individual and at all times, is to serve God through Torah and prayer until one attains a receiving of the Torah at all times. In other words, that one continuously attains a new "we will do and we will hear," that the current "we will hear," corresponding to the hidden, will be transformed into "we will do," corresponding to the manifested, and that one will attain ever higher levels of "we will hear," and so on, continually upward, as explained well in the lesson. This corresponds to receiving the Torah anew each time. We must indeed receive the Torah anew every single day, as written, "that I instruct you today," Deuteronomy 6:6. They should be like new to you every day, Sifri. But before attaining a higher level, a higher "we will do and we will hear," there must first be a descent before the ascent, and the descent itself is for the purpose of the ascent. Hence, afterward, when one has attained the ascent through the descent itself is transformed into Torah. That is why the Torah is called a stumbling block, as written, "This stumbling block will be in your hands." Isaiah 3:6, which refers to the Torah, Gittin 43a, as explained well in the above lesson. See there well. This is the essence of all tests and refinements that a person is constantly tested with in this world, For the human being must constantly renew himself in Torah and service, which corresponds to receiving the Torah anew all the time, which corresponds to receiving a higher "we will do and we will hear" all the time. For even one who is unable to attain actual new perceptions and novel ideas in the Torah, which correspond to "we will do and we will hear," nevertheless, the service itself of a Jewish person who is a sincerely upright person, who is able to constantly arouse himself ever increasingly to God's service with a truly novel arousal, is also in the category of receiving the Torah anew, a new "we will do and we will hear," in that he accepts upon himself anew to observe the Torah, and that everything that God spoke he will do and hear, as can be understood from what the Rebbe has written elsewhere. Through this itself, this person is able to attain actual new perceptions through the simplicity and sincerity with which he conducts himself with authentic uprightness and new arousal each time, such that he eventually attains a new receiving of the Torah, literally, a truly new "we will do and we will hear," which is to perceive and understand what had been hidden from him until now. The same is true from every level to the higher one, ad infinitum. This is the essence of "we will do and we will hear." However, one cannot attain a higher level until one has first been through a descent before the ascent. This is true for every single individual at all times and at all levels. Even one who has only to attain some minimal level, even if only some new arousal, there must first be some descent according to his level. This descent corresponds to the tests and refinements that a person has before he is able to ascend from level to level. Now, during this descent that one has before the ascent, which corresponds to a new receiving of the Torah, to a higher "we will do and we will hear," the person is indeed in great danger. Many have indeed fallen on account of their descents, and one must be a mighty warrior lest he fall. One requires support from heaven so that one is able to maintain oneself during the descent, so that one does not fall away completely, but strengthens himself with all his might, so that he is able to break through whatever he has to break through according to his descent, until with God's help one is able to reach the ascent, when the descent is transformed into the ascent, for the ascent is the very purpose of the descent. This is true for all people and at all times, both for the collective and for the individual, for the Jewish people as a whole, and for each single one, whenever one must leave some level of "we will do and we will hear," in order to reach a higher one. Now, Amalek has always been a whipping stick for the Jewish people. Before Torah-giving Amalek came to attack the Israelites, as written, Amalek came and battled with the Israelites. Exodus 17:8. For Amalek is the arch-enemy that is constantly waiting in ambush against the collective and the individual. This is true at all times and in every generation. At any time when the Jewish people or a Jewish person must ascend from one level to the next, from one "we will do and we will hear" to a higher one, before which there must be a descent, and at which time there is truly great danger, Amalek is there waiting in ambush with all of its great wickedness and hatred of the Jewish people. So it attacks specifically at this time, as in, Amalek came and battled with the Israelites in Rephidim, when they were in a state of weakness, in that they had become lax in the Torah Sanhedrin 106a. For then, before they had received the Torah, there had to be a descent corresponding to a laxity in the Torah, as in, "You were tired and weary and lacking fear of God." Deuteronomy 25:18. Fear of God corresponds to Breshit Yareh Boshet, which is a complete saying, corresponding to "we will hear," in that it comprises everything, as explained in the lesson. Before a person can attain this level of fear, which corresponds to Breshit, to "we will do and we will hear," one is tired and weary, corresponding to a descent before the ascent. Specifically then, Amalek, attacks. This is why the Torah urges us to remember what Amalek did, and that God wages battle against Amalek from generation to generation. For this story takes place in every single generation, whenever we must ascend from one level of "we will do" and "we will hear" to a higher level. At this point, we must wage battle with Amalek, specifically during the descent that comes before the ascent. Section 8. As explained in the lesson, "we will hear" and "we will do" correspond to the hidden and the manifested, which correspond to Breshit bara, are a saying and a half-saying, father and son. This is true from generation to generation, when the Torah must be transmitted from one generation to the next, from father to son. This is from generation to generation, referring to when the Torah is being transmitted from one generation to the next, from father to son, from "we will hear" to "we will do," from the hidden to the manifested, as in "teach them to your children and your grandchildren." Deuteronomy 4:9. For the Torah must be manifested from father to son, from generation to generation, as in generation to generation will praise your deeds. Psalms 145. 4. Revealing God's deeds, as in "we will do," from generation to generation, from father to son, from "we will hear" to "we will do." For the "we will do" of the Father corresponds to the "we will hear" to the hidden for the Son, as can be understood from the lesson. Understand this. Section 9. This corresponds to Purim, in that Haman is from the seed of Amalek, which constantly waits in ambush against the Jewish people at times of descent before an ascent, before they can attain a new "we will do" and "we will hear," which corresponds to a receiving of the Torah. So in those days, the Jewish people needed to become worthy of a return to the land of Israel, to Jerusalem, the holy city, and to build the second temple anew. Jerusalem corresponds to complete fear, awe, which is Breshit, a complete saying, corresponding to transforming the "we will hear" into "we will do," as explained in the lesson. And in Jerusalem is the temple, from where Torah comes forth, as written, "According to the Torah that they will teach you." From that place, Deuteronomy 17:10, and "From Zion will Torah come forth, and God's word from Jerusalem," Isaiah 2:3. This corresponds to "when some issue of justice will be beyond you," Deuteronomy 17:8, which means when we don't know some law in the Torah, which corresponds to being unable to attain what is hidden from us according to our level, which corresponds to our "we will hear." And when we are unable to transform the "we will hear" into "we will do," then the seal is not complete, and then we are unable to discern between one blood and another, unable to differentiate between pure blood and menstrual blood, since the seal has been damaged, which causes ostracism, as said above. The rectification for this is, get up and ascend to that place. For Zion and Jerusalem correspond to the seal within a seal, as brought, for Torah comes forth from there, since the high rabbinical tribunal sits there, and they reveal what has been hidden from each and every individual, as written, according to the Torah that they will teach you, and according to the judgment. So shall you do. Hence, they rectify and transform the "we will hear" into "we will do," for that is the site of prayer, as written, "For my house will be called a house of prayer," Isaiah 56:7, and prayer is, "we will hear." That is why the high rabbinical tribunal sits there in the temple and transforms prayer into Torah, the "we will hear" into "we will do," revealing to the Jewish people everything that had been hidden from them, as in, when some issue will be beyond you. According to the Torah that they will tell you, so shall you do. Hence, the construction of the temple, Zion and Jerusalem, corresponds to transforming "we will hear" into "we will do" corresponding to receiving the Torah, for Torah comes forth from there. And since those times, during the days of Achashverosh, were the end of the exile, and the Jewish people needed to repent in order to return to Jerusalem and construct the temple, which corresponds to attaining the Torah anew, corresponding to transforming the "we will hear" into the "we will do." Therefore, they inevitably had to go through a descent before that ascent. But since a great ascent was required in order to build the temple anew, which was for the entire Jewish people, therefore the descent was also very great, and the forces of evil overwhelmed them to the extent that they stumbled greatly with non-Jewish women. And at that point, Haman jumped from ambush to attack them, seeking to overpower them completely. So the Jewish people were then in a very extremely great danger that had never been before, for Haman attacked them at the nadir of their great descent, as in, "You were tired and weary," for they were indeed extremely tired and weary by this time, at the end of the exile before their returning to their land. When the forces of evil were especially overpowering, upon seeing that they were very soon about to return to their land, as well as because the people had indeed fallen into the trap of that great sin. So it was indeed a time of very great distress for the Jewish people. But Mordecai knew everything that was happening. Esther 4:1, he realized what was happening behind the scenes and shined into the Jewish people that they not despair of begging for mercy. That is the most important thing that a person must do when he falls into some descent, no matter how deeply he has fallen, even if he has sinned greatly. Nevertheless, one must not despair of oneself from begging for mercy, just as Mordecai and the entire Jewish people with him did at that time. He went out in the center of the city and cried out a great and bitter wail, as well as all Jewish people, wherever the king's word and edict reached. And God heard the sound of their cries through Mordecai, and the descent was transformed into a great ascent, which brought about Purim, when they attained a new receiving of the Torah, as in, they observed and they received. All this came about through Mordecai, for Mordecai knew everything that was happening. He knew the "we will do" that was in the process of becoming. He knew and perceived the higher "we will do," for we must always strive to transform the "we will hear" into "we will do." Hence, we attain a new revelation, which is a higher "we will do" each time, and the same from each level to the higher one, all the way up to the beginning of emanation, as explained in the lesson. So Mordecai knew all the levels of "we will do" all the way on high, on account of which he was able to shine all the way down into the lowest level of descent, as can be understood from the Rebbe elsewhere, where he says that the greater the tzaddik and the higher his perception, the more he is able to shine into lower and lower levels. Hence, whenever the tzaddik attains a higher level, which is a higher revelation, he is able to shine further downward. That is why the manifested corresponds to the "we will do," for since the "we will hear" has been manifested and a higher perception has been attained, through this, the tzaddik is able to illuminate us with a greater "we will do." This is. Mordecai knew everything that was happening from beginning to end, from the infinite to the infinitesimal. So he was able to shine into the Jewish people even at the time of their ultimate descent, so that they not despair of themselves from begging for mercy, such that eventually they were able through him to transform everything upside down, and the ultimate descent was transformed into the ultimate ascent, as in, was overturned, Esther 9:1, and they were able to attain a very great perception, to receive the Torah anew, as in, they observed and they received. Thus, they celebrated these days of Purim, that this illumination would shine in every generation and in every year, that in each and every generation and in every year would shine upon us this great illumination of Mordecai, such that through this we would have the power every year to rise out of all descents in the world and to transform all descents into the ultimate ascents, as in, These days are remembered and observed in every generation and generation, family and family. Esther. Verse 28. For God in His abundant compassion planned for the distant future to bring us to a good end, for He foresaw the end of all generations, that in these generations prior to the coming of the Messiah, at the end of the exile, before the return to Jerusalem and the eternal redemption, that the forces of evil would inevitably surge very greatly, and that there would first be an extremely great descent. So He first helped us by giving us these days of Purim through Mordecai and Esther, so that He would shine upon us every year with this great and awesome illumination of Mordecai, which is an extremely great illumination through which we are able to transform all descents into ascents, as cited in the Kabbalistic writings about the illumination of Mordecai shining all the way down to the bottom of the world of action. This illumination of Purim is not found at any other time, and all descents are transformed into ascents at this time, for the descent is for the purpose of the ascent. This corresponds to, these days are remembered and observed in every generation. Remembered and observed corresponds to, we will hear and we will do. Remember corresponds to hear, for memory is dependent upon the heart, upon which hearing is also dependent, as brought elsewhere. Thus, these days are remembered and observed, for on these days we attain a new receiving of the Torah, as in, they observed and they accepted, which corresponds to, remembered and observed, corresponding to, we will hear and we will do. This is, in every generation and generation, for in every single generation at all times, we must evoke a new perception of the Torah and transform, we will hear, into, we will do, which itself corresponds to, in every generation and generation, which is from father to son, from generation to generation, as in, a battle for God, from generation to generation. Then, on Purim, we attain a new, we will hear and we will do, which are the Father and Son, corresponding to, in every generation and generation, when all descents are transformed into ascents. Section 10. This corresponds to all the laughter and mirth that we have on Purim, alluding that during these days of Purim, we elevate all descents and immature consciousness, transforming them all now into Torah. For the descent is transformed into an ascent, since the descent is for the purpose of the ascent. Section 11. The tzaddik who possesses great knowledge lowers himself intentionally into childish and silly behavior, since idling from Torah is sometimes its perpetuation, menachot. 99b, as by the Rebbe, elsewhere, in Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 78. This is also the descent that comes before an ascent, for the tzaddik sees that his mind is weary, and that he cannot continue using his mind any further. So he is then forced to lower himself into childish and silly behavior, as brought in the Holy Zohar regarding Rav Himnuna Saba, who told funny stories after teaching Zohar, Part 3, 47b. Then, through the descent, the tzaddik is able to attain a great ascent, as in, a descent is for the purpose of an ascent. And idling from Torah is sometimes its perpetuation, as our sages said on the verse, a time to do for God, they have idled from your Torah. Psalms 119. 126. A time to do for God. Specifically, do, as in, we will do, for God, corresponding to, we will hear, to God's Torah, which corresponds to surrendering to the infinite, as explained in the lesson. Thus, a time to do, when the time comes to do, as in, we will do, for God corresponding to, we will hear, to God's Torah, to surrender to the infinite then, they have idled from your Torah then, before the ascent, there must first be an idling from Torah, which is its perpetuation, as our sages said, for the descent is for the purpose of the ascent. This corresponds to Purim, and to why it is called Purim. At this time, we ascend to the ultimate, to a very sublime perception and illumination, the illumination of Mordecai, which is a very exalted illumination. All dissents, all idling, and all foolishness are then transformed into the ultimate ascent. That is why it is called Purim, after the lot, as in, they have idled your Torah, for the two words are from the same root, as is obvious to anyone who has some understanding in this. The essence of Purim is precisely this, a descent before the ascent, as in, this stumbling block under your hands, which refers to Torah, which cannot be attained unless one has first stumbled in them. Kagiga 14a. See in the lesson that this corresponds to a time to do for God. This is, Esther's edict established these words of Purim and was written in the book Esther 9:32. Edict corresponds to awe, which corresponds to Esther, who corresponds to the hidden, to we will hear, to a whole saying. Thus, Mordecai took her as a daughter. Esther 2:7. Do not read it as daughter, but house. Megillah 13, a corresponding to the Beit of Breshit, which is a whole saying corresponding to Esther. Thus, Esther's edict, corresponding to a whole saying established, corresponding to standing, to prayer, these words of Purim, specifically words as in words of Torah, which correspond to we will hear, as explained in the lesson. See there well, written in the book, written corresponds to we will do, for a book is written, which is an act of doing, as brought elsewhere. In other words, the whole saying was transformed into we will do through being written in the book. See the lesson well. Section 12. This corresponds to the reading of the book of Esther. The book of Esther is extremely exalted, as brought in the Kabbalistic writings, for it corresponds to words of Torah, as in the words of this scroll, Esther 9:26. Though in fact there are only 2 or 3 commandments in the book of Esther, sending gifts, giving charity, and rejoicing and drinking, the book itself is very long, telling the story of Achashverosh, Haman, Vashti, and so forth, all of which is considered Torah. The stories of the Torah are even more exalted than the Torah itself, that is, than the commandments of the Torah, for they correspond to the words of Torah, too. We will hear, which corresponds to the book of Esther, as said. On Purim, we have the privilege to read the book and to transform the words of Torah, we will hear, into we will do, as in, to observe these days of Purim in their times. Esther, verse 31, over all the words of this scroll. Esther, verse 26, and to observe these 2 days, there, verse 27. Section 13. This corresponds to in their times, specifically many times, as our sages derived from this verse that the book of Esther can be read on several days prior to Purim. This is because there are various times for this reading that correspond to transforming the we will hear into we will do, for each individual has his own level of we will hear and we will do. That is why villagers who are unable to transform the we will hear into we will do on their own and require someone else to read it to them and to shine this illumination into them must read it earlier on the market day when they come to the city, where there are 10 people devoted to study, who read it for them at this time. For though the days of Purim have not actually yet come, that is, the full perception of we will hear and we will do, corresponding to, these days are remembered and observed. Nevertheless, 10 people devoted to Torah study in a city who can attain this high perception are able to shine into the village folk this perception of we will hear and we will do, even several days before Purim. This is because the we will do of the city people prior to Purim is in the category of we will hear, which corresponds to the illumination of Purim for the villagers. That is why they are able to hear the Megillah reading from the city people, so that they will be free on the day of Purim to supply them food and drink. The essence of the Purim of the city people, though, is beyond the ability of the village folk to comprehend. For the perception of the city peoples, we will hear, is very exalted. So, on the day of Purim itself, they can only be of service to the city people by providing them with the needs of the Purim celebration. This is why our sages defined a city as one that has a minimum of 10 idlers who devote themselves to Torah study. They are called specifically idlers, for their perception is constantly progressing from level to level, which can only be attained by becoming idle from the Torah, which is its perpetuation, as in, a time to do for God they have become idle from the Torah, which corresponds to Purim. That is why they are called idlers, and specifically, they know how to read the book of Esther in its proper time in order to attain the perception of Purim in its time. For the villagers, though, who do not have 10 idlers among them, and who cannot attain this perception of the city people, the city people are able to read for them even before Purim. For every individual has their own "we will hear" and "we will do" according to their level. This corresponds to these days are remembered and observed in every single generation, every single family, every single country, and every single city. Every family, country, and city is able to receive an illumination of Purim on this day, each one according to its level. For each one has its own "we will hear" and "we will do," which corresponds to remembered and observed according to its level. Section 14. This corresponds to the law of interrupting Torah study in order to hear the reading of the book of Esther, because Purim corresponds to idling from Torah study is its perpetuation, in that all the descents and idling are transformed into ascents. That is why we interrupt Torah study in order to hear the reading of Esther, because the reading of the book of Esther, which is the illumination of Purim, comes through idling from Torah, which corresponds to interrupting Torah study. Section 15. This corresponds to the Torah section of the red heifer that is read on the Shabbat after Purim. The red heifer is a huge novelty that is beyond comprehension. As written regarding it, I said I would be wise, but it is beyond me. Ecclesiastes 7:23. And specifically, through it can one be purified from defilement to the dead. This is because the most important thing in life is "we will hear" and "we will do." We will hear, which corresponds to the hidden, corresponds to the soul that is beyond comprehension, while "we will do" corresponds to the body. So, when we are able to transform the hear into the do, the soul is thereby joined with the body and shines into it. That is the most important thing in life, for the essence of life is knowledge, as in wisdom gives life. Ecclesiastes, verse 12, which is to come to know and perceive that which had been hidden, which corresponds to "we will hear." Had Adam not sinned, we would have lived forever, which would have allowed for the attaining of the ultimate highest level of "we will hear" and "we will do" while still in this life. For we would have constantly progressed from level to level until we would have merged into the infinite, as in God's Torah and God's prayer, which correspond to the "we will do" and "we will hear" that are accessible while still in the body, as in "he will eat and live forever." Genesis 3:22. However, on account of Adam's sin, it is impossible to reach the ultimate the "we will do" and "we will hear" other than through death, when the soul leaves the body. Through that, we become able to attain the resurrection of the dead, when we will attain the ultimate level of "we will do" and "we will hear," which was impossible to attain during one's lifetime, as in eternal joy on their heads, Isaiah 35:10, upon which our sages comment that in the future, God will restore to us the two crowns of "we will do" and "we will hear," which correspond to eternal joy, for they themselves are the delight of the world of the future. Thus, every individual must die and return to the earth before he is able to attain whatever he will attain, for death corresponds to the descent before the ascent, And obviously, there is no greater descent than literally returning to the earth while the soul departs, leaving a lifeless body with only a trace of the life force, which, with the departure of the major life force, becomes exempt from all commandments. Hence, this is the greatest descent there is, and this is why a corpse is the ultimate source of defilement. Yet, nevertheless, death is very good. Genesis 1:31, as our sages say on that verse Genesis Rabbah 9:5, because it corresponds to a descent for the purpose of ascent. For, specifically, by returning to the earth, which is the ultimate descent, are we able to afterward attain the ultimate ascent, to return to life through the resurrection of the dead, and to attain eternal joy, which corresponds to we will do and we will hear, which we had been unable to attain beforehand. Thus, it is impossible to be purified from defilement to the dead other than by the red heifer, which is a Torah law that is totally impossible to comprehend and corresponds to a very exalted we will hear, corresponding to the highest level of the hidden that even King Solomon was unable to understand. As written, I said I would be wise, but it was beyond me. Specifically through this, which is a very exalted Torah, corresponding to a very exalted we will hear. Specifically through this are we able to be purified from defilement to the dead, from the ultimate descent. For the greater the descent, the higher the we will hear that must be evoked. For only an exalted perception of we will hear is able to shine so far down. That is why specifically through the red heifer, which is extremely obscure, specifically through that are we able to be purified from defilement to the dead, which is the ultimate descent, as said. And this is why all of the services of preparing and using the heifer is done outside of the camp, the temple, and why it defiles all those who are involved with it. For the red heifer is amazingly novel and comes from such a very exalted place that it is able to shine into the nadir of the world of action, even outside the holy camp. That is why it defiles the pure and purifies the defiled. For all those who work with it become defiled until the evening, since they have lowered themselves into such a descent that is outside the camp, in order to purify those who have fallen and become defiled by the dead. Section 16. This corresponds to David would not have done what he did with Bathsheba if not to teach us repentance, Avodah Zarah, 4b-5a, which corresponds to a descent before the ascent, as stated in the lesson. It also corresponds to my hands are filthy from blood, fetus, and placenta, in order to purify a woman to her husband, Brachot, 4a, as the Rebbe was heard saying this about himself for his being constantly involved in extracting people from great falls and elevating them and bringing them close to God. Hence, that very great tzaddik, corresponding to King David, sometimes goes into some descent in order to elevate and purify the Jewish people for their Father in heaven, and then, during his descent into these places, he is getting his hands filthy with blood. This corresponds to the red heifer defiling all those who are involved in it, because this work is done outside of the camp. However, this defilement and filth is only temporary, for the person is only defiled until the evening, and through this he elevates and purifies the Jewish people from a great defilement to the dead. This corresponds to the red heifer defiling the pure and purifying the defiled, as in, my hands are filthy with blood, in order to purify a woman to her husband, which is the Jewish people to their Father in heaven. That is why we read the Torah section of the red heifer on the Shabbat immediately after Purim, for this is the essence of Purim. Section 17. This corresponds to Torah study is interrupted to hear the reading of the Book of Esther, to bury the dead, and to wed a bride, Megillah 3b. All of these are the same. Reading the Book of Esther corresponds to the perception of we will hear and we will do, which corresponds to Purim. That is why idling from Torah is its perpetuation, is required, as in Torah study is interrupted. This is the burial of the dead. The interruption of Torah for the burial of the dead is in order to subdue the realm of death. For by the tzaddik lowering himself into these lowly places, he thereby elevates from there those who have fallen into there, through which the realm of evil is subdued. And then there is a great ascent, which is the purification of a woman to her husband, as in, my hands are filthy with blood. Thus, burial of the dead and the wedding of a bride is in order to purify a woman to her husband, for which we interrupt Torah study, as in, idling from Torah is its perpetuation, as in, a descent is for the purpose of the ascent, as in, a time to do for God, they have idled from your Torah, which Rashi explains as what to do for those who want to repent. For the main rectification of those who have sinned is through the tzaddik who enacts, a time to do for God they have idled from your Torah, which is to idle himself and lower himself into those places. As in, idling from Torah is its perpetuation, and who attains a higher, we will hear, and we will do, and then the descent is transformed into a great ascent, and all Jewish sins are transformed into Torah, as in, on that day the sin of Israel will be sought but not found, through which he elevates them to their source. Section 18. This corresponds to sending gifts to one another. Every individual has their own we will hear and we will do according to their level, and every individual must shine from their we will hear and we will do into the other, which is the essence of sending gifts, from the illumination of we will hear and we will do, which is a perception of the Torah. Eating in holiness, which corresponds to the Shabbat meals, to eat delicacies, for God's joy is your audacity, can be attained. This corresponds to your Torah in my belly, Psalms 49, as in, come eat of my bread and drink, Proverbs 9:5. For eating corresponds to the Torah, since through the Torah that we receive, corresponding to we will do and we will hear, we are able to eat in holiness, for the eating merges the soul with the body. Thus, through the we will hear and we will do, through which we attain holy audacity, and the soul is able to shine into the body, we are thereby able to eat with holiness, which is to join the soul with the body through the eating, such that the soul can shine into the body, which is the ultimate goal of life, which corresponds to the Shabbat meals. It also corresponds to the Purim meal, as in joy and drinking and festivities. For at this time we attain joy, as in God's joy is your audacity, and then eating is in holiness, as in eat delicacies and drink sweet drinks, for God's joy is your audacity. Hence, through the holy eating, which corresponds to the Purim meal, shines an illumination of Torah, of we will do and we will hear, as in your Torah is in my belly. This corresponds to sending gifts to one another. Each individual has their own level of we will do and we will hear, so each one sends his own illumination to the other. For each one must shine of his own illumination and perception into others. This is, eat delicacies and drink sweet drinks, and send gifts to those who have nothing prepared, for God's joy is your audacity. For when we attain God's joy, which corresponds to we will do and we will hear, this shines into the food, which corresponds to the Purim meal, when we must send gifts to shine into each other. This corresponds to Purim gifts for the poor. The bounty of holy wealth corresponds to holy audacity, as in a wealthy one answers brazenly, Proverbs 18:23, as in money provides for everything, Ecclesiastes 10:19, and answering corresponds to voices, which corresponds to audacity. And one must have compassion on the pauper, which corresponds to having compassion on the flesh of the body. As stated in the lesson, for the body and the soul correspond to the wealthy and the poor, and whoever has compassion on others will be shown compassion. In other words, just as one has compassion on the poor and channels to him bounty and sustenance, which correspond to holy audacity, which is the source of sustenance, as in the might of rain, so will he be shown compassion and given knowledge to enable him to have compassion on the flesh of his own body, to shine into it from all of the illuminations and perceptions of the soul, as in, do not ignore your flesh. Isaiah 58:7, which literally corresponds to giving charity to the poor. That is why on Purim, when we attain eternal joy, corresponding to God's joy is your audacity, we must shine this illumination into the body so that the body too knows of this. This is the Purim gifts to the poor. We shine the bounty of money, which corresponds to holy audacity, into the poor. For the bounty of wealth itself comes from the perception of Torah, from where all bounty comes, and one channels this to the poor. Similarly, an illumination of Torah, corresponding to holy audacity, is channeled from the soul to the body. The soul has compassion on the body and reveals to it all of the illuminations and perceptions that it has attained, so that the body will know of them too, as explained in the lesson. Section 19. This corresponds to one must drink on Purim until one can no longer distinguish between cursed is Haman and blessed is Mordecai, Megillah 7b. At this time, the descent is transformed into the ultimate ascent, and one attains eternal joy, which corresponds to we will do and we will hear, which corresponds to the perception of the world of the future, which will be entirely repentance, and when Jewish sins will be transformed into Torah. This corresponds to until one can no longer distinguish between cursed is Haman, which corresponds to all the sins that are caused by the filth of the serpent, as in, cursed are you. Genesis 3:14. And blessed is Mordecai, for all sins have been transformed into merits, and have become Torah through repentance, as in, on that day the sins of Israel will be sought but not found. Section 20. This corresponds to Mordecai pure myrrh, Megillah 10b, corresponding to the pleasant fragrance of the anointing oil through which all the vessels of the sanctuary were sanctified and transformed from the profane to the holy, which corresponds to the rectification of the sin of the golden calf that comprises all sins. Hence, through Mordecai, corresponding to pure myrrh, the choicest of spices in the anointing oil, through him were all sins corresponding to the sin of the calf ameliorated and rectified and transformed from the profane to the holy, transforming into a sanctuary from which Torah will emerge, as written, I will meet you there and speak with you. Exodus 25:22. This corresponds to Purim, which corresponds to the illumination of Mordecai, to the mandrakes have given forth fragrance. Song of Songs 7:14. Both the good ones and the bad ones that are so bad they are inedible. Jeremiah 24:1-1, yet also give forth fragrance. Eruvin 21, A through B, through Mordecai, who corresponds to pleasant fragrance, to the choicest of spices, to pure myrrh. Section 21. Then the two seals, the seal of the hands and the seal of the feet, are rectified. Thus, the seal was then given to Mordecai, to sign with the royal seal to eradicate Amalek, which corresponds to the holy seal that subdues menstrual blood, which corresponds to Amalek, the filth of the serpent. That is why the queen was greatly distressed. Esther 4:4 in response to the decree, which caused her to have a menstrual flow, as our sages interpret. For Haman's seal, corresponding to a blemish in the holy seal, had become empowered, and the seal was transformed into ostracism. But then a rectification of the holy seal was brought about through Mordecai and Esther, and the royal seal, corresponding to the holy seal, was handed to Mordecai, who signed with the king's seal to eradicate Haman Amalek. For Mordecai and Esther correspond to the hands and the feet, as explained elsewhere in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 10, corresponding to a seal within a seal. This corresponds to, my hands dripped myrrh, my fingers spread myrrh upon the handles of the bolt. Song of Songs 5:5, which corresponds to Mordecai pure myrrh, which is the seal of the hands, corresponding to my hands dripped myrrh, and the handles of the bolt means a seal, as in a bolted garden, a sealed spring. Song of Songs 4:12. Section 22. That is why cities surrounded by walls in the days of Joshua ben Nun read Esther on the 15th. For in Shushan, where Mordecai and Esther themselves lived, and where the main miracle took place, the illumination of Purim is attained to its ultimate greatest level, more than anywhere else in the world. For the highest, we will do and we will hear, is attained there, for the illumination of Mordecai and Esther shines there the greatest. That is why Purim is celebrated there on the 15th. For on the 14th, when we celebrate Purim, they were still busy fighting Amalek, so their illumination of Purim comes only on the next day, on the 15th, for they attain higher. We will do and we will hear on the 15th, the day of the full moon. That is why all cities with surrounding walls in the times of Joshua ben Nun were given this honor to read on the 15th, like Shushan, as the Ari writes. For their having been surrounded by a wall in the days of Joshua means that they had attained an illumination of the seal, which corresponds to the wall, the letters being the same. And this was attained in the days of Joshua, who was the first to conquer the land of Israel and wage the battle against Amalek, as written, Go and battle with Amalek, Exodus 17:9, as brought elsewhere about Joshua's special role in this battle. That is why a wall corresponding to a seal was evoked specifically by him, which was accomplished by subduing the audacity of the realm of evil, which is Amalek, who was very brazen, as in our sage's metaphor of the one who jumped into a tub of hot water when everyone else hesitated. Amalek was very brazen and came to attack the Israelites at that time. For Amalek corresponds to the filth of the serpent that corresponds to the audacity of the realm of evil, as brought elsewhere. And by subduing Amalek, we subdue the audacity of the realm of evil and attain holy audacity, through which the holy seal, which corresponds to a wall, is rectified. All this is accomplished through God's joy is your audacity, corresponding to we will do and we will hear. That is why cities surrounded by a wall in the days of Joshua ben Nun are able to attain a higher perception of Purim, which is a higher level of we will do and we will hear, which is why they read Esther on the 15th, as in Shushan, where the highest level of we will do and we will hear was attained. Law 5. Shavuot will be explained here, based upon the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 5. See there the entire lesson well. In sum, the most important thing is faith. Every individual must search to strengthen themselves in faith, and the way to rectify fallen faith is to seek and find the waters from which faith grows. These waters correspond to counsel from which faith grows, as in, I will thank your name, for you have done a wonder, counsel from afar, nurturing faith, Isaiah 25. One for faith grows through counsel. And counsel corresponds to the depth of the heart, meaning that when faith is damaged and falls, one must then cry out from the heart, as in, their hearts cried out to God, Lamentations 2:18, and from the depths I call out to you, O God, Psalms 130:1, from the depths of the heart. And the depth of the heart corresponds to counsel, as in, deep water is counsel in the human heart, Proverbs 25. And through the counsel that is manifested in the world, faith grows, and then everything is rectified, for counsel is a wonder, as said. Drawing and revealing this water, the counsel, requires an understanding person will draw it, as the verse concludes. And an understanding person is one who has a soul. And shining and refining the soul is accomplished by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions. In short, by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, which means into the bodies, one's sustenance is thereby doubled and increased. This is because evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, into the bodies, corresponds to creation. For a new creation is brought about by joining the godly spirituality with the body and the constriction, which is the essence of creation, which evokes sustenance, as explained in the lesson. And through sustenance one shines one's soul, for the eating of the tzaddik is only for the sake of the soul. As written, a tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation. Proverbs 13:25. And the satiation of the soul corresponds to shining, in that one shines one's soul through eating, as in, he will satiate your soul with brilliant lights. Isaiah 58:11. And when one shines one's soul, then one is an understanding person, as in, the soul of the Almighty will give them understanding. Job 32:8, through which counsel is manifested, from which faith grows. See all this there well. And elevating the fallen faith brings proselytes, but proselytes are a bane to the Jewish people like a disease, because proselytes introduce haughtiness into the Jewish people, which causes the leaders of the generation who unjustifiably elevate themselves above the generation to take the sword of haughtiness in their hands, which causes an intensification of sexual lust in the world. Being spared from this requires the true leaders of the generation, for there are defenders of the earth who subdue the seal of the realm of evil, which corresponds to sealed his flesh, Leviticus 15:3, and they elevate from sealed his flesh to a holy seal, which corresponds to the phylacteries, a shining of the mind. Study all this there very well. Section 1. This corresponds to Shavuot, to Torah giving. The essence of receiving the Torah and the commandments is faith, which is the foundation of the entire Torah and commandments. As written, all of your commandments are faith. Psalms 118:96. And as our sages said, Habakkuk established them all upon one. A tzaddik lives in his faith. Makot 24a. That is why the first thing God said to the Israelites was, I am your God. Exodus 22, which is the essence of faith. To have faith in God and to disperse all false faiths. As in the following verses there, you shall not have other gods. You shall not make an idol, for this is the beginning and the goal and the foundation of the entire Torah, for faith is the most important thing. Elevating faith requires searching for the water from which faith grows, which corresponds to counsel. This corresponds to the 613 counsels of the Torah, Zohar, Part 2, 96b, and Part 3, 202a, which is the totality of the Torah, that is comprised within the 10 Commandments that we received on Shavuot. For the totality of the Torah is called counsel, as written, Mine is counsel and advice, I am understanding. Proverbs 8:14, corresponding to the 613 counsels of the Torah. For the essence of all commandments of the Torah is holy counsel, corresponding to deep waters are counsel. Proverbs 25, through which faith grows. For the ultimate purpose of the Torah is faith manifesting the holy faith in the world, so that all people on earth will know of God. That is why He gave us the 613 counsels of the Torah, which are the 613 commandments that are called counsel. For faith, the most important thing, grows through counsel. Section 2. Hence, on Shavuot, we must dig for and manifest the deep waters that are counsel, corresponding to the totality of the Torah, the 613 counsels, in order to manifest faith. This requires an understanding person who shines his soul by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, through which sustenance is evoked, through which He shines his soul, through which we are able to dig for water, from which faith grows. This corresponds to the barley offering and to the counting of the Omer, which are a preparation for Shavuot, in order to take leave of the defilement of Egypt, to be worthy to receive the Torah on Shavuot. For the essence of the defilement and filth of Egypt are the denials and false faiths of Egypt and Pharaoh, for they are the essence of defilement and filth, corresponding to the filth of the serpent. For Egypt was filled with idols and idol worship, as Pharaoh himself said, "Who is God? I do not know God." Exodus 5:2. And the essence of the exodus from Egypt and the receiving of the Torah at that time in Moses' generation, when the actual exodus from Egypt took place, as well as when an illumination of this is evoked upon the Jewish people in every generation, every year, on Pesach and Shavuot, is in leaving the filth of Egypt, which is the denials and false faiths that arise from the filth of the serpent that was evoked by Adam's sin. The entire exile in Egypt was because of this, in order to wipe out this filth and to be able to take leave of it, that is, to take leave of the denials and false faiths and to attain the holy faith in God, which is the essence of holiness, the essence of receiving the Torah on Shavuot. And because at this time we must elevate the fallen faith that has fallen on account of Adam's sin, as well as on account of the sins of every generation, which is the essence of the exile in Egypt and of all exiles. For all exiles are caused only by a blemish in faith, as the Rebbe explained several times, and as our sages said, the Jewish people were not exiled until there were no more people of faith. Therefore, on Pesach and Shavuot, we must take leave from the exile in Egypt, which comprises all exiles. In other words, we must subdue and disperse the denials and false faiths, which are the essence of all exiles, and elevate the fallen faith. That is why we need all of the rectifications explained in the lesson, which are to dig for water, which is the counsel from which faith grows, which is accomplished by an understanding person who shines his soul by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, which corresponds to the barley offering and the counting of the Omer, which are a preparation for Shavuot, which is the time of the receiving of the Torah, the essence of which is a manifestation of faith, as written, "All your commandments are faith." Section 3. For the most important thing is faith, which corresponds to the mitzvah of reciting the Shema, with which we are obligated to unify God's name twice a day, to accept upon ourselves the holy faith, to have sincere and wholehearted faith in God, as we declare, "Hear, O Israel, God is our God, God is one." Hence, the essence of the entire Torah corresponds to the commandment to recite the Shema, which is a declaration of faith, which is the most important thing. And in the Pre-Etz Chaim, it is said that the main Kabbalistic intention when reciting the Shema should be to bring about a supernal unification in order to evoke intellect from there, in order to give birth to souls. But that it is impossible to make this supernal unification, which is the unification of wisdom and understanding, other than by elevating the feminine waters, and that it is impossible to elevate the feminine waters other than by first receiving intellect through an illumination of the supernal unification, so that one is worthy of elevating the feminine waters. So it seems an impossible task. Since each is dependent upon the other, it is impossible to make a unification other than by elevating the feminine waters. And it is impossible to elevate the feminine waters other than by making a unification. So, from where does one begin? However, it is like this. There are two types of unifications on high between the father and the mother. The first is to sustain the worlds and provide them with their basic necessities. This unification is constant and never ceases, for if it were to cease for a moment, all worlds would cease to exist. The second type is to provide intellect to the masculine and the feminine in order to give birth to souls in the world, which is the immanent element of the worlds. This unification is not constant. See there in the Gate of Kriyat Shema, chapter 5, and other chapters. In some, there is a transcendent unification that is not required for the elevation of feminine waters through our good deeds, for it takes place on its own, since it is a constant unification for the sake of the perpetuation of the worlds and never ceases. With the reciting of the first verse of the Shema, we evoke from this unification an illumination to the intellect, so that we will be able to ascend with the elevation of the feminine waters. And then we ascend with the feminine waters by total self-surrender for the sanctification of God's name. Then, through the imminent union of the supernal unification for the purpose of evoking souls, we evoke mature intellect while reciting the rest of the Shema and the silent prayer, which brings about a unification to give birth to souls. See there, in the intentions, where all this is explained well. And though we are not involved in fully understanding the mysteries of the Ari's Kabbalistic intentions, nevertheless, whatever allusions and counsel for the service of God that we are able to derive based upon the principles that the holy and awesome Rebbe revealed to us, how good and how pleasant. The Rebbe has already alluded that the entire writings of the Ari are comprised within his lessons, and whoever has a truly understanding heart will be able to explain all of the Ari's writings very well based upon his holy lessons, as we have explained elsewhere. Section 4. So let us now turn to explaining this with God's great kindness and awesomely wondrous salvation. In sum, the most important thing is faith, and the entire Torah is based upon faith. So since the entire Torah and its commandments are based upon faith, the human being must inevitably have free choice in this regard. For as known, the Torah was given specifically in this world to human beings. Since they have free choice, and since faith is the essence of the Torah, the human being must inevitably have free choice regarding faith as well. This free choice regarding faith becomes possible through what the Ari has said regarding the supernal unification that never ceases, from which vitality is constantly drawn into all worlds for the sake of their perpetuation. Now, the essence of this vitality and perpetuation of the world is faith. As written, all his works are with faith. Psalms 33:4. Therefore, the vitality that is constantly evoked from above without stop for the sake of the perpetuation of the worlds corresponds to an illumination of faith that is evoked from an illumination of the supernal intellects, from the supernal wisdom understanding, through which the power to have faith in God is drawn into the human heart, for faith corresponds to Malchut, and Malchut faith is rooted into the supernal intellect. In the supernal wisdom, as written, God established the earth with wisdom, Proverbs 3:19, and the earth corresponds to faith, as written, dwell on the earth and nurture faith, Psalms 37:3. This corresponds to you, my heart says, seek my countenance, there, 27:8, which means that the human heart tells to the person to seek God's countenance, which corresponds to the supernal arousal that comes from there. From the vitality that is evoked for the perpetuation of the worlds, from where are evoked an illumination and an arousal into the human heart, informing and shining into the heart a spark of godliness, such that an understanding and awareness enter the human heart to realize the truth that there is a primordial one who is an inevitable existence, specifically the Creator, who is the Master and Ruler, and that the ultimate purpose is to have faith in Him and to always seek His countenance. The essence of human free will is dependent upon this, for this illumination is constantly and ceaselessly evoked into all worlds for the purpose of their perpetuation, the essence of which is faith. As the Rebbe writes elsewhere about the essence of the life force being faith, which corresponds to the light of the countenance, as in the countenance of the king is life, Proverbs 16:15. And elsewhere, in the writings of the Ari, is said that this vitality that is evoked from the outer union for the purpose of the perpetuation of the worlds is the source of the souls of the angels, but that Jewish souls are much higher than that, for they come from the inner union, which is not a constant union, for this inner union can only be brought about through good deeds, which is why it is not constant. That is why the intellect must first receive an illumination from the ceaseless outer union that sustains the angels and all worlds, so that it will be possible to ascend through the feminine waters by way of good deeds and self-surrender for the sanctification of God's name. And through these feminine waters, we cause the inner union, from where true intellect is evoked, to give birth to the souls of tzaddikim, who come through the inconstant inner union that only takes place according to the deeds of those below, which is the mystery of the Kabbalistic intentions of the Shema. In other words, the entire vitality and perpetuation of the worlds and of all the angels and seraphs is faith, as in, all of his deeds are with faith, and as known, the difference between a tzaddik and an angel is free will, through which the light of the soul of the tzaddik and his perception is exalted above the light of the souls and perception of the angels and the seraphs, which are called stationary, Isaiah 6:2, and have no free will. And though this illumination that comes from the ceaseless external supernal union is considered external compared to the internal that is even higher than it, nevertheless it is a very exalted and awesome union. For it takes place in the highest sephirot that are above the structure, specifically between wisdom and understanding. That is why when the illumination that comes from there, which is an illumination of faith, is evoked into the upper worlds of the angels and seraphs, who are pure and holy spiritual entities, they are able to receive this illumination in all of its fullness, and immediately become greatly aroused to sanctify God's name with very great awe and trepidation. That is why they are called seraphs, for they are burnt with great enthusiasm by the great light of God that always shines upon them, since they are holy and pure beings without any material form and without free will. That is why this illumination is sufficient for them, and through it they are able to know of God with full faith and become aroused with great passion to serve Him with awe and trepidation. But when this illumination reaches the murky and material world, the world of action, which is the ultimate materiality, it becomes impossible to receive from this great illumination more than a minor spark that enters into the human heart and arouses the individual to seek God's countenance, to yearn for faith in Him, as in, "To you my heart says, seek my countenance," Psalms 27:8. And then the human being has a great choice to make. Because this illumination cannot take form in this world, other than through many constrictions. Therefore, no more than a minor spark initially enters into the human heart to allude to the person to be drawn toward God, as one would gesture to another from afar. And at this point, the human being has a choice. The intelligent and understanding individual who seeks the real truth will immediately become aroused through this illumination and begins to pursue a full perception of this faith, endeavoring to constrict this illumination in his heart through several constrictions, which corresponds to evoking divine spirituality into constrictions. Then one evokes upon oneself a greater illumination than this, and through this great illumination in one's mind, one becomes aroused with flames of love to wholeheartedly surrender one's life for the sanctification of God's name. Then one ascends through the mystery of feminine waters and causes an internal supernal union, which evokes from there an even higher life force, which corresponds to the life force of Jewish souls, through which faith is manifested even more greatly to the entire world. For in this lowly and very material world, it is impossible to manifest faith in its wholeness other than by evoking vitality from the higher and more exalted union. For the lower and more material the world, the more the light of godliness must be clothed in more garments and constrictions, the higher and more exalted the light that must be evoked. For a much higher and exalted intelligence is required to be able to clothe the light of godliness into such a material world as can be understood from the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 1:30, and from the writings of the Ari that the vessels are formed from the highest light. Thus, in this world, The vitality that is evoked from the outer union, which is the vitality of the angels, is not sufficient, for this vitality, light and intelligence, though it is very exalted, still lacks the power to firmly establish full faith in the human heart, but only a minor illumination and spark of it reaches the individual so that he will be aroused to faith in God. And full faith is evoked by the authentic tzaddikim, who immediately upon receiving some illumination and spark evoke this illumination, which corresponds to divine spirituality, into constrictions. And through this an illumination is drawn into their minds and shines their souls. Through this they ascend into the mystery of feminine waters with self-surrender for the sanctification of God's name. And through this they bring about an inner union, from where an even higher vitality is evoked, which is the life force of the souls of the tzaddikim. And through this exalted vitality, the tzaddikim are able to bring faith into the world in great wholeness. This corresponds to, "Draw me near, we shall run after you," Song of Songs 1:4, upon which Rashi comments, "I have heard from your messengers that you want to draw me near, but I will run after you." In other words, the holy Jewish people, immediately upon receiving some illumination that alludes to them to be drawn after God, immediately run after Him with great yearning and self-surrender, which causes an inner union, through which an even higher illumination is evoked that reveals to them God's hidden secrets, which corresponds to, "The king has brought me into his chambers," there, which corresponds to the innermost hidden treasure houses of the king that are revealed to the tzaddikim in the above way, "Draw me near. We shall run after you," that immediately, upon receiving some shining in the heart to be drawn to God, they run after Him with self-surrender for the sanctification of His name. This corresponds to, "My beloved sent his hand through the hole, and my innards yearned for him," Song of Solomon 5:4. "My beloved sent his hand through the hole" corresponds to a spark that is evoked from the ceaseless outer union, corresponding to illusions, as one gestures with one's hand to another to follow him. And immediately, "My innards yearned for him," to pursue him with self-surrender. This corresponds to, "You carved ears for me. Then I said, Behold, I have come," Psalms 40:7. "You carved ears for me" corresponds to illusions, as can be understood from Rashi there. "Then I said, Behold, I have come, for I am ready to serve you," with self-surrender. That is why, indeed, I proclaimed righteousness amidst a large congregation. I did not conceal your righteousness within my heart. I spoke of your faith and your salvation." End quote. Meaning that, initially, there was only some arousal and spark of faith that was concealed within the heart that was completely impossible to speak about. But by declaring, "Behold, I have come, surrendering my life for you, to follow you through the wilderness, through an uncultivated land," I was able to receive the Torah and to evoke an amazing illumination from the inner union upon myself, to the extent that through it I am able to declare righteousness amidst a large congregation and to publicize the faith loudly, clearly through the power of the Holy Torah that I received, as in, "I have spoken of your faith and your salvation, for through the Torah that we receive in the above way, we are able to reveal the faith loudly and clearly to the entire world." Section 5. This makes us much greater than the angels who are stationary and receive godly vitality only from the outer union. And though they receive an illumination of this union in the form of a much, much more exalted, greater, wondrous, and awesome light than the illumination of it that comes down into the lower worlds, nevertheless, they do not have the power to cause the inner union to renew faith with a greater illumination. We, however, the holy people, on the contrary, because of this itself, because the initial illumination of faith comes upon us in this world in a constricted form, and only as sparks and illusions, we therefore have free choice. So when we choose the truth and the good to pursue and run after God with self-surrender, We then cause an inner union, from which an amazing illumination of the experience of yearning for faith in God comes about. For we have the power to generate this in a wondrous way, as in renewed every morning. How great is your faith, which is brought about in the above way. Section 6. This is the difference between the Jewish people and the other nations of the world. This illumination that comes from the outer union for the perpetuation of the world, from which a spark and illusions enter into the human heart to run after God. This illumination and vitality comes upon all the nations of the world as well. For God sustains them also in His compassion with the vitality that comes from there, and desires to thereby draw them also to His holy faith. However, when this illumination, spark, and illusions come upon them, they turn away from listening, for they do not want to cast aside their lowly lusts and to surrender themselves to God. This corresponds to God came from Sinai and shined to them from Seir, Deuteronomy 33:2, from which we derive that God offered the Torah to each and every one of the nations of the world, but only the Israelites were willing to accept it. This is as said, through the vitality and godly spark, He alluded to them to follow Him and accept the Torah, but they turned away and did not want to surrender themselves and to cast aside their lusts and receive the Torah. As a result, not only did they not cause an inner union, which is the source of the manifestation of faith with additional wondrous light, which is the essence of receiving the Torah, but they also damaged the permanent light that comes from the outer union through their bad deeds and evoked denials and false faiths upon themselves. This is the very crux of free will that the human being possesses in this material world, that when an illumination and spark of godliness comes from the ceaseless outer union for the perpetuation of the worlds, which corresponds to the vitality of the angels, the human being has the power to choose life, to bind himself to the truth, and to yearn for faith in God with great longing, casting aside all lusts and surrendering one's soul for the sanctification of His name, for the sake of His name. Through this spark alone, a human being can know that it is appropriate to cast aside all physical lusts in order to pursue and run after this amazing ultimate attainment of yearning for the holy faith. For the heart of an upright individual who has not yet damaged his conduct knows and understands on its own that in order to attain this goal of coming to know God, one must cast aside all lusts and surrender one's soul for the paid sanctification of the name, bearing all pain and suffering for the glory of His name. Whoever chooses life and is aroused by this spark to surrender his soul for God's name, as the forefathers and the authentic tzaddikim who came after them, thereby cause an inner union, and through this, mature intellect is drawn upon them from there, corresponding to the vitality of the souls of tzaddikim, which is a more exalted vitality, through which faith is manifest in its full wholeness. But the fools who refuse to listen when this spark comes upon them and pay no attention to it, closing their ears from listening to the arousal and illusions that are coming to them as if they were deaf, not only do they not bring about the higher inner union, but also damage that illumination itself, which then becomes for them false faiths, idolatry, and denials. This is because it is impossible to receive more than a minor spark and illusion of this great illumination in this world due to its materiality and murkiness, and because this illumination is not manifested openly in this world, as it is in the world of angels, but only in the form of illusion and a spark. Therefore, human beings have free choice for the good or otherwise. So, when one chooses the good one, evokes vitality from the inner union, and specifically then evokes full faith upon oneself. Since an illumination from the outer union that shines and sustains the angels is not sufficient for us in this world, because this lower world requires that a vitality and illumination from a higher place be drawn upon it so that it will be able to take form in this world, and the materiality of this world will not be able to conceal it, as the Rebbe explains elsewhere. But this supernal vitality from the inner union one must evoke upon oneself through an arousal from below by becoming aroused from the illumination and spark that has come upon one from the outer union. Thus, the fools choose evil, for they are not interested in pursuing and running after God with self-surrender. So the vitality that has come upon them from the outer union is damaged and is transformed into denials and false faiths, because they are unable to receive this light due to the materiality of this world, which is why it transforms for them into idolatry, false faiths, and denials. This corresponds to what our sages taught on the verse, "In all places are incense and offering brought to me," Malachi 1:11. He is called the God of gods, Menachot. 1:10. 1 For even the idolaters acknowledge God, only that they nevertheless err in false faiths and idolatry. And where does this mistake come from? It comes from what has been said, from the outer union that never ceases, from which vitality is evoked into all worlds, even for the nations of the world. But the essence of this vitality is faith, for without faith there is no vitality in the world at all, as in, all his deeds are with faith, but this illumination becomes damaged for the nations of the world who do not want to surrender themselves for God, and it turns into denials and false faiths. Yet most of them are forced to acknowledge God's existence and unity, though each of them errs to wherever it errs, with some denial or false faith, since this illumination has become damaged. This is the difference between angels and human beings. Angels, for whom the illumination from the outer union is manifest in a wondrous light, have no free choice, and they receive this illumination constantly, ceaselessly, knowing of God, but they are unable to ascend higher and renew their knowledge and faith. Human beings, though, if they choose the good, have the advantage over angels, in that they are able to bring about the inner union, through which they renew faith and attain a greater perception of God. But on the other hand, the idolaters are much, much lower than the angels, for this vitality has been damaged, leading them to false faiths, all on account of the materiality of this world. Thus, even the philosophers and the heretics by and large acknowledge God's existence, only that because they have not cast aside their lusts for God's sake and desire to analyze with their intellects alone without having broken their lusts and surrendering their souls for God, therefore they err, however they err. Section 7. This corresponds to Shavuot, to the receiving of the Torah. Everything we have said above corresponds to what the Rebbe wrote in this lesson about elevating the fallen faith through digging for the waters from which faith grows, which correspond to counsel that is evoked from the depth of the heart through calling out to God from the depth of the heart. This is impossible to accomplish other than through an understanding person who shines his soul by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions through which one evokes sustenance, through which one shines one's soul, through which one becomes an understanding person and attains counsel from the depth of the heart, through which faith grows. All this corresponds to the Kabbalistic intentions of the Kriyat Shema. First, we must evoke godly spirituality into constrictions in order to evoke sustenance into all worlds, in order to thereby shine the soul, the intellect. But from where and through which power is one able to evoke godly spirituality into constrictions? This is evoked from the outer union, from where vitality is ceaselessly evoked into all worlds, for which we don't need to arouse through our deeds, but only to evoke from there this vitality upon us and upon all worlds, as explained in the Ari's intentions. This corresponds to the necessity to first evoke godly spirituality into constrictions, so that it will be able to take form in this world. For this we must do. We must evoke this vitality into constrictions, in order to evoke bounty, vitality, and sustenance to sustain all the worlds. For even though this vitality is ceaselessly evoked without any arousal from below, we must nevertheless endeavor to evoke it directly into holy vessels and constrictions, so that it does not become damaged in this world on account of an overabundance of light so that this vitality does not fall into the mud and dirt of the realm of evil. That is why as soon as this illumination of godly spirituality comes upon a person, he must endeavor to evoke it upon himself in holiness and purity, which is accomplished through this arousal, through becoming immediately aroused as soon as this spark and illumination come upon oneself. And through arousing oneself to God and beginning to prepare oneself to sanctify and purify oneself, and yearning to serve God, even though one still knows no strategy how to serve Him, nevertheless, by the arousal and yearning and preparation themselves, one makes vessels and constrictions and evokes the godly spirituality into constrictions. And not only does one thereby sustain all already existing creatures, but one also creates new holy ones, which corresponds to the union of the godly spirituality with the constrictions, which corresponds to the body, as explained in the lesson. In this way, one evokes the vitality, bounty, and sustenance with great abundance solely into the realm of holiness, through which one shines one's soul, which corresponds to increasing an illumination into the mind, which is the soul, and one will be able to ascend into the mystery of the feminine waters. Then one is able to cry out from the depth of the heart until one becomes able to dig and reveal the counsel from which faith grows, through which one ascends into the mystery of the feminine waters with self-surrender, which corresponds to crying out from the depth of the heart, as in, their heart cried out to God. Lamentations 2:18, which corresponds to self-surrender, as in, to you, O God, I lift my soul. Psalms 25:1 and 86. 4, upon which Rashi comments, I will focus the attention of my heart. Through this one causes an inner union, and then one evokes vitality from the depth of the well, as in, deep waters are counsel. Proverbs 25, from which faith grows, which means that one evokes the vitality of the souls, which is the holy counsels, the 613 counsels of the Torah. All this is evoked from the inner union through which faith is fully elevated. Section 8. This corresponds to Shavuot, which is the receiving of the Torah, before which we bring the barley offering, which corresponds to the totality of constrictions. For the word barley in Hebrew is numerically equivalent to twice the word for all constrictions, which is the totality of all constrictions, through which godly spirituality is evoked into constrictions. Then we begin to count the Omer, for then we are involved throughout the 49 days of the Omer in evoking godly spirituality into the days and the attributes through the counting of the Omer, which corresponds to evoking godly spirituality into constrictions. Through this we evoke sustenance and become able to eat in holiness, as in, a tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation, which is why it is forbidden to eat of the new grains until after the Omer offering. For the sustenance and eating of the Jewish people must come only through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, which corresponds to the Omer barley offering, so that they will be able to shine their souls through the holy sustenance, and eating, so that they will be able to dig for the waters from the depth of the well on Shavuot in order to receive the 613 counsels of the brain, Torah, which are the totality of the Torah that is evoked from the depth of the well, from the deep waters. This corresponds to the great and holy mystery of the ritual immersing in the mikveh on Shavuot. This mikveh is the 50th gate, for the entire Torah, which has 613 counsels, are all evoked from water, which corresponds to the 50th gate, which corresponds to a well of water, to the mikveh of Shavuot, which corresponds to a well of living waters flowing down from Lebanon. Song of Songs 4:15, which corresponds to deep waters are counsel, as said. Section 9. That is why the manna began to fall during the days of the Omer counting on the 15th of Iyar, because holy sustenance is evoked through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, which corresponds to the Omer counting, as said. This is why after the Omer counting we recite the verse, "The land gave its produce, may God bless us," Psalm 67. 7 for blessing and sustenance comes through this, through which we are able to receive the Torah on Shavuot. Section 10. And this is why the Omer offering was specifically brought from barley, which is animal feed, and the Holy Zohar states that the barley Omer corresponds to the barley offering brought for the suspected adulteress to check her fidelity. Since at this point of the beginning of the rectification we must bring specifically animal feed, for when the vitality that is evoked from the outer union for the perpetuation of the worlds enters into this material world, it corresponds to animal feed. This is because in the upper worlds of the holy angels and seraphs, they receive spiritual sustenance as appropriate for their level of holiness, whereas when this vitality enters into this very gross world, it is initially in the category of animal feed. Only that human beings have the power to evoke this vitality upon themselves and to increase an illumination in the mind until they are able to ascend into the mystery of the feminine waters and bring about an inner union from where the vitality of human souls descends. Specifically then is the main refining of food, of human food, from animal feed. For this world in general corresponds to an animal, to a lack of knowledge compared to the higher worlds, which is why the word for animal in Hebrew is numerically equivalent to the word for sun, which corresponds to the world of action that is subsumed before it, the vitality and feed of animals. This is the main point of free choice and test. For when the supernal vitality descends into this world, which is from where the human being receives a spark of godliness and illusions in his heart to come close to God's faith, the individual then has the power to run after him, or the opposite. Whoever is capable of becoming immediately aroused, choosing life, and pursuing God with self-surrender until causing an inner union from which to evoke strategies from which faith grows, elevating faith from its fall. This person then constantly ascends from level to level, from one mitzvah leads to another. However, all beginnings are difficult, for initially, before one attains knowledge of any strategy of mitzvah, such as the forefathers who lived prior to Torah giving, if an illumination then comes to a person from the constant and ceaseless union, then great toils are required to make constrictions in which to receive it in holiness and purity, which corresponds to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions. This great toil is needed because one's mind is still in great immaturity and still lacks any vessel in which to evoke this illumination upon oneself. Therefore, one is unable to evoke also from the inner union the vitality of the souls from a higher place, but only from a lower place. Since the level of the inner union that one causes and the vitality of the souls that one evokes are according to the illumination that one receives in one's mind from the outer union and according to one's self-surrender, through which one ascends into the mystery of feminine waters. For though the vitality from the outer union is evoked constantly and ceaselessly regardless of our actions, nevertheless, there are great differences from the side of the recipients. Obviously, the vitality evoked upon a human being is not the same as that evoked upon an animal, or that of an animal as that of a plant or an inanimate object, and the same between human beings themselves, for they are all different from each other in their abilities and intellects. Similarly, the vitality of the day is not the same as the vitality of the night, for during one there is light, and during the other is darkness. And then there are the differences between the seasons of the year, autumn, spring, summer, winter. But the free-willed human being is the most important element. Thus, when a human being still lacks any vessels in which to receive the light, he can therefore receive only a small illumination with great toil, and therefore the vitality evoked from the inner union is also minimal. But afterward, when one has already received some strategy from the inner union and has discovered a greater manifestation of faith, then on the second round, when an illumination is evoked from the outer union upon a person, they now have the power and the vessels to receive a greater illumination, and then they are aroused to self-surrender to a greater extent, causing a higher level of the inner union thus evoking the vitality of the souls from a higher level, and so on, from round to round, as explained in the Kabbalistic intentions of the Ari, that the inner union is according to the level of the tzaddik, who is able to bring about such a union. It is also explained there that the illumination that is received in the mind from the inner union is according to the level of the mind at the time, for to that extent does one cause an inner union. See there well regarding the differences between the 4 times of reciting the Shema every day. Thus, the beginning is very difficult because one still lacks any vessel in which to receive the light, and all the more so if one has caused some blemish or has done some actual sin. Then, to the extent of that blemish has one damaged the vessels and is unable to receive vitality beyond a bare minimum, on account of which one's faith is blemished, as a result of which there is an increase in denials and false faiths, as I wrote earlier, regarding idolaters, and the wicked for whom this illumination is transformed into false faiths and denials. And the same applies for any individual according to his blemishes. In this situation, one must begin the rectification anew from the beginning, which is obviously very difficult to do. For even the initial beginning was very difficult, since one still lacks vessels. So all the more so when one has already damaged the few vessels that one has through a blemish or sin that one has done, especially if one has blemished a great deal. So how is one then to rectify this? Thus, this person's rectification is mainly through the authentic tzaddikim who are constantly involved in rectifying and elevating faith from its fall, who know how to dig and reveal the waters from which faith grows through the above ways. This corresponds to all the atonement sacrifices. All sacrifices are from animals, for the incipience of any blemish is in the vitality that is evoked constantly, from where the power of free choice arises. For when this vitality enters into this world, it is in the category of animal vitality, in which is the crux of free choice. Whoever is able to be aroused by it is able to evoke a higher vitality, which is the vitality of the souls of the tzaddikim, who are called humans, and then the vitality is in the category of human food. But when one does not become aroused to God through this illumination, faith is then damaged and transformed into false faiths, and then the vitality is blemished and damaged and descends greatly, even below the level of animal vitality. As our sages said, a dog is better than him. Mekilta, Mishpatim, Nezikin 20. Thus, one who has blemished or damaged in this way must bring an animal sacrifice as an atonement, for one must rectify in what one has damaged, and the essence of one's blemish was in animal vitality. So that is why one must rectify specifically through an animal. And this rectification must be done through a priest who offers all the sacrifices, for the priest corresponds to the teacher and tzaddik of the generation, as written, "The lips of a priest guard knowledge and Torah." Malachi 2:7. If the teacher resembles. Moed Katan 17a. For the priests did not err in the sin of the golden calf, and did not blemish faith, so they did not blemish this vitality, which is why they have the power to restore and elevate the supernal vitality to its source specifically through an animal sacrifice. Then they re-evoke the vitality in holiness and purity, evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, through which holy vitality and sustenance are evoked, through which everything is rectified and atoned. For the essence of the blemish and rectification is in faith, which is the foundation of the entire Torah. This corresponds to the priests eat and the owners receive atonement, Yevamot 90a. For specifically, through the eating of the priest are the owners atoned for. Since the eating of the priests is sacred, as in a tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation, through which the soul is shined, as in, "He will satiate your soul with brilliant lights," as explained in the lesson, through which faith is re-evoked, which is the essence of the rectification and the atonement. Section 11. This is the mystery of the connection of the time of reciting the Shema with the eating of the priests. When is the Shema to be read in the evening? From the time that the priests enter to eat their tithes, brachot, tu'ah. This is because the Shema, which is faith, grows mainly through the authentic tzaddik, who correspond to the eating of the priests who eat the tithes. For this holy eating is in the category of a tzaddik eats, through which he shines his soul, through which faith, which corresponds to the Shema, grows. Section 12. That is why at the beginning of the Exodus from Egypt, when it was necessary to take leave of such filth that was caused by Adam's sin, it was impossible at that time to become purified even through an animal sacrifice, and it was necessary to bring specifically a barley offering, which is animal feed. This was because the constant vitality must first be rectified through an extreme constriction, and therefore the vitality of animal feed, which at its root is the source of sparks and illusions in which the Jewish people are tested, for that is the crux of free will, must first be elevated. And by bringing a barley offering, through which we evoke this vitality in holiness, as in the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, food and sustenance are thereby evoked. And specifically then, does eating of the new grain become permitted, through which the soul is shined, through which we are able to dig on Shavuot for the water that is the strategies through which faith grows, which is the essence of receiving the Torah. Section 13. And perhaps this is the mystery of what is stated regarding the rectification of the kings who died, corresponding to the breaking of the vessels. When they begin to become rectified, they must first nurse from the udders of animals that come from the feet of the Ancient One that descend all the way down to these animal udders. In other words, the vitality of nursing from animals must first be rectified, which corresponds to the barley offering, which is animal feed. For the essence of the rectification of all the worlds corresponds to the rectification of faith, which is the foundation and essence of everything, which corresponds to eating dairy foods on the morning of Shavuot. Understand this, and this comes specifically from the Ancient One, for specifically the Ancient One, which is exalted above all else, is able to lower itself all the down, and to rectify all death and brokenness. For only the extremely exalted is able to descend into the very low places, as the Rebbe explains in several places. Section 14. This corresponds to the 2,000-cubit Shabbat boundary. All of a human being's moving around corresponds to banishment and exile that came about through God banished the human being. Genesis 3:24. On account of the sin of eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was the cause of all exiles of the Jewish people who move around wandering from exile to exile, which is the cause of all the individual exiles and upheavals that every single individual endures by having to travel and journey here and there. All this for the purpose of refining the faith that was damaged by Adam's sin and by the sins of all generations, as the Rebbe explains in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 40, that all journeys and moving around are caused by a blemish in faith, and this is because of a lack of strategy, in that one does not have a complete and authentic plan and does not know how to conduct oneself and how to earn a livelihood, on account of which one is forced to travel around here and there. Most journeys are for the purpose of earning a livelihood, and the lack of livelihood is because of a lack of strategy. For all sustenance comes easily when one is able to set out a plan for oneself. As written, "For it is He who gives you the power to acquire wealth." End quote. Deuteronomy 8:18, translated by the Targum as, "He gives you a strategy how to acquire possessions." There is always and at all times merchandise to buy and sell, with which one can certainly make a profit, either in grains, fat, and wax, alcoholic beverage, or other types of merchandise. But the individual does not know with which he can make a profit. If one would indeed know which merchandise to buy and sell at any given time, he would certainly earn a living and become very wealthy. This is clear and self-evident. See what we have written in laws of business dealings. Number 4. Hence, the lack of sustenance is because of a lack of strategy, on account of which one must endure traveling and upheavals, all because of a blemish in faith. For faith comes through strategies, as explained in the lesson, and strategies correspond to the feet, as written, all the people at your feet. Exodus 11. 8. Who follow your advice? Rashi. And since the forces of evil are attached to the feet, as in, her feet descend to death. Proverbs 5. 5. Therefore strategies, which correspond to feet, are imperfect, on account of which faith is also imperfect. That is why one must travel in order to rectify the strategies, which correspond to feet, from which grows faith, which corresponds to Malkut, which also corresponds to feet. But on Shabbat the feet ascend from the realm of evil, from the realm of death, as in, if you restrain your feet on Shabbat, Isaiah 58, 13, which is why a canopy of peace is spread out on Shabbat, through which strategies become whole, for all strategies come from the canopy of peace, as written, spread your canopy of peace upon us and establish us before you with sound counsel from the evening prayers. Section 15. This is because the essence of intellect that is evoked is strategy and counsel, for all intellect and wisdom that a person attains is not considered intellect and wisdom at all, if one does not attain through it any authentic strategy how to serve God. Regarding such wisdom is written, your wisdom and your knowledge is your foolishness. Isaiah 47:10 and with abundant wisdom is abundant anger. Ecclesiastes 1:18. And let not the wise one boast of his wisdom, but only in this, let the boaster boast of coming to understand and know me. Jeremiah 9:22. For the essence of wisdom is when one thereby attains a strategy to come to know God, which corresponds to the totality of our entire Holy Torah that is in general called strategies, as said earlier. For this world of action corresponds to feet, as written, the earth is my footstool, Isaiah 66, one which corresponds to the lowest level of all worlds, and which is the site of strategy, which is called feet. For since it is a very low level, corresponding to material action, to feet, therefore, we need very many deep strategies in order to be able to be spared from the filth of this lowly world, and to be able to always speak to God. This is the essence of evoking intellect and wisdom into this world, when we are able to constantly evoke strategies for the service of God, from which faith grows. Section 16. And strategies are evoked from the depths, as well as evoking godly spirituality into constrictions. Now the Rebbe did not explain well to us this issue of evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, but in my humble understanding, it means simply like this: through every single world of Torah, especially when one is able to reach novel, authentic interpretations of the Torah, one thereby evokes godly spirituality into constrictions, through which one creates many wondrous creatures. As stated in the Holy Zohar, do not read Ami, but Imi, in partnership. Zohar, Part 1, 5a. This is because godly spirituality is evoked upon us constantly at all times, but we must evoke it upon ourselves through many constrictions of the Holy Torah. And from this godly spirituality that is evoked through constrictions is evoked the entire creation of all the 6 days of creation, in which God created everything from beginning to end. Everything came through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, in that God constricted his spirituality in many, many various constrictions until the entire creation, from beginning to end, devolved from it. For every single object in creation receives its vitality and existence from godly spirituality that was constricted into this specific constriction with this specific intelligence, such that this object came into being in its form, shape, and the same with every other single object. But God created everything specifically for the purpose of the human being. So he created everything lacking perfection, such as wheat, which needs to be ground, sifted, kneaded and baked so that it will be edible, or flax that must go through several processes until it becomes a garment, and the same with other things. For the entire creation was brought into existence for the purpose of the human being. So, specifically, the human being must evoke godly spirituality into constrictions, which is the essence of the rectification of creation, for which everything was created. But when godly spirituality is evoked without an arousal from below, this does not perfect creation. Though, at the time of creation, before the human being or other creatures existed, it was necessary for God Himself to evoke godly spirituality into constrictions in order to bring creation into existence. But this was all only because there was still no human being, and God Himself had to constrict His spirituality into constrictions. But as soon as Adam was created, God handed over specifically to the human being to evoke godly spirituality into constrictions and to sustain and renew the entire creation. That is why God created everything lacking perfection, to show that everything needs to be perfected specifically by the human being, for whom everything was created. The human being must evoke godly spirituality into constrictions in order to rectify and renew the entire creation to perfection. For God gave the human being the power to create new things. We see this even on the physical level. For instance, when wheat is made into bread, the bread is literally a different thing than the wheat in appearance, taste, and fragrance. The same with garments made from flax, and all the more so regarding other more complex human creations, such as the telescope or other amazing things, which are new inventions that the human being brings into existence with his wisdom. All this because God gave the human being the wisdom to evoke godly spirituality into constrictions from which the entire creation came into existence, from which it devolved. For the entire creation and all human inventions are constrictions that come from godly spirituality that is evoked into constrictions. For everything is dependent specifically upon the earthly human being. That is why the tzaddikim indeed have the power to create worlds. As our sages said, do not read ami, but imi, in partnership, just as I create heaven and earth with words. And whoever is able to devote all his thoughts, wisdom and knowledge to evoking godly spirituality into constrictions indeed rectifies the entire creation easily, without effort and toil, just as God Himself created everything without effort and toil. But only through evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, so too the human being has the power to rectify all of creation and to create new things without effort and toil, but only through evoking godly spirituality into constrictions. And had Adam not sinned, the world would have been immediately rectified. But on account of his sin and those of all generations, the world was damaged, which brought into existence all of the 39 creative acts, which correspond to, with the sweat of your brow will you eat bread, with sorrow will you eat it. Genesis 3:19. For the 39 creative acts rectify all things, food, clothing, housing, and so forth are all constrictions. For every creative act is a constriction, in that this product has been constricted into this form and shape according to the necessary constriction for this product. And all of these constrictions come from the supernal constrictions through which godly spirituality is evoked. This corresponds to the 39 creative acts of holiness, corresponding to the work on the sanctuary, in which all 39 creative acts were involved, all of which correspond to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions. For through every single detail of the sanctuary and its vessels was godly spirituality evoked into constrictions in order to manifest godliness in the world, for which purpose was the entire work on the sanctuary. As written, I will dwell among the Israelites. Exodus 29:45. For which reason, the evoking of sustenance is mainly through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, as explained in the lesson. But one who blemishes in this falls into the category of the 39 physical acts of this world that were damaged by Adam's sin. And then, one needs great effort to attain sustenance. And even then, only maybe. For when does one not evoke godly spirituality into constrictions, which is the source of sustenance, as said, but instead falls into the physical 39 creative acts to which the 39 curses are attached, which is the cause of all poverty and lack of sustenance? Then one attains just the opposite. For through evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, one attains sustenance, such that through it one shines one's soul, through which one attains deep counsel, from which faith grows. But when one blemishes in this and falls into the physical 39 creative acts, then not only does one not attain counsel through the sustenance, but on the contrary requires many strategies and schemes in order to attain sustenance, and even then, only maybe. For attached to the blemished 39 creative acts are the 39 curses, which are the filth of the serpent, the cause of all lack of sustenance, which is the cause of all exiles and journeys that comes from a lack of faith and of counsel, by having blemished in the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, from where comes all counsel, from which faith grows. Section 17. Now, the main rectification is Shabbat, for Shabbat protected Adam, since on Shabbat there is no work or constriction, as in, on it God ceased work and rested. Exodus 31:17. God created the entire creation during the 6 days through the evoking of the godly spirituality into constrictions, but on Shabbat he rested and created nothing. For on Shabbat all worlds ascend above their levels, and the constrictions of each respective world and level all ascend and expand to the heights without any need for an arousal from below, that the human being should evoke godly spirituality into constrictions. For godliness is revealed in a great manifestation through an arousal from above alone. As brought in the Kabbalistic writings about the greatness of Shabbat, the ascension of the worlds that must be elevated during the weekdays is accomplished through the deeds of those below, through reciting the Shema and through prayer, whereas on Shabbat they ascend even more greatly on their own without any arousal from below at all. For on Shabbat there is a manifestation of godliness, as will take place in the world of the future, which will be without the constrictions that exist today, as written, "Your master will no longer be hidden," Isaiah 30:20. Therefore, Shabbat is a time of only rest and respite, without any creation or work. And most importantly, on Shabbat, the feet ascend, to which the forces of evil had been attached during the weekdays, while on Shabbat they ascend from the realm of evil, as in, "If you restrain your feet on Shabbat." Thus, faith is complete on Shabbat, as the Rebbe says several times, for Shabbat corresponds to faith, and therefore on Shabbat there are no wanderings and journeys. Section 18. This corresponds to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary. As soon as Shabbat comes in, the feet ascend through the holiness of the day, and then faith is immediately evoked and manifested through the great manifestation of the arousal from above. The holiness of this manifestation of faith then extends for 2,000 cubits, which are the Shabbat boundary that come from the 2,000 years that the Torah preceded the world, which corresponds to the Torah having devolved through many constrictions until it took form in the current garments. And it is this holiness that extends on Shabbat for 2,000 cubits. Beyond that distance one must not walk, so that one not leave the boundary of holiness on Shabbat. For on Shabbat there are no sortings out. All wanderings come at their root from the constrictions, in that godly spirituality must be evoked anew into new constrictions. For the original constrictions were damaged by the sin of Adam and of all generations. Therefore, new constrictions are needed all the time. That is why we must travel and wander from place to place. For the ultimate purpose of all constrictions is this material earth, which is the ultimate material constriction of all constrictions. and all constrictions must receive from it, since it is the root. Therefore, everything is from the earth. Ecclesiastes 3:20. Even the solar orbit. Genesis Rabbah 12:11. For all created things come from constrictions. The root of them all being the ultimate constriction of earth, which is the physical earth of this planet. That is why here on earth, which is the ultimate constriction and materiality, here is the greatest wholeness of faith. As written, all his deeds are with faith. Psalms 33:4. Specifically, his deeds. For the essence of faith corresponds to physical action, which is the ultimate constriction from which all other constrictions arise, from which arises the ultimate faith, as stated in the lesson. For as known, the essence of faith is where the intellect does not understand, which is why this world is so material and murky, which is why there can be no manifestation or knowledge of God on earth other than through faith alone. In the higher worlds, though there too there is faith, for obviously even the angels do not know God's essence and ask each other, where is the place of his glory? But nevertheless, their faith is close to knowledge, for they constantly see God's greatness, might, and wonders with the knowledge that they do possess, and they have no gross body to obstruct this. But in this material world, on account of the great materiality and grossness of the body, the most important thing here is faith. For here it is totally impossible to perceive godliness other than with faith alone, which we receive through the authentic tzaddikim of each and every generation. And since the root of the greatness of faith comes from the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, therefore we must travel and wander. For we sometimes need to evoke a new constriction in order to evoke godly spirituality into new constrictions. For all the constrictions must be evoked through the constrictions of our earth, which is the root of all constrictions. That is why we must travel from this place to that place. For that other place is a different point on the earth, and there it is possible to make a new constriction, appropriate for the point of that place on which one is now walking. This corresponds to all the journeys of the Israelites in the wilderness for 40 years, with the sanctuary and the ark going before them. Camping upon God's word and traveling upon God's word. Numbers 9, 18, and 20. All this was dependent upon the need to evoke godly spirituality into new constrictions in each of the places in order to manifest godliness, and to evoke faith in order to rectify the sin of the golden calf. That is why, throughout these 40 years, the manna came down for them. For the manna is supernal sustenance that comes from the godly spirituality that is evoked into constrictions, which corresponds to a tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation, Proverbs 13:25, through which the soul shines, through which faith grows. That is why all of a Jewish person's journeys must be upon God's word. Camping upon God's word and traveling from place to place upon God's word, according to the need to evoke godly spirituality into constrictions at each specific time in order to evoke faith. That is why on Shabbat, one must not embark on a journey, for the manifestation of godliness is evoked greatly on Shabbat without any evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions by the acts of those below, and that is why the manna did not come down on Shabbat, and why one must not leave the Shabbat boundary. Section 19. This corresponds to the law of the merging of boundaries being dependent upon where one sets one's meal. The evoking of faith comes mainly through holy eating, through which one shines one's soul, as said above, which corresponds to the greatness of the Shabbat eating, which is very, very precious. Shabbat eating is precisely this, through which one attains faith. That is why the place where one sets the Eruv for one Shabbat meal is where the measuring of the boundary begins. For that place where one will eat is the essence of the holiness of Shabbat, and from that site do the feet ascend from the realm of evil. For at that site is faith manifested through the holiness of Shabbat. That is why one must not go beyond the Shabbat boundary, for the essence of the manifestation of faith is through the Shabbat eating, which shines the soul, through which faith grows. All of the above still need an expanded explanation, for there are many things here that I have not yet been able to explain sufficiently. May God help me to explain them properly as He desires, and as the Holy Rebbe desires. Amen. May it be His will. And now, let us turn with God's kindness and wondrous salvation to explain these things as He has granted me with His great compassion. Let us return to our subject. Section 20. In sum, all journeys are in the category of externality. Sitting at home corresponds to internality, in that one sits inside one's home, while walking outside corresponds to externality, in that one walks around outside. This corresponds to what is written regarding the Kriyat Shema, when you sit in your house and when you walk on the road, Deuteronomy 6:7, for evoking faith, which corresponds to the Shema, must be through both of these, through sitting at home and through walking on the road, which correspond to externality and internality, for specifically through both is faith fully evoked. Walking on the road corresponds to the evoking of the light from the outer union, corresponding to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, specifically for which reason we must walk on the road. Since we must evoke godly spirituality into new constrictions, which is why we walk and travel around from the point of this place to the point of another place, in order to evoke a new constriction according to the new place to which one has come. For all constrictions must come from the ultimate material constriction of all constrictions, which is this material earth upon which we walk, which contains all constrictions, for it corresponds to the center point of all worlds, which corresponds to the ultimate constriction of all constrictions that is comprised of all constrictions. And at each and every point on this earth is a different constriction, according to the lines that come from the central point on high, above planet Earth. For though at the general central point of Earth below, which is the end point of this side of all the individual lines, all lines are one, but the higher one goes, the more they separate from each other, such that high above Earth they are very distant from each other. And if one were to imagine following the lines all the way up to the celestial orbits, they would be even more distant. And the higher they go into the higher and higher worlds, the more they distance from each other. That is why, at each point on Earth, though from the perspective of the central point of Earth they all emerge from one point, there is a different constriction there, according to the godly spirituality that is evoked there from above, from the specific point corresponding to that specific point on Earth, according to the line that comes to it from on above. For on high, all the lines are extremely distant from each other. This has already been explained elsewhere. That is why with each and every step that a person takes, he is arriving at a new point where there is a different constriction, for the godly spirituality has been evoked there from a different place, according to the correspondence of a different place on high to that point on Earth. That is why a different constriction is needed. And for this reason, a person must sometimes travel in order to reach other places where he will be able to make different and new constrictions according to that place. This corresponds to the journeying of the Israelites in the wilderness for 40 years in order to receive the Torah, with the sanctuary going before them, camping upon God's word and traveling upon God's word. They had to evoke new faith in order to rectify the sin of Adam, who had blemished in faith, which is the essence of receiving the Torah for the purpose of manifesting the counsels from which faith grows. For this reason, they had to first evoke godly spirituality into new constrictions, which is why they had to constantly move around and travel from place to place upon God's word in order to evoke godly spirituality into new constrictions each time, according to the place to which they came each time, through which they were able to evoke holy sustenance, which was the manna that descended for them in that place to which they came, through which they shined their souls, through which they were able to dig for and discover deep waters, which are the holy counsels, which are the commandments that they received at all of these places. That is why the sanctuary went ahead of them, For the sanctuary corresponds to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, which is the essence of the service of the sanctuary and its vessels. And why the sanctuary itself was called drawing, as in, we will run after you, Song of Songs 1:4, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 70. In other words, the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions that is evoked through each of the details of the sanctuary, its vessels, planks, clasps, beams and sockets, the candelabra, the table, the ark, the kaporet, the cherubs, and so on, were all forms and constrictions in order to evoke upon them godly spirituality, in order to thereby be able to receive the Torah, which is counsel. Section 21. This is because a mitzvah is a candle, and Torah is light, and ethical rebuke is the path of life. Proverbs 6:23. Ethical rebuke is only the path of life, specifically a path that is evoked from the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, which corresponds to the Torah that is evoked by the tzaddikim, from which no strategy to serve God is derived, only an arousal and rebuke to serve Him, but no counsel how to do so is there. This is the difference between the prophecy of all the prophets and that of Moses, as well as the difference between the various tzaddikim even today. There are tzaddikim whose entire books and teachings are only arousal, and though this is very beneficial, nevertheless, people don't receive any suggestions how to go about it. So the most important are those tzaddikim from whom we are able to receive counsel and strategy from their teachings and books, which corresponds to the prophecy of Moses, who gave us the Torah, which is entirely comprised of counsel that is evoked from the inner union. Section 22. But the truth is that even now that He has given us the Torah, which is entirely counsel, we nevertheless still need strategies how to utilize those strategies. In other words, we still need counsel and strategies how to be able to muster the strength to fulfill the mitzvah of tzitzit and tefillin properly, how to be spared from sexual immorality and fantasies, and so on. There is no end to such strategies, and this is what all of the tzaddikim throughout all generations have been busy with. This corresponds to the oral Torah, to making a shield for a shield, as in, he made handles for the Torah. As our sages said, Ecclesiastes 12:9, Eruvin 21b. Yet, we still constantly need strategies, as we can see with our own eyes, that though the entire Torah has already been given to us, nevertheless, few are those who are able to fulfill the commandments of the Torah fully and who properly know the Creator. And even in Moses' generation happened what happened, and the people tested him 10 times. In some, as soon as some holy strategy is revealed how to come to know God, the forces of evil are immediately aroused to counter that strategy and damage it, for God created everything and its opposite. Thus, it is indeed a new battle each time, but nevertheless, you, O God, are forever exalted. Psalms 92:9. Certainly, God's strategies will stand forever, and the strategies of the forces of evil will ultimately dissolve, as in, they scheme a strategy, but it is foiled. Isaiah 8:10, as in, foolish advice there, 19:11. But the ultimate rectification will come through the Messiah. May He come speedily in our days, when such new and amazing godly spirituality will be evoked into constrictions, such that He will be able to evoke very deep counsel that come from an extremely exalted inner union that comes from the Atik. As explained in the writings of the Ari, that there is no one now who is able to evoke intellect through the inner union from the Atik other than the Messiah. And when He will then evoke intellect from there, then counsel is deep waters, will be fully revealed, as written, a Spirit of God will rest upon Him, a spirit of counsel, that is Isaiah 11:2, and as written, His name will be called an amazing counselor, that is Isaiah 9:5, For such deep and amazing strategies will be so limitlessly revealed, such that the forces of evil will be totally unable to counter them. This is because the strategies that the Messiah will evoke will be limitless, and then God's counsel will stand forever. Psalms 33:11, as in, God has planned, who can foil it? Isaiah 14:27, for then complete and deep strategies will be revealed, through which the Jewish people will be able to fulfill the Torah their entire lives, strategies the likes of which have never been revealed in the world. Thus, our holy Torah will not change in the least in the Messiah's days, not even a single dot, but nevertheless it will be completely renewed as if it were just given. For then we will be able to receive such novel Torah ideas through which every individual, according to his level, will be able to know complete and deep strategies such that he will constantly be able to overcome what he has to overcome and to be able to fulfill the entire Torah fully. Regarding this is said, I will strike with them on that day a new covenant. Not like the first covenant which they violated, Jeremiah 31:30 and 31, and I will remove the heart of stone, and I will act such that they will follow my laws, Ezekiel 36:26 and 27, and then will be the full rectification of Adam's sin. Thus, all exile and wanderings, which are for the purpose of rectifying faith, will then cease, for the feet will then be rectified, as in, until feet will meet feet, Zohar. Part 2, 258a, as in, his feet will stand on that day upon Mount Olives, Zechariah 14:4. For then the strategies will be revealed and fulfilled in their ultimate fullness, which is the ultimate growth of faith, which is the rectification of the feet. Section 23. This corresponds to Shabbat. It is impossible to bring about the inner union other than through an arousal from below that is accomplished as said above, all to the extent of the level of the tzaddik who is causing the inner union, as explained in the Kabbalistic writings. That is why all beginnings are difficult, for it is initially very difficult to evoke godly spirituality, since there is still no vessel in which to receive it. Thus, all beginnings of rectification must begin from Shabbat, for Shabbat protected Adam. As stated in the writings, the greatness of Shabbat is in that all worlds ascend wondrously at this time through the holiness of the day itself, without an arousal from below at all, though it is explained and evident that the ascent of the worlds during the weekdays is through the reciting of the Shema and prayer, through which an inner union is evoked in the above way. On Shabbat, though, the worlds ascend on their own. Hence, the inner union happens on Shabbat on its own, without an arousal from below, which is why the forces of evil have no power at all on this day, as said, she unites and separates from the realm of evil, Zohar, Part 2, 135b, and the feet ascend from the forces of evil. For holiness is evoked on its own on Shabbat, from the ultimate rectification that will take place in the future, which corresponds to the light that is evoked from the Atik. Since Shabbat corresponds to the manifestation of the Torah, of the Atikastima'ah, hidden ancient one, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 49. Nevertheless, not everyone is able to receive an illumination of this, even on Shabbat, but only those who have toiled on the eve of Shabbat will eat on Shabbat. In sum, though a very great and amazing light is evoked on Shabbat through the holiness of the day itself, and without any arousal from below at all, nevertheless, no one is able to receive this light in its fullness. But each individual receives from it to the extent that he has prepared himself during the 6 weekdays. Then, to the extent of the preparation, to the extent that one has sanctified and purified oneself during the 6 weekdays, so will one attain this addition on Shabbat. So will one receive from this holy light that is evoked on Shabbat from above, without any arousal from below. Nevertheless, every individual Jewish person whoever is called a Jew, as long as one still possesses some portion in the holiness of the Jewish people, will be evoked upon him from the holiness of Shabbat, and through this illumination, one will have the power, wherever one is, to remember God and to return to Him, if one only desires to evoke this illumination upon oneself. In sum, the difference is this between the weekdays and Shabbat. During the weekdays, the forces of evil are empowered, and many strategies are required to withstand them, especially for one who has already caused spiritual damage, as is the fact for most people. These strategies that correspond to deep waters can only be evoked by bringing about an inner union, but the human being, on account of his spiritual weakness and the insufficient service, especially if one has blemished, is certainly unable to bring about an inner union to evoke strategies from there according to his needs. However, when Shabbat arrives, then a great illumination from the inner union is evoked upon the individual from on high, such that if one desires to follow it, as in, "Draw me, we will run after you," one will be able to receive from there amazing strategies. For during the weekdays there is only the constant outer union that descends from above, whereas on Shabbat, the inner union descends from above. However, both during the weekdays and on Shabbat, one must at the least evoke the light upon oneself. Only that during the weekdays, even if one does evoke the light upon oneself, one still cannot derive any strategy from it, for it has been evoked only from the outer union, whereas when one evokes the light that descends from above on Shabbat upon oneself, one can thereby derive amazing strategies. Yet, since even this is difficult to receive due to human materiality, therefore we must go to the tzaddikim on Shabbat in order to receive through them the additional holiness of Shabbat. That is why a non-Jew who observes Shabbat deserves to die, for he is completely unable to receive any of the holiness of Shabbat at all, and in fact will even damage this illumination and strengthen his false faiths that come from the realm of death. Therefore, you did not give it to the nations of the world, only to your people Israel, as an eternal covenant, Shabbat prayers. Section 24. That is why there is no need to travel on Shabbat, for there is no need to manifest faith on Shabbat through the evoking of godly spirituality, which corresponds to the totality of creation, which is constrictions, which corresponds to the 39 creative acts of the sanctuary, which corresponds to the manifestation of the Torah of ethics, which lacks strategies, which corresponds to traveling, corresponding to the path of life, Jeremiah 21:8, Proverbs 6:23. For on Shabbat, an illumination from the Torah of Atikas Timah is manifested, which is entirely strategies, and there is no need to move around in order to evoke godly spirituality, in order to rectify the feet, in order to manifest strategies. That is why the feet ascend on Shabbat, as in, if you restrain your feet. Section 25. Thus, with the onset of Shabbat, one's Shabbat boundary of 2,000 cubits is designated by where one is considered to be. These 2,000 cubits correspond to the two alephs of the two names of EIH, as in, I will teach you wisdom, Job 33. 33 corresponding to Aleph Chokmah and Aleph Bina, as in, the 2,000 cubits around the 48 Levitic refuge towns, Numbers 35, 5, which correspond to the Kriyat Shema, which is faith in the oneness, since the 6 basic Levitic refuge towns correspond to the 6 words in the verse of Shema, and the other 42 Levitic towns correspond to the 42 words in the first section of the Shema. Section 26. For Moses had initially asked of God, "They will ask me, what is his name?" Exodus 3:13. And God answered him, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, which corresponds to evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, which is in order to thereby evoke strategies that come from the inner union, which is Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh. For Ehyeh corresponds to the supernal union of Chochmah Bina, wisdom understanding, which contains twice Eya, corresponding to the inner and outer unions, which is Eya Asher Eya. Since the ultimate manifestation, which corresponds to evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, is evoked for the purpose of the second Eya, in order to bring about the inner union. Section 27. This corresponds to our sages' dispute whether study is greater than deeds, or vice versa, and they did not reach a conclusion, for both are true. On the one hand, study is great in that it leads to deeds, since through the Torah that one studies, one derives strategies to fulfill the Torah. But there is Torah from which one does not derive strategies, but only rebuke, and though this too is very beneficial, deeds are obviously greater than such study, since such study is only rebuke to fulfill the Torah, and it is certainly better to actually fulfill it. But study that is strategies is even better, for without this one will not know at all how to fulfill. Furthermore, such study comes from the inner union, which comprises all strategies, since all strategies are comprised in Torah study, so it is certainly higher. But the study that is only rebuke and which comes from the outer union is certainly lower than actual deeds, which come from the inner union. Nevertheless, this too is needed, for how can we bring about an inner union without evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, which corresponds to the outer union? Thus, both together are necessary. Section 28. This corresponds to eating matzah on Pesach. The essence of the redemption of Pesach comes from Shabbat, which is the meaning of the Shabbat Hagadol, the Shabbat preceding Pesach, because Pesach too comes through an arousal from above, which comes through Shabbat, when there is only an arousal from above, although even then there were some commandments, for the redemption inevitably had to come through the people's following God. Thus, since it came through an arousal from above, therefore chametz leavened dough is forbidden, and we must eat only matzah, for matzah is the food of angels, since matzah corresponds to the manna, as in, the dough they took out of Egypt was matzah, Kiddushin 38a, and manna is the food of angels, as our sages said. So when vitality comes through an arousal from above, it is in the category of the vitality of angels, and thus, when it descends, it can get spoiled, which is why it requires the rectification of an arousal from below. So on Pesach, at the beginning of the rectification, when there was only an arousal from above, we only have the power to preserve the bounty as long as it has not become materialized below, corresponding to chametz. At this time we guard it in the category of matzah, which is angel food, corresponding to the delight of Shabbat, corresponding to manna, which shines the soul. For as soon as it descends below and is left alone until it leavens, it is then impossible to rectify it other than through the Torah, which corresponds to an arousal from below, which we have still not attained. Therefore, on Pesach there is a difference between leavened and unleavened dough that is not relevant the entire year, for only on Pesach is chametz considered the inclination for evil that is called the leavening in the dough. Since on Pesach there is only an arousal from above without an arousal from below, at this time we have the power through the supernal light that descends from above to guard the dough from becoming leavened, from the inclination for evil, from the leavening in the dough, and if it were to become chametz, we would then be unable to rectify it, for it corresponds to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. During the rest of the year, though, we do not receive such an exalted illumination from on high, and we therefore do not have the power to preserve the dough as matzah, corresponding to manna, for this can only be achieved through the light that is evoked on Pesach from above. Thus, during the entire year, there is no difference for us between leavened and unleavened dough, for we lack the power to guard the dough from the forces of evil other than through the Torah, which corresponds to an arousal from below, specifically through which the food is rectified. So there is then no difference between leavened and unleavened dough, for there must inevitably be an influx of bounty down into our world, into the category of earthly food. only that we rectify this through the Torah, through the impression from the inner union. Understand this. It still needs explanation. Section 29. That is why all offerings of dough must be brought unleavened, for they come to atonement, which corresponds to Pesach. That is why on Shavuot, which is the time of receiving the Torah, we bring 2 leavened loaves, and why on Pesach, the obligation to actually eat matzah is only on the first night, and why the thanksgiving offering also comes from leavened dough, for all miracles come from the ultimate end, which is why all offerings will cease except for the thanksgiving offering. Section 30. This is, you shall count from the day after Shabbat, Leviticus 23:15, which is the first day of Pesach, on which we bring the barley offering, which is animal feed. This day is referred to as Shabbat. After the first day of Pesach, the light disappears, as explained earlier at length, and therefore the sacrifice must go through a Shabbat, as written, 7 days it shall be with its mother, and from the 8th day onward it will be acceptable to God. Exodus 22:29. For a sacrifice corresponds to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, in that the rectification begins anew, which is impossible to achieve other than through Shabbat. Thus, you shall count 50 days, for the most important thing is to receive from the 50th day, which corresponds to the 50th gate that the Messiah will attain, which is the light from the Atik that is evoked by the Messiah, and the entire root of the Torah comes through there. However, meanwhile, only a minimal illumination is evoked from there, in great concealment, for there is still no one who is able to attain this gate. Even Moses did not attain it, as our sages said, "You diminished him a bit from God," Psalms 8:6. And through the attainment of this 50th gate will the Messiah be able to know God's ways, of some righteous having it good and some not, as said at the end of the lesson. For the higher the place from which the deep waters of counsel are evoked, the more one is able to then attain all of the rectifications spoken of in the lesson. For the essence of the complete rectification is when we are able to attain the binding of the chariot, which is the rectification of judgment, which corresponds to one tzaddik having it good and another not, which corresponds to the 50th gate, which is still hidden today on account of our sins. Section 31. This corresponds to the 4 camps of banners, into which the Israelites sorted themselves around the sanctuary throughout all of their journeys through the wilderness. These were the 12 tribes of God, who correspond to the binding of the chariot, which is comprised of 4 camps, as known, which correspond to the 4 angels that are alluded to in the 4 letters, Aleph, Resh, Gimel, Mem, Nun, who correspond to the binding of the chariot through which judgment is rectified, as stated in the lesson. This is God's tribes, a testimony for Israel. For there were set seats of judgment, the seats of the house of David, Psalms 122. 5. For the seats of judgments are rectified by God's tribes, which are the 4 camps, which correspond to the binding of the chariot. For as long as all of the above rectifications have not been completely achieved, which is until we have attained the rectification of judgment, which is the binding of the chariot, then faith is still not fully rectified. For as long as there is still some blemish in the covenant, faith is still not fully rectified, for they are interdependent, as explained elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 31. Therefore, the essential rectification is when the light of the inner union is evoked from the Atik, through which we attain the 50th gate, through which we attain the rectification of judgment, and then everything is completely rectified as it will be in the times of the Messiah. May he come speedily in our days. Amen. Section 32. That is why the angels argued with God. What is the human being that you remember him, and a mortal man that you consider him, and made him a bit less than God? Psalms 8:6. Their argument was that despite the great perception of the Jewish people, they still cause the great spiritual blemishes that they do. But they themselves answered their own question unintentionally. Their argument is only for the time being. For the verse, "You made him a bit less than God," is only referring to the current perception before attaining the 50th gate. But in the future, when Moses will come to redeem us, for Moses corresponds to the Messiah, he will attain the 50th gate, and then everything will be rectified and they will no longer have any argument. For their argument is only relevant as long as "a bit less" is in effect. But in the future, they will all acknowledge the greatness of the Jewish people, and that tzaddikim will be even closer to God than the angels, as written, and for now. Numbers 23:23. For then, when the Messiah will attain the 50th gate and evoke for us deep strategies from there, then we will never again transgress the Torah, as in, "I will strike with them a new covenant," Jeremiah 32:40, and thus their argument will fall away. Section 33. That is why it is forbidden to go outside of the Shabbat boundary. As explained, all journeys in this world are for the purpose of evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, and the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions corresponds to the 39 creative acts, which corresponds to the totality of creation that took place during the weekdays, the 6 days of creation in which God created the entire creation. The entire creation came into existence through the outer union, which corresponds to the evoking of godly spirituality. For from the outer union is evoked all vitality and sustenance for all the worlds. But on Shabbat there was no creation at all, nor any weekday work at all, that corresponds to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions. For on Shabbat, the manifestation of godly spirituality of the weekdays is not evoked through the constrictions from which the 39 creative acts, which are the totality of creation of the 6 days, are derived. For godliness is manifested on Shabbat through extremely thin, refined, and brilliant spiritual garments and constrictions that do not take form in any work and weekday action at all. This corresponds to the Shabbat garments, which are holy garments, as stated in the Holy Zohar. The garments that one dons during the weekdays, one should not don on Shabbat. See Tikkuni Zohar 109a. For garments of the weekdays come from the worlds of formation and action, from which all material things of the entire creation, corresponding to the 39 creative acts, came into existence and evolved. But on Shabbat, we don the garments of the world of creation, which is the site of the throne of glory. And these garments are thin and spiritual that do not take form in any weekday action. This is because on Shabbat we attain a manifestation of godliness that will be in the future, as in, "Your eyes will see your teacher, and your teacher will no longer be hidden." This is because during the weekdays the forces of evil are empowered, and it is impossible to come to know God other than through these material garments that are the totality of creation. For God assessed that in this world which corresponds to the 6 days, it is impossible to come to know Him other than through these constrictions, in which and through which all things in creation are clothed, the inanimate, the animate, the animal, and the human. But in the future, when it will be a time that is entirely Shabbat, we will be able to come to know God face to face without these garments of the constrictions of creation. This corresponds to the Holy Shabbat. Shabbat is a foretaste of the world of the future, an illumination of which is evoked into Shabbat, and that is why there are no wanderings and journeys on Shabbat. For all journeys correspond to the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, corresponding to the 39 creative acts from which come all wanderings, exiles, and journeys. But on Shabbat, godliness is not manifested through these constrictions. For on Shabbat, all worlds ascend amazingly, solely through an arousal from above, and then the feet ascend from the realm of evil, and the power of the forces of evil dissipate, so we are able to receive the evoking of godly spirituality in thin garments, corresponding to the Shabbat garments, rather than in the constrictions of the weekdays, which are the source of all work and all journeys, as said. Section 34. For at its source, the holiness of Shabbat is evoked from the day that is entirely Shabbat, when the Torah of the Atika Stima'a hidden Ancient One will be revealed, which is the Torah that our righteous Messiah will reveal speedily in our days. And the greatness of this Torah over the Torah of the present is what was said above, that is, that we will attain through it such endlessly deep and amazing strategies, such that the forces of evil will be completely unable to counter and damage them in any way. Certainly, the commandments of the Torah will not change in the slightest in the Messiah's time, and on the contrary, the main reason for the Messiah's coming is to teach us how to fulfill all the words of this Torah that we had the privilege to receive from Moses, who will himself be the Messiah, as in, that which was will be Ecclesiastes 1:9. Until now, though we have already had the privilege of receiving the Torah, which is entirely strategies how to come to know God, nevertheless, we still need more strategies. We constantly need strategies how to overcome what we have to overcome, and to be able to fulfill these holy strategies that are all of the commandments of the Torah. For instance, in the Torah is stated not to fornicate, and this means that even in permissible situations, one must sanctify oneself. As written, "You shall sanctify yourselves," Leviticus 20:7, upon which our sages comment, "Sanctify yourselves in the permissible." Yet, we still do not have the strategies how to fulfill this. The same applies to the other commandments. For instance, we do not know how to properly fulfill the commandment of tzitzit in all of its details and intentions without any ulterior motives. And there have indeed already been many tzaddikim who have given us holy strategies, which is the totality of the oral Torah that the tzaddikim have revealed to us in each and every generation, which is the essence of the oral Torah. And God has instructed and warned us not to veer from the words of the authentic sages and tzaddikim of every generation. For in his wisdom he knows that it is impossible to fully explain these strategies in writing, since the ultimate goal of these strategies, which is that we be able to truly fulfill the commandments, can only be transmitted through allusions, as in, "I will teach you and show you which path to follow. I will allude to you strategies with my eye." Psalms 32:8. And this must be received from the authentic tzaddikim of each generation, who correspond to Moses, whom the Jewish people of each generation follow, as in, "the people at your feet, who follow your counsel." Exodus 11:8, Rashi. So, though there have already been many authentic tzaddikim and sages who have instituted rules and added several rabbinical laws that are all in the category of Torah strategies, so that we thereby be able to fulfill the Torah, as in, "make a fence around a fence," Talmud 26a, and the same for the tzaddikim of every generation. Nevertheless, the forces of evil still overwhelm us every day, and few are those who fulfill the Torah properly. For the more that holy strategies are revealed, the more they attack the strategies themselves. And I heard this directly from the Rebbe, regarding the youths who poured out their souls to him profusely over their inability to truly sanctify themselves and serve God properly. One saying that there are strategies that would certainly help, but these strategies themselves are difficult to carry out. So this is the greatness of the Torah that will be revealed in the times of the righteous Messiah, speedily in our days, in that we will then receive such strategies that the forces of evil will be unable to counter in any way at all, for they are infinitely deep strategies. This corresponds to why the Messiah is called an amazing counselor, Isaiah 9:5, and why it is stated regarding that time, "I will strike with them a new covenant, not like the covenant that I struck with their forefathers, who breached my covenant, for this covenant. I will inscribe it on their hearts," Jeremiah 31:32, and "I will make that they follow my statutes," Ezekiel 36:27. This is, as said, that strategies will be revealed that the forces of evil will be utterly unable to breach or to counter, on account of which we will be able to then properly fulfill the Torah forever, which is why it will be the final redemption, a complete redemption forever after. This corresponds to the holiness of Shabbat. On Shabbat, Holiness comes from there, which is why Shabbat corresponds to repentance, as the Rebbe writes Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 58. For the essence of repentance corresponds to this, for through repentance we are able to ascend and to evoke upon ourselves this light of the Messiah, as the Rebbe writes in the Aleph Beit book. Shabbat, number 4. Through observing Shabbat, one evokes upon oneself the light of the Messiah, also through repentance. Section 35. For all of the commandments are called strategies, the 613 strategies of the Torah, meaning that they are strategies how to thereby attain godliness, while, on the other hand, sins are blemishes in the strategies, on account of which we don't know any strategy how to know God, but become distant from Him and fall into denials and false faiths, to the extent of the blemish and the sin. As the Rebbe writes in the Aleph Beit book, sin introduces denial into a person. Faith 1:22, as in, only your sins separate between you and your God. Isaiah 59:2. And when a person is able to repent, then sins are transformed into merits, and repentance comes mainly through the tzaddikim who correspond to the Messiah, whose main task is to bring the entire world to full repentance before God, as written, a Redeemer will come to Zion and to the penitents, that is, Isaiah 59:20, and to bring Jacob back to him, that is, Isaiah 49:5. For the fact is that repentance is a very amazing phenomenon, since once one has stumbled into sin and has not been able to fulfill the good and holy strategies, which are the commandments of the Torah, but has even damaged those strategies through sins, how can he now receive any strategy to repent? If even before he had damaged the strategies, those strategies did not help him, now that he has damaged them, how can any strategy help him to return? For this reason, it is impossible to reach full repentance, other than through the power of the authentic tzaddikim, of the generation who receive from the light of the Messiah, who is the root of repentance, who knows such amazing strategies that come from the root of the Torah, which is beyond the Torah, such that when one is able to ascend to there, all sins are transformed into merits. This is the mystery of Yom Kippur, corresponding to the Great Jubilee, to the 50th gate, which is the supernal gate of repentance, from where come amazing strategies for all sinners, so that they are all able to become aroused each time from wherever they are, such that they will be able to return to God in complete repentance. But the main point is faith, which corresponds to Shabbat. For as long as one possesses faith, one will certainly return to God. Thus, one must encourage oneself through this itself, through the very fact that the forces of evil are attempting to cast them down. For the forces of evil are constantly scheming to trip the person by planting the thought into their mind that it is too difficult to rectify such sins, especially those who have indeed sinned greatly, as they know for themselves how they have sinned for many years. So each time they attempt to repent and to serve God properly, they fall away, each one as he falls away. So the forces of evil tell the person that there is no longer any hope, since their sins are so great. But the truth is that this itself is how one should encourage and strengthen themselves. If I still know that a sin is a great blemish that causes much damage in the higher worlds, I therefore still have faith. And since I still have faith, there is certainly still hope for me. For since I still believe that a human being damages with his actions, I can certainly rectify as well. As the Rebbe explicitly said, if you believe that you can damage, believe that you can rectify. Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 112. For it is a known fact that the heretics and denying philosophers do not believe that a human being causes any damage in the higher worlds through sin, which is why they attribute foolish and meaningless reasons for the commandments and prohibitions of the Torah. But we, the holy people, who believe that a sin causes very great damage in the higher worlds, on account of which the forces of evil try to cast us down, we should, on the contrary, use this to revive ourselves, since we still have this faith. For the main intention of the forces of evil is to cast a person down into utter denial in the human being's responsibility for his actions. As our sages said, today it tells you to do such and such, until it tells you to worship idols. Shabbat 105b. So one must oversee their actions and have compassion on themselves, strengthening themselves in all situations however they can, no matter what, as we have said many times. Strengthening themselves through this itself, that since one still has faith that a sin causes damage, therefore one still has faith, and as long as one still has faith, there is still hope. And God's compassion is certainly greater than the opposite, so it is certainly possible to rectify. For it is written, all of your commandments are faith. Psalms 119. 86. And the essence of full faith is to come to know the Creator. So as long as one possesses this point of faith, one still has hope, for there are strategies that will help any individual to return to God easily by doing some small act that brings God satisfaction from wherever one is, through which one will be able to return to Him fully through the power of the authentic tzaddikim, until ultimately all of one's sins will be transformed into merits. Understand well and keep these ideas in your heart to really fulfill them, having real faith, for they are very deep concepts that are utterly impossible to explain in writing. Section 36. And these deep strategies that come from the Messiah, corresponding to Shabbat, to repentance, correspond to God's ways that are currently hidden. This contains the mystery of why one tzaddik has it good while another does not, which even Moses could not understand during his lifetime, as explained at the end of the lesson. Therefore, the main rectification will come through the Messiah, who will be able to understand God's ways of one tzaddik having it good and another one not, through which amazing and deep strategies will be revealed that will be impossible to counter. This corresponds to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary. All paths, which are in order to evoke godly spirituality into constrictions during the weekdays, are forbidden on Shabbat, and one may walk out a maximum of 2,000 cubits, which is the Shabbat boundary, corresponding to the holy path, as in, it will be called the holy path, Isaiah 35:8. And this path corresponds to the path of Shabbat, corresponding to God's ways that are attained through the holiness of Shabbat, which corresponds to endlessly amazing strategies, as said above. That is why the boundary is 2,000 cubits, 2 alephs, for aleph is a wonder, and 2 are wonder of wonders. For the strategies of today are wonders, as in, I will thank your name for you have done a wonder, strategies from the distance. That is Isaiah 25. 1. But the strategies of the future are wonders of wonders, as in, I will thank you for I am awesomely amazed. Your acts are amazing, and my soul knows this very well. Psalms 139:14. Your acts are amazing corresponds to God's acts of the 6 days of creation, which is the totality of creation that is entirely the wonders of the Creator. For in each and every detail of the creation there are many great wonders, and these wonders, which are the totality of creation, corresponding to God's amazing acts, correspond to strategies, which correspond to the wonder that is thereby evoked, which is the strategies that are evoked through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions during the weekdays, which are the 39 creative acts that are the totality of creation that was created during the 6 days of creation, which is entirely wondrous. But King David, who is the Messiah, as written, the Messiah of the God of Jacob, 2 Samuel 23:1 praises God over the future, when wonders of wonders will be revealed through him, which are the deep strategies. This is, I will praise you, for I am awesomely amazed. Your deeds are amazing, the repetition corresponding to wonder of wonders, to deep strategies that will be revealed by the Messiah. This is, my soul knows this very well, for they are such deep strategies that are impossible to put into writing, and even orally can only be revealed to a wise person who understands on his own, as in, I will allude to you strategies with my eye. Thus, My soul knows this very well. Very well implies endlessly, meaning that I know strategies that are endless, in that they are absolutely impossible to counter, that correspond to wonders of wonders. This is what Moses asked of God when he wanted God to reveal to him his ways. Why one tzaddik has it good and another not, as written, "Teach me your ways." Exodus 33:13, when he requested, "And I and your people will become amazing." That is, verse 16, meaning that we will attain the wonders that will be revealed in the times of the Messiah, who is called an amazing counselor, for he corresponds to wonder of wonders. Section 37. Regarding strolling about on Shabbat, that is, a pleasurable excursion within the 2,000 cubits, it is said, "Come, my beloved, let us go out to the field. Let us sleep in the villages. Let us awaken in the vineyards. The mandrakes have given forth fragrance." Song of Songs 7:12-14. The 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary correspond to the 2,000 cubits of land around the Levitic towns, as written, "You shall measure outward of the city 2,000 cubits, and 1,000 cubits around." Numbers 34:4 and 5, regarding which our sages say, 1,000 for parkland and 1,000 for farmland. This is because the 2,000 cubits are comprised of two elements of 1,000, corresponding to the two wonders, all for the purpose of manifesting faith in the world. That is why there are 48 Levitical towns, 6 towns of refuge, and another 42. The 6 towns of refuge correspond to the 6 words of the Shema Israel, and the 42 Levitical towns correspond to the 42 words in the first section of the Shema. These 48 provide refuge and protection from the realm of death, for the murderer who has intensified the realm of death must flee to there, where he will find refuge and protection from the realm of death that was evoked through Adam's sin, as written, "For on the day you will eat of it, you will die." Genesis 2:17. Now, the blemish is caused mainly by denials, for faith is the essence of life, while denials are from the realm of death, as the Rebbe cites several times. That is why there are 48 Levitic towns corresponding to the Shema and the first section, which are the main vehicles of evoking faith, and why these towns provide refuge and protection from the realm of death and save the murderer from death. So the 2,000 cubits around the 48 towns correspond to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, for they are one and the same. The essence of Shabbat is faith, as said earlier, and these 48 Levitic towns, which correspond to the Shema and the first section, correspond to faith, in that they are inhabited by the priests and Levites, and are to where the murderer flees to save his life. With this, the Holy Torah shows us that we must travel to the tzaddikim, mainly in order to attain faith, which is the essence of life, and to subdue the realm of death, which is denials, as we have explained several times. Full faith can be received only through the authentic tzaddikim, for the Levites and priests correspond to the authentic tzaddikim and their followers who serve them, as in, "They shall accompany you and serve you." Numbers 18:2. The priest corresponds to the tzaddik and authentic teacher. As our sages said, the lips of the priest will guard knowledge, and they will seek Torah from him. Malachi 2:7. If the teacher resembles an angel of God. Chagiga 15b. And the priests correspond to their followers, as in, "They will accompany you and serve you." So whoever has stumbled, however he has stumbled, and now wants to have compassion on his life and to rescue his soul from eternal death, must flee to their towns, which correspond to the 48 towns, corresponding to faith in the oneness declared in the verse of Shema and in the first section, just as a murderer must flee to the 48 priestly Levitic towns that protect from the realm of death. That is why there are 2,000 cubits around them, corresponding to the mystery of the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, which correspond to the wonder of wonders. In other words, to receive from them strategies in each generation that are evoked from the strategies of the Messiah, through which one will certainly be spared from the realm of death and attain authentic and eternal life, corresponding to faith and the foundation of the entire Torah. Section 38. This corresponds to, "Come, my beloved, let us go out to the field. Let us awaken in the vineyards." Fields and vineyards correspond to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, which correspond to the 2,000 cubits of the Levitic fields, which were for the purpose of fields and vineyards. As our sages said, 1,000 cubits for parks and 1,000 cubits for fields and vineyards. The essence of these 2,000 cubits corresponds to the amazing, endless strategies through which full faith is manifested. The verse thus says, "Let us lodge in the villages," upon which our sages comment. In the villages, meaning the heretics who deny you, though you have poured out abundance upon them, Eruvin 21b. Through the 2,000 cubits that correspond to field and vineyard, we subdue the heretics and evoke full faith. This is, "There I will give my love to you," for there will be revealed the deep strategies that correspond to Torah secrets, corresponding to the perception of God's ways, through which His godliness will be manifested, and the bonding of the Jewish people with their beloved will come about. This is the essence of repentance, that the entire Jewish people will return and come close to God, and the ultimate inner union that is evoked from the Atik through the Messiah, corresponding to, "There I will give my love to you," will come about. This is, the mandrakes have given off fragrance, which our sages explain as referring to both Jewish sinners and tzaddikim, regarding whom is written, "One good, very good, and the other, very bad. So bad it could not be eaten, but both will ultimately give off pleasant fragrance to God." As Rashi says there, Jeremiah 24, 1-2, Eruvin 21, a and b. This is as said, through the wondrous strategies, everyone will return to God, even Jewish sinners, even those who are wallowing in the very lowest levels. Both will ultimately give off pleasant fragrance to God, as in, the mandrakes gave off fragrance. This is, all delicacies at our door, new ones and old ones. For now, all spiritual delicacies and tasty understandings in the Torah commandments will be revealed through these deep strategies. This is, new ones and old ones. The revelation of all the strategies that will be revealed in the future, together with all the already existing strategies, new ones and old ones, will bring satisfaction to God. For the new strategies that will be evoked through the Messiah are only to be able to follow the path of old, in order to fulfill the Torah as given to us by Moses. This is, new ones and old ones, my beloved, I have stored away for you. These strategies correspond to strategies hidden in the heart of authentic tzaddikim, who correspond to the Messiah, which are evoked from the abundant good that is stored away for the tzaddikim for the future, as in, "How abundant is your good that you have stored away for those who are in awe of you." Psalms 31, 20. For these strategies are impossible to reveal all at once, but rather each authentic tzaddik reveals a bit of them until, in the future, in the times of the Messiah, they will all be revealed. This is, my beloved, I have stored away for you. And this is, if only you were like a brother to me. I would find you in the market and kiss you. They would not scorn me. Song of Songs 8:1. Through these strategies, perceptions of godliness will be revealed, corresponding to Shabbat garments, as in, your teacher will no longer be concealed, corresponding to face, as in, they will all know me, from their smallest to their greatest. Jeremiah 31:33, as in, every eye will see when God returns. Isaiah 52:8. Then we will be able to speak of God openly, in the markets and the streets, speaking and publicizing before everyone that the entire earth is filled with His glory, bonding to God with great devotion in public before crowds, as in, I would find you in the market and kiss you. They will not scorn me. For today, even simple faith is hidden and concealed within each individual's heart and cannot be spoken about at length as we see for ourselves. The entire Jewish people know and believe that the earth is filled with His glory. Yet nevertheless, most people forget about Him, and each one pursues his own gain and pleasures, and only few do not forget Him. And about them is said, fortunate is the one who does not forget you. Rosh Hashanah, additional prayer. And even those upright and righteous who always cleave to God are unable to speak very openly with people about God, as they should repeatedly scream, "What are you doing?" God is standing right here with us this very moment and sees our deeds, for the entire earth is filled with His glory. Who cannot be awed and afraid in His presence? But all this is on account of the grossness of this world and the murkiness of our deeds, so it is impossible to speak much openly even about simple faith, so we must speak about it with allusions and discreetly, as in, the glory of God is to conceal things. Proverbs 25:2. As we have explained elsewhere, there are things that are secret and hidden from every individual according to his level. What is considered for us hidden secrets are the obvious for those at a higher level, and so on, for each individual, and from level to level. Similarly, there are things that are now a secret but will not be in the future, though then there will be other and much higher secrets, as I heard directly from the Rebbe and explained elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 22. Thus, regarding today, is said, God's glory is to conceal things, including even the simple knowledge of His godliness, which in the future will be self-evident and publicly known. For then these strategies, through which we will be able to fully fulfill the Torah, will be revealed, and then His godliness will be manifested for all to see, such that we will not be embarrassed to speak about God before the entire world. This is, I would find you in the markets and kiss you. They would not scorn me. For then the earth will be filled with knowledge of God. Isaiah 11:9, and they will all know me, from their greatest to their smallest, speedily in our days. Amen. This corresponds to the Shabbat boundaries, in that the measuring of the Shabbat boundary begins from the place where one has set one's Shabbat meals, 2,000 cubits in all directions. Section 39. As explained in the lesson, the growth of faith is through the strategies that are evoked by the understanding person who shines his soul through his eating. Hence, the evoking of faith is mainly through the eating of the authentic tzaddikim. During the weekdays, the tzaddikim must evoke sustenance and eating by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, which corresponds to the totality of the creation during the 6 days. For during the weekdays, the light is evoked from on high only through the externality of the supernal world, and therefore it is impossible to receive it in this world, and to know through it of God other than through many constrictions in which the tzaddikim toil as soon as this light shines upon them. They toil with amazing yearning until they constrict the light with their intellect into many holy constrictions, which are the root and perpetuation of the entire creation. Through this, they evoke sustenance in holiness and purity, and become able to shine their souls through the sustenance and the eating until they are able to thereby evoke strategies from the depths, revealing and publicizing the holy faith in the world. But one who does not become aroused and make the effort to evoke the light into constrictions damages this illumination, and can thereby come to false faiths and denials. And then even the eating and the sustenance is also damaged, for the two are interdependent, as said above. This corresponds to Adam's sin of eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was mainly a blemish in eating, an eating that damaged faith. At the time of creation, before there was any human being, God Himself evoked the light into constrictions in order to create the world. And from there, He Himself evoked eating and sustenance. That is, the vitality of the worlds, evoking it into this world in two ways, as the tree of life that was in the center of the garden, corresponding to eating with holiness, from which faith grows, and as the tree of knowledge of good and evil, corresponding to eating the forbidden, the eating from the realm of evil, which is, on the other hand, the blemish of faith. God warned Adam not to eat in this way of the tree of knowledge, but he blemished in this. And as soon as Adam and Eve accepted the words of the serpent and decided to transgress God's word, they had immediately caused great damage in the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions. For based on the illumination of godly spirituality that was in their hearts, they should have become greatly aroused to God and not listened to the misleading words of the serpent. But they blemished in this and listened to him, even actually eating of the tree of knowledge, through which the eating and sustenance of the entire world was blemished, as in, with the sweat of your brow will you eat bread, Genesis 3:19, and you will eat it with sadness, that is, verse 17. This corresponds to the blemish of the 39 creative acts that correspond to a blemish in the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions. Therefore, the tzaddikim now need even greater effort to rectify the damages to the constrictions and to once again evoke godly spirituality into new constrictions. This is accomplished mainly through Shabbat, for Shabbat protected Adam, since on Shabbat, a very great and wondrous light is evoked from above into subtle and spiritual constrictions that cannot take form in any work and mundane act, for nothing is created from them. Yet they are the supernal root of the entire creation. Then all worlds ascend greatly until they are able to receive this light without the material constrictions of the weekdays. For then, on account of the ascension of the worlds, they have the power to receive this great light. This light is entirely deep strategies how to come close to God, as in the tent of peace that is evoked on Shabbat, which is the source of all strategies, as said earlier. Thus, no sustenance needs to be evoked at this time through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, for Shabbat is the root of the blessing of sustenance, for from it are all of the 6 days blessed. But on Shabbat itself, the manna did not come down, for even the manna, which is holy sustenance corresponding to the sustenance that the tzaddikim evoke through evoking godly spirituality into constrictions, through which they shine their souls, through which they attain strategies, which corresponds to receiving the Torah, as in, the Torah was only given to those who eat the manna. Tanchuma B'Shalach, number 20. Yalkut Shimoni, Exodus. Number 226. Even this holy sustenance does not come down on Shabbat, for Shabbat is the root of blessing and sustenance, from which all of the 6 days are blessed. For on Shabbat, there is no need for an arousal from below, but on the contrary, one must evoke the light of Shabbat upon oneself through the surrender of and cessation and rest from all types of work, and only to eat, drink, and delight upon God. The eating of Shabbat is precious and is the essence of honoring the holy Shabbat, for on Shabbat, the forces of evil have no power over eating, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 57. During the weekdays, when eating and sustenance are evoked through an arousal from below, through the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions, there are therefore two aspects to it. God's ways are upright, tzaddikim follow them, and sinners stumble in them. Hosea 14:10. Whoever blemishes in the evoking of godly spirituality into constrictions also blemishes sustenance and eating, corresponding to Adam's sin. But on Shabbat, when everything is evoked through an arousal from above, when the light descends from on high, through holy constrictions that are formed on high, and which everyone is able to receive without toil, and an arousal from below, which is the root of holy sustenance and eating that the tzaddikim evoke during the weekdays, by evoking godly spirituality into constrictions. For everything is evoked through Shabbat, from which all other days are blessed. Therefore, the eating of Shabbat is very holy, and the forces of evil have no power over it. On the contrary, through the eating on Shabbat, one shines one's soul and attains amazing strategies and full faith. But this is mainly through the authentic tzaddikim, which is why we must come to them on Shabbat. For though the holiness of Shabbat descends from on high, without any arousal from below, through which all worlds ascend above their levels, nevertheless, the ascension of each human being is according to the level that they are at upon the onset of Shabbat, according to the degree of the preparation and holiness with which one sanctified and prepared themselves during the 6 weekdays, as explained in the Kabbalistic writings. For instance, one who has only attained during the weekdays the lower soul of the lower soul of the lowest world, the world of action, will on Shabbat, even though the light is evoked from on high, without an arousal from below, and even if one will ascend up to the highest world, the world of Atzilut, when the additional light of Shabbat descends upon them, will only receive, even in the world of Atzilut, an illumination from some lower level of that world, and the same for each and every individual according to their level. But the great tzaddik, who has attained the higher soul of Atzilut even during the weekdays, then ascends on Shabbat to the above and beyond, even higher than the Atzilut, up to the highest level. For there are worlds much higher than the Atzilut, as brought in the Kabbalistic writings. But anyone who is considered part of the Jewish people will certainly receive some illumination from the additional light of Shabbat, but each one according to their preparation during the weekdays, as in, whoever toils before Shabbat will eat on Shabbat. Avodah Zarah 3a. Therefore, due to our many sins, we are unable to receive the fullness of the additional light of Shabbat in a way that would allow us to thereby attain the wholeness of strategies to return to God, but only through the power of coming close to the authentic tzaddikim who sanctify themselves with amazing holiness during the weekdays, through which they receive the holiness of Shabbat with great fullness and evoke the holiness of Shabbat upon all of us as well. That is why we go to the tzaddikim on Shabbat. Section 40. That is why the non-Jewish nations who did not receive the Torah have no portion in the holiness of Shabbat, but on the contrary, all evildoers will be dispersed. Psalms 92:10 on the Holy Shabbat. Furthermore, the non-Jewish nations and the forces of evil draw no nourishment from the holy sparks on Shabbat. Thus, a non-Jew who observes the Shabbat deserves death. For though the holiness of Shabbat comes from above, without any arousal from below, nevertheless, only the Jewish people who receive the Torah have the power to receive this great light of Shabbat, each one according to their level. But each one receives on Shabbat some wondrous holiness, illumination, joy in God, and deep yearning for Him with love and desire, since every Jewish person has a portion in Moses' Torah. The non-Jewish nations, though, who did not receive the Torah, are unable to receive the light of Shabbat, which is why, if one of them wants to observe the Shabbat in order to evoke from this light upon themselves, they will only cause even more damage, for they utterly lack the minimal preparation to receive this light, since they did not receive the Torah. Thus, a non-Jew who observes Shabbat deserves death, for they only intensify upon themselves the realm of death, which is denials that are evoked by an overabundance of light. For though we have said above that the light of Shabbat descends from above in amazingly subtle and spiritual constrictions that every individual is able to receive, nevertheless, these subtle constrictions can only be received by the Jewish people who possess some preparation for the holiness by having received the Torah, but not the non-Jews. Thus, you did not give the Shabbat to the nations of the earth, but you gave it to your people Israel with love, Shabbat prayers as written, an eternal covenant between me and the Israelites. Exodus 31:16 and 17. And our sages said, I have a nice gift in my treasure houses, and its name is Shabbat. Shabbat 10b. For the holy Shabbat is a nice gift from the king's treasure house that embodies all of God's hidden treasures. Since the holiness of Shabbat corresponds to the deep and amazing strategies hidden in his innermost chambers, as in, "How deep are your thoughts?" Psalms 92. 6, which we recite in the Psalm of Shabbat, through which we all are able to return to God. That is why it is called Shabbat, from the root of repentance, as the Rebbe cites the verse, "You will return to your God." Deuteronomy 4:30-32. For, by properly observing the Shabbat with great joy, one is able to evoke upon oneself these deep strategies that correspond to the light of the Messiah that we attain through observing Shabbat, through which we will certainly be able to ultimately return to Him. For these strategies are completely impossible to counter. Fortunate is the one who is able to properly receive the Shabbat with great joy. For the most important thing is to rejoice on Shabbat, as the Rebbe urged us very strongly to rejoice greatly every Shabbat. The main commandment of Shabbat is to eat, drink, and rejoice, delighting in all the delights with joy and contentment, as explained in Likutey Torah, number 17, and elsewhere. Eating on Shabbat is very precious, on account of the great holiness of Shabbat, which is the manifestation of godliness into amazing spiritual constrictions that are evoked from on high, which is why the eating on the holy Shabbat is with great holiness, as in, "He will satiate your soul with brilliant lights." Isaiah 58:11. During the weekdays, we are unable to eat with such holiness, but only the very great and awesome tzaddikim, whereas on Shabbat, the eating of every Jewish person is in this category, as in, "A tzaddik eats to his soul's satiation." Proverbs 13:25. As in, "He will satiate your soul with brilliant lights." As in, "Then you will delight upon God." Isaiah 58:14 specifically upon, which alludes to the brilliant lights that are above the Sephirot that embody the divine name. This corresponds to the Shabbat boundary, which is 2,000 cubits, which correspond to the holy path of Shabbat, which corresponds to the manifestation of these deep and amazing strategies that correspond to wonders of wonders, which are mainly manifested through the eating on Shabbat, which corresponds to, "He will satiate your soul with brilliant lights." Thus, the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary begins from where one has set one's Shabbat meal. Section 41. This corresponds to the psalm that we recite at the onset of Shabbat. They cried out to God. Psalms 107:6 and 28. The main preparation to receive the additional light of Shabbat is upon the onset of Shabbat, for at that time we must elevate all worlds through an arousal from below, so that they will then have the power to receive the additional light of Shabbat and to ascend on Shabbat in wondrous ascensions through the arousal from above, as brought in the Kabbalistic intentions. That is why, at the afternoon prayer, before the onset of Shabbat, when we need an arousal from below, we recite in that psalm, "They cried out," several times. For we now must evoke the strategies through crying out from the heart, as in, "I call out to you from the depths," that is, Psalms 131, in order to evoke the strategies which correspond to deep waters. Through crying out, we are then able to receive the additional light of Shabbat, which corresponds to the strategies that are evoked through the 7 sounds that are evoked from on high, which correspond to the sounds of Torah giving that came from above, which correspond to 7 times it says, God's voice, Psalms 29, in that God Himself arouses His supernal voice in order to reveal the deep strategies that come through deep cries. During the weekdays, we need the cry of the heart from the depths in order to achieve this. But on the Holy Shabbat, we do not cry out. As our sages said, Shabbat is not for crying out, yet healing is soon to come. Shabbat 12a. For through the outcry of the heart, we evoke the strategies through which faith grows, through which all healings for all illnesses come, as explained well in the lesson. But on Shabbat, the healing does not come through the growth of faith, through the strategies that are evoked through crying out. For Shabbat is not for crying out, yet healing is soon to come. For the strategies are evoked from above with ease on Shabbat, without crying out. This is, in fact, the greatest growth of faith, since very deep and amazing strategies that cannot be countered shine at this time, which is why the fullness of the growth of faith is on Shabbat. That is why healing is soon to come, for the essence of healing comes through faith, as explained well in the lesson. Amen. May it be His will. Section 42. This corresponds to, "They will praise God for His kindness and His wonders," which we recite in this psalm several times. Through the crying out, we are able to evoke these wondrous strategies, as in His wonders to human beings, specifically His wonders, as in the deep strategies that are called wonders. And the reason why we repeat this several times is because we need to evoke the strategies from the holiness of Shabbat, for these strategies correspond to the wonders of wonders, which is why we mention wonders 4 times in this psalm, corresponding to the 4 camps of the divine presence, which correspond to the binding of the chariot, which corresponds to the 4 banners, which correspond to the rectification of judgment, which corresponds to one tzaddik having it good and another not, one wicked person having it good and another not. For these perceptions come through the rectification of judgment that is attained through the binding of the chariot, which corresponds to the 4 angels whose names are in the acronym of the 4 letters, Aleph, Resh, Gimel, Mem, Nun. For they are 4 categories. One tzaddik has it good and another not. One wicked person has it good and another not. For these perceptions come through the rectification of judgment that is attained through the binding of the chariot, which corresponds to the 4 angels whose names are in the acronym of the 4 letters, Aleph, Resh, Gimel, Mem, Nun, and so forth. Law 6. The Shabbat boundary is 2,000 cubits. Section 1. The essence of Jewish holiness is the holiness of the sacred Shabbat, which is the totality of the entire Torah. As our sages said, that all holiness that the Jewish people evoke upon themselves through the Torah and commandments corresponds to the holiness of the Shabbat, as cited in the literature. This is because the holiness of Shabbat must be evoked upon oneself throughout the 6 weekdays, which corresponds to remember the day of Shabbat to sanctify it, Exodus 20. 8. Remember it from the first day of the week, Baitzah 16a, Yalkut Shimoni, Exodus, number 295. This means that through the Torah and commandments that we fulfill during the weekdays, we evoke upon ourselves the holiness of Shabbat, which is the totality of Jewish holiness. That is why we must be very meticulous to honor the holy Shabbat, especially to receive the Shabbat with joy and contentment, and to dispel all types of sadness on Shabbat. Even the sadness and concern about one's many sins must be banished on Shabbat with all of one's power. Even during the weekdays, one must keep far away from sadness, especially when one is involved in some holy act of Torah or a mitzvah. One must greatly endeavor to be in great joy and not pay any attention at this time to any concern over one's sins, but to rejoice in the bit of good that one still possesses, as we have explained many times. All the more so is this true on the holy Shabbat, when one must not have the slightest sadness or moroseness, for the essence of the holiness of Shabbat is to be intensely joyful, for it is a day of joy and mirth throughout all worlds, as stated in the Holy Zohar. Then joy and delight are heard. Zohar, Part 2. 88b. For all holy paths and strategies that can bring us to joy and mirth are all aroused and shining on Shabbat with great light. But nevertheless, the individual must evoke them upon himself, and on Shabbat, one can easily evoke the ways of joy upon oneself, through which one will be able to evoke the joy of Shabbat into the weekdays as well. This is the essence of the holiness that we evoke from the Shabbat into the 6 weekdays, specifically the joy of a mitzvah, which is the most important thing. For the wholeness and ascent of a mitzvah is through joy, and the essence of joy is evoked from Shabbat into the weekdays. Section 2. The Rebbe has given several strategies and ways how to encourage oneself to always be in joy, through which one will be able to maintain one's level and never fall, upon which everything stands. But the greatest encouragement comes from what he has written in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 282, and in Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 12. See there well. In Lesson 282, it is explained that when one sees how distant one is from God and how very disgusting is one's behavior, one must nevertheless search and seek and find in oneself some good point. For it is impossible that one has not done some good deed throughout one's life. And though even that good deed itself contains much dross, nevertheless, there is still some good point in it. So one must seek and find in oneself some good points, and through that, one will be able to pray. And in Lesson 12 of Part 2, it is explained the amazing teaching of descent for the purpose of ascent, for the places that are furthest from God, corresponding to filthy places, are sustained specifically by, where is the place of His glory? Which corresponds to the unspoken saying of Breshit, from where all of the 10 sayings receive their power, for it contains them all, and specifically, from there, do these very distant places receive vitality, for they receive from the great hiddenness and concealment of this saying. That is why when one has fallen into doubt, fantasies, and great confusions, and sees how distant one is from God, one should not despair because of this, but on the contrary, through this itself, by seeing one's great distance from God's glory, yet asking and seeking, where is the place of His glory? Though this itself one will be rectified and ascend, since the descent is for the purpose of the ascent. For through the seeking and searching, through this itself, one ascends into where, which corresponds to an unspoken saying, which is a very exalted level, corresponding to Breshit, from where all of the 10 sayings receive their sustenance and vitality. See all this there very well. Section 3. One should meticulously follow all of these holy ways of joy and encouragement, for one's entire Jewishness is dependent upon it, as known to anyone who truly desires to be a Jewish person for eternity. However, one is only able to follow them through the power of the Holy Shabbat, which corresponds to the power of the authentic tzaddik who corresponds to Shabbat, as stated in the Zohar regarding Rabbi Shimon. You are the Shabbat of all days, Zohar, Part 3, 144b, as the Rebbe cites. For the holy path of singing to God with one's good point shines mainly on Shabbat. For during the week, when the forces of evil have their power, even the good that we do during the week is tainted by the forces of evil, which is sadness. As the Rebbe says on the verse, righteousness will go before him. Psalms 85:14. Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 277, in that the forces of evil are attached to the feet of the commandments that one fulfills during the weekdays, as in, her feet descend to death, Proverbs 5:5, on account of which the mitzvah is unable to ascend and boast before God. But when Shabbat comes in, then the feet ascend from the realm of evil, for this is the essence of the holiness of Shabbat, as in, if you restrain your feet on Shabbat, Isaiah 58:13, and then the mitzvah begins to come before God, and God delights in it and boasts greatly in it, even though it was fulfilled with a very minimal consciousness. Nevertheless, out of His affection for His beloved Jewish people, He delights greatly in it and uses it to open a wide path. This can be understood with what was just said. The weekdays correspond to a servant, slave, to which sadness is attached, as explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 2:2. So even the commandments that one does during this time are attached to sadness, which itself is the attachment of the forces of evil that are attached to the feet of a mitzvah, as in, her feet descend to death, which is the essence of the exile of the divine presence that intensifies during the weekdays, as explained in Likutey Halakhot, Part 1, 24. Then, on account of the great intensification of the darkness of sadness, great and awesome effort is required to sort out the good of the commandments, which is to remind oneself of one's good points and rejoice in them, reminding oneself that nevertheless one has fulfilled the mitzvah, and no matter in what state, there are nevertheless good points in it. And one single point of one minor mitzvah is worth more than the entire world. But on account of the great darkness of the weekdays, which is the intensification of sadness, which is the dark countenance, it is very difficult to remind oneself of all this and to revive oneself and rejoice, on account of which the forces of evil attempt to cause the person to completely despair. They remind the person of how filled he always is with blemishes and sins, to the point that it seems to the person that there is no hope for him. All this is the work of the evil one, and it is not humility at all. It is the scheme of the evil one to cast the person completely down, and due to the great darkness, it is very difficult for the individual to remind himself of his good points, if not that God would come to our assistance every day and at all times, arranging things in His awesome wonders such that we are able to remind ourselves to follow the holy path of singing to God with our good points. See there very well in the lesson, and you will be able to revive your soul at all times throughout your life. But this entire holy path can only be evoked upon a person through the power of the holiness of Shabbat. The holiness and joy of Shabbat must be evoked into all of the weekdays, through which one is then able to evoke this holy path upon oneself in order to revive oneself and rejoice, so that one is able to remain firm in one's place and not completely leave the boundary of holiness. For the essence of this holy path of singing to God with one's good point shines fully on the holy Shabbat, for then the power of the forces of evil ceases, and all sadness and moroseness, which correspond to intense judgments, as in all forces of wrath and masters of judgment, flee and go away, Zohar, Part 2, 135b, are dispelled. For endlessly great mercy and compassion are aroused on Shabbat, and God's true ways and His kindness are manifested and shine throughout all worlds. For His way is not to look at a human being's evil, but to look only at his good, as written, "If I have seen evil in my heart, God acts as if He does not hear. Indeed, He does hear my prayer." Psalms 66, 18 and 19. And He does not look at evil in Jacob, Numbers 23, 21, as explained in Likutey Halakhot, Part 2, 17, which speaks about the holiness of Shabbat. See there. Thus on Shabbat, all the commandments that the Jewish people have done begin to come and boast before God. For the forces of evil, the sadness that is attached to their feet, are no longer attached to them. And then the precious holiness of the good points of the commandments come to boast before God, which opens up a trodden path for anyone to come close to God. That is why this path of singing to God with one's good points shines brightest on Shabbat, since the forces of evil are unable to conceal the good through an overwhelming of evil and to cast the person into sadness. For only the good shines at this time, which is the good points of the commandments. On account of this, all evil and sadness completely fall away, and songs and praise of God are aroused, as in a psalm, a song for the day of Shabbat. Psalms 92, corresponding to the seventh day, praises and declares, Shabbat morning prayers, for now amazing melodies and songs are aroused that are composed from the good points of the commandments fulfilled by the Jewish people, even those of Jewish sinners, for they all ascend then up to God and boast before Him, from which amazing melodies and songs are composed. All this corresponds to, I will sing to God with my little bit, as explained in the lesson, from which amazing melodies and songs are composed. However, this is achieved mainly on the holy Shabbat, when the good points of all the commandments of the Jewish people are most fully manifested, and this holiness and joy must be evoked into all of the weekdays. This means that through the power of the holiness of Shabbat, we are able to follow this holy path even during the weekdays, banishing sadness and reviving ourselves at all times through the good points that we possess, which is the path of singing to God with our good points. Section 4. This corresponds to what is stated in the Midrash. I am black and beautiful, black during the weekdays and beautiful on Shabbat. Song of Songs 1:5. Song of Songs Rabbah 1:35. This verse is alluding to the holy path of singing to God with our good points, as explained elsewhere. Laws of Awakening in the Morning, number 1. See there. The Jewish souls are here responding to the nations of the world and the forces of evil who attempt to cast them down upon seeing their inappropriate behavior, to which the Jewish people answer, I am black and beautiful. Yes, I am black on account of my inappropriate deeds, but I am beautiful on account of my good points and holy acts that are still within me. As Rashi explains there, I am black on account of my deeds and beautiful on account of my ancestors' deeds, and even in my own deeds, there are beautiful ones. If I have sinned in the golden calf, countering that, I have the merit of receiving the Torah. This is the holy path of singing to God with one's good points, which the Rebbe revealed. However, the main illumination of this holy path is evoked through the holiness of Shabbat, which corresponds to the holiness of the authentic tzaddik. This is what the Midrash on this verse means. I am black on account of my deeds, but beautiful on account of my ancestors' deeds. I am black in the weekdays and beautiful on Shabbat. I am black in Egypt, as in, they rebelled against me. I am beautiful in Egypt with the blood of the Pesach sacrifice and the blood of circumcision, as written, I passed over you and saw you wallowing in your blood and told you, live with your blood. Live with your blood, with the blood of the Pesach sacrifice and the blood of circumcision. I am black at the sea, as in, they rebelled at the sea, and I am beautiful at the sea, as in, this is my God, and I will adorn him. And the Midrash goes on to list many instances in which the Israelites had caused great damage, and specifically in that circumstance, they accomplished great good. All this corresponds to the holy path of singing to God with one's good points. But all this is only possible through the power of the authentic tzaddikim who correspond to the holy Shabbat. This is, I am black on account of my deeds and beautiful on account of my ancestors' deeds, who correspond to the power of the tzaddikim, who are the fathers of the world. As written about Elijah the prophet, Father, Father, chariot of Israel and their rider. 2 Kings 2:12. Similarly, I am black on account of my deeds, and beautiful on account of the deeds of the tzaddikim, black on account of the spies, and beautiful on account of Joshua and Caleb, black on account of Shittim, and beautiful on account of Pinchas, black on account of Achan, and beautiful on account of Joshua. All this corresponds to, I am black during the weekdays and beautiful on Shabbat. They are one and the same idea. Specifically through this, it is possible to uncover the good points that exist even in the lowest of the low, to revive the person so that he remains firm at his level, which corresponds to the holy path of singing with one's good points, which corresponds to the instances of black and beautiful, that the Midrash goes on to list all that the people still possessed even during their lowest and darkest times. For it is impossible to discover all this good other than through the power of the authentic tzaddik and the power of the holy Shabbat. So now, the entire Midrash is all very well connected. Study it well, and you will see and understand that it speaks entirely of this holy path of singing to God with one's good points. This corresponds to what is written there. I am black in the wilderness and beautiful in the wilderness with the construction of the sanctuary. The sanctuary was constructed with all of the good points of each and every Israelite. See at length in Laws of Awakening in the Morning, number 1. Section 5. The same applies to the holy path that the Rebbe revealed on the verse, "Where is the ram for an offering?" Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 12. Study it well and focus your heart to understand it well, especially to understand it in its practical applications, to bring the subtle, deep and authentic strategies into your heart, and to fulfill them with sincerity and simplicity. The essence of this path is also evoked only through the holy Shabbat and the holiness of the authentic tzaddik, for the two are one and the same. The essence of what is explained there is that when a person falls into extremely distant places from God, which correspond to the filthy places, nevertheless, there is no cause in the world to despair. For even in such places, despite their being so distant from God's glory, as in, "I will not give my glory to another," Isaiah 42, 8, 48. 11 as explained there. Nevertheless, if one seeks and searches for God's glory upon seeing one's great distance from that glory, pining and yearning and searching and seeking, where is the place of His glory? Through this itself, one will transform the descent into a great ascent, for one will ascend into the where of holiness, which is an extremely exalted level. This is because where high is the unspoken saying that transcends everything, transcending all of the sayings that correspond to the revelation of God's glory. All things receive from there, and specifically from there do the distant places receive, since these filthy places cannot receive any vitality from the manifested sayings in which God's glory is manifest. For there is a limit to the glory that takes form in each of the 10 sayings, so that it will not dissipate into those places, as in, "I will not give my glory to another." But where is an unspoken saying which is very extremely exalted and concealed due to its hiddenness and mysteriousness. But specifically from there do these filthy places receive vitality. For when one falls into them and then seeks and searches, where is the place of His glory? One specifically thereby ascends up to the ultimate, for one ascends up to where? In holiness, which is an exalted level and the root of all things, from where all of the sayings, which are the manifestation of God's glory with which the world was created, receive. See all this there well. Therefore, the main strategy of this holy path can only be attained through the holiness of Shabbat and that of the tzaddikim, the great tzaddikim who have already ascended into where? In holiness through their great righteousness, having ascended from level to level until they attained the highest level of where, which corresponds to the supernal Keter, to Breshit, and since they have already reached there, they have the power to evoke and to shine this holy path into the entire world, even into those who have fallen, however deeply they have fallen, even into these filthy places, telling them to seek and search even therefore, where is the place of His glory, through which one can ascend to the ultimate, up to where, which corresponds to Breshit, the unspoken saying. This itself corresponds to the power of the holiness of Shabbat. On Shabbat, all souls and all worlds ascend on high to where, which corresponds to the desire of desires. Thus, the power of the holiness of Shabbat, when where, shines in holiness, as well as through the power of the holiness of the authentic tzaddikim who have already reached where, in holiness. Through these, all of those who have fallen into the filthy places can be revived, for even from there it is possible for them to ascend on high by not despairing even there from seeking and searching where, what is the strategy to return to God. Hence the essence of this holy path of where can only be attained through the holiness of Shabbat, which corresponds to the holiness of the authentic tzaddik. This corresponds to our sages' teaching that Shabbat protected Adam after being banished from Gan Eden for the sin, for Adam's sin was comprised of all sins in the world, and the greatest protection and salvation is the Shabbat. For through the holiness of Shabbat are evoked these holy paths, through which one can attain repentance and rectify everything. Section 6. This corresponds to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, 2,000 cubits corresponds to the 2 alephs, which correspond to the 2 intelligences corresponding to the 2,000 years that the Torah preceded the world, which corresponds to these 2 holy paths of singing to God with one's good points and where. These correspond to the 2 alephs, the 2 holy authentic intelligences, which are the Shabbat boundary, which is the border of holiness, through which one can remain one's entire life within the boundary and border of holiness and never leave it, which is the essence of the Shabbat boundary. For Shabbat is the totality of Jewish holiness. The path of singing to God with one's good points corresponds to an aleph, as in Aleph to you, Shlomo, Song of Songs 8:12, which corresponds to the Shabbat King of Peace. When the aleph, 1,000 gi, lights that are returned to the Jewish people, when the additional light of Shabbat shine, as found in the Kabbalistic intentions. This light is entirely evoked through this holy path of singing to God with one's good points, which is through the tzaddik, who judges everyone favorably and finds good points in every single Jew, even the lowest ones, imbuing this path into the Jewish people such that every individual will find in themselves and in their friends good points, so that through this they will all enter into the side of merit and return to God. All of this is the work on the sanctuary. For this tzaddik constructs the sanctuary from which all innocent young children receive, which corresponds to the little aleph in the first word of Leviticus, as explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 282. This advocating corresponds to if a person has 1 angel out of an aleph, 1,000, to advocate for his merit. Job 33:23. Which means that even if a person possesses only 1 good deed out of 1,000, and even if in that mitzvah or good deed itself there is much dross, and there is only 1,000th good point in the entire good deed itself, as our sages said, even if there are 999 parts in that angel itself, countering that 1 part of merit, Shabbat. 32b. Nevertheless, the person is still spared. In other words, even if in the mitzvah or good deed itself that one finds in oneself or in one's friend, even if it is only 1 part out of 1,000, and that little merit itself is filled with dross and ulterior motives and has only 1,000th good point in it, through this itself, one leaves the category of liability and enters into the category of merit, returns to God, and everything is transformed into merit, thereby attaining the 1,000 lights which correspond to the additional light of Shabbat, as brought in the Kabbalistic intentions on the Shabbat morning prayer. This itself corresponds to the little aleph in the first word of Leviticus, with which God called out to Moses after the construction of the sanctuary. As explained there in the Kabbalistic intentions, through the sin of the golden calf, 1,000 lights were taken away from Moses, which is the mystery of the little aleph in that word, but which were given to the Shabbat in the mystery of the additional light of Shabbat, and then restored to the Jewish people as their crowns. These are the crowns that the Israelites had removed Exodus 33:6, and which Moses received to complete his lack, but now he returns them to the Jewish people magnanimously. And it is through these crowns that the Jewish people receive the additional light of Shabbat with the onset of every Shabbat. All this is as said here. Moses, who is the authentic tzaddik, advocating for the Jewish people and finding good points in them even when they are very sinful, as in the instance of the golden calf, which embodies idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed, as our sages said, selflessly toils on their behalf until he finds some merit in them and brings them back to God. Through this, the sanctuary was constructed, as said, and God calls out to Moses from the sanctuary with the little aleph, alluding to him that he should follow this path even when the Israelites are very sinful, nevertheless finding in them some merit, even if only 1 out of 1,000, corresponding to the little aleph that was minimized on account of the 1,000 lights having been taken away on account of the sin of the golden calf. But God showed to Moses that specifically from the little aleph, from the one merit out of 1,000 that he can find in the Israelites, and thus bring them into the side of merit. Specifically, from there he calls out to him from the sanctuary, for this is the very essence of the work on the sanctuary. And this amazing work itself, the work on the construction of the sanctuary, comes through the Shabbat. For the entire holiness of the work on the sanctuary is evoked from Shabbat, as explained elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 67. In other words, the 1,000 lights, which are the Israelites' crowns that are returned to Moses on Shabbat, are the additional light of Shabbat, which, as we have said, is the essence of the holy path of singing to God with one's good points that shine on the holy Shabbat. All of the 1,000 lights are then returned to the tzaddik, corresponding to Moses, and he returns these 1,000 lights to the people. All this takes place through the manifestation and shining of only the good in the Jewish people, while the bad falls away and disappears, when the path of singing to God with one's good points shines in its fullest. This is the additional light of Shabbat, corresponding to the 1,000 lights that are restored to each and every Jewish person through the mystery of the additional light of Shabbat, which corresponds to Aleph to you, Shlomo. Hence, this path of singing to God with one's good points is an Aleph. Section 7. The same regarding the path of where. This too corresponds to Aleph, because where corresponds to the unspoken and hidden saying, which corresponds to the two Alephs, to the supernal wonder, to the Keter, about which is said, do not seek what is beyond you, Chagiga. 13a, about which is said, who tells from the beginning of the end, Isaiah 46:10. All this corresponds to Aleph, the letters of which spell wonder, and which is the first of all letters, all of which corresponds to where, which is extremely concealed and hidden, corresponding to wonder, specifically on account of which the forces of evil are able to draw nourishment from there due to the great hiddenness. But on Shabbat, this light shines in an amazing and awesome way, and that is from where the tzaddik, who ascends to there, receives his perception. Through this, he is able to let every single Jewish person know, even one who has fallen into those very distant places, that even there they should search for God, as in where. Through that, they will ascend up to the ultimate, up to where. Hence, where also corresponds to Aleph that shines on Shabbat. These two Alephs correspond to the Shabbat boundary, for specifically, through these two holy teachings, is one able to remain firm in one's place and not leave the boundary and border of holiness. This corresponds to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary that we derive from the Levitic towns, as our sages said, the towns that had 1,000 cubits around them for parks, and another 1,000 for fields and vineyards. The priests and Levites correspond to the tzaddikim of the generation and their followers. The tzaddik, an authentic teacher, corresponds to a priest, as written, the lips of a priest will guard knowledge. Malachi 2:7, upon which our sages say, if the teacher resembles an angel of God, to seek wisdom from his mouth. Chagiga 15b. And the Levites correspond to their followers, who serve them, as in, the Levites will accompany you and serve you, Numbers 18:2, in that they receive from them the laws to teach the Israelites the proper path. These priests and Levites were given these 48 towns for residence, 6 for refuge, and an additional 42, which correspond to the totality of Jewish faith, which corresponds to the 6 words in the verse of Shema and the 42 words in the first section, which contain the totality of Jewish faith, for the tzaddikim and their followers, who correspond to the priests and the Levites, are solely devoted to evoking and shining the totality of faith among the Jewish people, for the entire Torah is comprised of faith. Each of these 48 holy towns of theirs, in which they sat and studied in order to evoke and shine the faith, which is the totality of the Torah, into the Israelites, had 2,000 cubits around it, from which we derive the Shabbat boundary, for they are devoted to evoking upon the Israelites these holy paths of singing to God with one's good points and where, which correspond to the two alephs, so that not one single Jew would leave the boundary through their having evoked and shined these two paths that correspond to the Shabbat boundary. This corresponds to the 1,000 cubits of park and 1,000 cubits of fields and vineyards. The 1,000 cubits of open park, as Rashi explains, correspond to the teaching of where, which corresponds to aleph, which corresponds to a completely open park, which corresponds to aleph, in that where sustains and supports even those who have fallen into the very distant places, which are sustained by the hiddenness of where. As said, which corresponds to the vacated space, in which godliness is, so to speak, absent, as can be understood from what the Rebbe told me then, as printed at the end of the lesson, alluding to our sage's teaching. But the ultimate truth is that godliness is hidden even in the vacated space, which is how vitality can be received from where. This corresponds to the 1,000 cubits of open park, which was completely vacated, in order to thereby rectify the vacated space, to evoke vitality even to those who have fallen into there, to shine into them the aleph, which corresponds to where. The second aleph is the 1,000 cubits of fields and vineyards, which corresponds to the holy teaching of singing to God with one's good points, which also corresponds to an aleph, as said, which corresponds to the 1,000 cubits of fields and vineyards. For when we find the good points in the Jewish people and bring them thereby back to God, we are thereby sowing fields and planting vineyards, as in, they sowed fields and planted vineyards and made produce, Psalms 107. 37 for the good, in the Jewish people that the tzaddikim reveal make produce in the supernal field, which must be sown and planted, as can be understood from the Rebbe's words. That is why we recite this psalm at the onset of Shabbat, which is a psalm that speaks of all sorts of Jewish distress, which are the distress that the soul bears throughout the weekdays, as in, they got lost in the wilderness, they cried out to God, dwellers of darkness and the shadow of death, and cried. They cried out. They praised God for His loving kindness and His wonders. All of these miracles and wonders that God does for us to save us from all evil so that we remain firm in our places is all accomplished through the power of the authentic tzaddikim who encourage us through those holy paths that are evoked mainly through the additional holiness of Shabbat, as said. So that is why we recite this at the onset of Shabbat, concluding with, He transformed the wilderness into a lake of water, and they sowed fields and planted vineyards, as explained above. Section 8. And since we are speaking about these two lessons, let us explain with them a very perplexing discussion of Rav Zera and Rav Yehuda in Shabbat 77b. The Rebbe has already explained several parts of this discussion and also told me that much of this teaching is related to the lesson of where, and to other lessons that he revealed at that time, as mentioned there at the end of Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 12. See there. But now God has put into my heart to explain two of the questions based upon these two lessons. The Talmud there says, why are the antennae of an insect flexible? Because they live in the prairie and need them for navigation. And if they were brittle, they could be uprooted and cause blindness. As already explained at the end of the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 12, where is the unspoken saying of Breshit, specifically from which the very distant places receive sustenance due to the great concealment and hiddenness. This corresponds to the mystery of the vacated space, from which God, so to speak, withdrew His godliness, which is why it is impossible to answer questions and analyses that arise from this place, as explained well in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 64. See there well. It is also stated there that the vitality of the vacated space nevertheless comes from godliness, although it is still completely vacated, which seems to human logic to be contradictory, but in fact both are true, only that we are unable to understand this with the human intellect at this time. That is why we must not delve into the questions that arise from there in an effort to resolve and answer them. For regarding such questions is said, all who enter there will not return, Proverbs 2:19, but only strengthen ourselves with faith alone. Also explained there is that the vacated space corresponds to an insect, just as the external body of the insect is from it and of it. So, since in fact the realm of where also corresponds to the hiddenness of the vacated space, therefore, whoever falls into these distant places that come from there has only the strategy of seeking and searching for God even there. For indeed, even there is God hidden, only that it is utterly impossible to find Him there with any logic and rationale, but only through seeking and searching for where. Understand this well as a strategy to strengthen yourself wherever you are, no matter what you are going through in your life, for you never know what you will have to endure. Whoever desires to truly enter into the ways of holiness cannot do fully so without being tested by falling into these places and strengthening himself with the path of where, and transform the descent into an ascent. But one must be very, very strong, which is accomplished by knowing the limitations of the human intellect, which indeed is utterly naught, as written, I am a boor of a human being, Proverbs 32. We must cast aside and completely surrender our intellects, and only have faith in the teachings of the authentic tzaddikim, that in fact there is godliness in all of the very distant places, even in the filthy places. As written, I will not give my glory to another, Isaiah 42:8, 48. 11. Only that it is totally impossible with the human intellect to find God's glory there, since it has been vacated of His godliness, as in, I will not give my glory to another. We must only seek and search there. Where is the place of His glory? And only in this way will one ascend to the ultimate. Section 9. This corresponds to, why are the antennae of an insect flexible? An insect corresponds to the mystery of the vacated space, which is like an insect whose external body is from and of itself. The antennae correspond to the godly vitality that is evoked into there with great hiddenness. For a keren, a horn, or antenna represents the strength of an animal, since an ox's greatest strength is in its horns. That is why even the strength of a human being is referred to as his horns, as written, his horns are like the horns of a buffalo. Deuteronomy 33:17 and I will uproot all the horns of the wicked, while the horns of the tzaddik will be exalted. Psalms 75:11, which means that the strength of the wicked will be uprooted, and the strength of the righteous will be exalted. And, with our strength, we acquired horns for ourselves. Amos 6:13, and many other such verses, such as, He lifted a horn for His people. Psalms 148:14, and He raised the horn of His Messiah, 1 Samuel 2:10. And the essence of the strength of all creatures is to the extent of the godly vitality that comes to them either through the path of holiness or the path of the realm of evil. For the illumination of godly vitality is also referred to as a horn, as written, horn-like rays came from Him, Habakkuk 3:4, as in, the skin of His face shined with horn-like rays, Exodus 34:29, 30, and 35. So the question was, why are the horns of the insect, the vitality and strength of the vacated space, flexible, meaning that we see no light in it at all? For it is extremely subtle and disappears for anyone who enters into it, just as something flexible gives way before the slightest pressure placed upon. The answer given is, because they live in the prairie, as Rashi explains. This corresponds to the very distant ones from holiness, who correspond to willow tree branches that lack any taste or fragrance, and to which Jewish sinners are compared, as our sages said. And if they were brittle, meaning that, on the contrary, the main source of strength in such places is specifically through this flexibility, as in, relax and know that I am God. Psalms 46. 11. And as our sages said, one should always be flexible like a reed, and not stiff like a cedar. Ta'anit 20a. For all the winds in the world are unable to move a reed from its place, since it is flexible and gives way to them all, yet nevertheless is very strong in its roots, and the winds are unable to uproot it, which is not the case with the stiff cedar. In other words, in such places that correspond to the vacated place, one must not enter into questions and answers at all, as in, do not harden your hearts. Psalms 95:8. For the essence of strength is to be flexible like a reed, to be able to allow all the questions and confusions that confuse a person, whether from external human obstacles and opposers or from the multitude of one's own confusing thoughts, to just pass by and not respond to them. As in, I was like a person who does not hear and has no arguments in his mouth. That is, Psalms 38:15. For all questions and confusions that come from there are impossible to answer. Yet, nevertheless, one remains very firm in faith, like a flexible reed that is rooted in water, that though may be bent over before winds, is nevertheless very strong in its roots. So must a person be strong in the faith that we have received from our ancestors and sages, and not pay attention to any questions and confusions at all that come from these places, not respond to them at all, as if one has nothing to say and never seems to bend before them. This indeed is the essence of one's strength, being flexible like a reed, and why when King David, who corresponds to the Messiah, through whom will come the ultimate rectification, which is to rectify the very distant places and to elevate those who have fallen into them, was anointed. He said, "Today I am flexible and anointed king." 2 Samuel 3:39, which is the flexibility of the reed, which is a level that will be fully attained only by the Messiah, who will conquer the entire world and rectify it specifically through this power. This corresponds to what is written about Joseph the Tzaddik. They called out before him Avrek, Genesis 41:43, meaning that though he was a father in wisdom, he was nevertheless flexible like a reed. For Joseph too corresponds to the Messiah, as in the Messiah scion of Joseph. This is, if they were brittle, they could be uprooted and cause blindness. In places such as these, where the light is extremely hidden, if one will be brittle and stubborn in entering into questions and answers, he will be blinded and remain in complete darkness, for it is impossible to answer the questions and confusions that come from there. One must exercise flexibility when one enters into there, being as flexible as a reed and not attempting to respond at all to the questions that arise, yet to be firm in one's roots, strengthening oneself in full faith, searching and seeking God even there, as in, where? Only then will one ascend to the ultimate. Section 10. This is the mystery of our sages' teaching. The cedars of Lebanon were originally like the antennae of insects. Zohar, Part 1, 35b. Genesis, Rabbah, 15:1. This alludes to what we have said. Understand this well, for though the sages are speaking about the evoking of the light at the beginning of the emanation, which began with thin rays like the antennae of insects, and we are speaking about the vacated space, from which God withdrew his light, so to speak, nevertheless it is all one, for even the light and the vitality that is hidden within the vacated space in an amazingly hidden way comes at its root from the beginning of the emanation, which corresponds to the antennae of insects. I cannot expound upon this, for the glory of God is to conceal things. The word used in this Talmudic discussion, chilfei, is from the root of chalaf, which means to pass by and go away. For God, so to speak, removed his godliness from there. But in truth, he is hidden there as well. There is much to say about this subject of flexibility, but it cannot be expounded upon in writing. The intelligent person who sincerely desires will understand a bit on his own how one must be flexible like a reed, but yet remain very firm in his root, and on the contrary, that his strength and fortitude for eternity comes specifically through the flexibility. Section 11. Now we will turn to explain with God's awesome help another question in that Talmudic teaching. Why does the bottom eyelid of a chicken close upward rather than the top one close downward? Because they live on beams, and if smoke would get in, it would blind them. This can be explained based upon the lesson in Likutey Moharan, Part 2, 17, which begins with, "One must be very meticulous to be happy and content on Shabbat," and concludes with, "God's way is to look at the good that we do, even if there is some not good in it. He does not look at that, as written. He does not look at evil in Jacob. All the more so must a person look only at the good, for which reason it is good that both nature and providence exist." The Rebbe himself has already revealed that this lesson has to do with the question about the eyelid of a chicken. But we did not have the privilege of his explaining it. But God's loving kindness is endless, and in his awesome compassion, he has helped us in our deficiency to explain this question a bit based upon the Rebbe's very holy and awesome principles. This holy path and strategy of singing to God with our good points corresponds to arousal from sleep. For when a person is languishing in constricted and lowly consciousness, such that he is unable to pray and thereby return to God, this corresponds to sleep, and one must arouse from one's sleep through this singing by seeking and searching until one finds within oneself some good points through which one is able to encourage oneself and arouse from one's sleep and fall, as in, "I lay down and slept, I awoke for God supported me," Psalms 3:6, as in, "I awoke and I am still with you," that is, Psalms 139:18. This corresponds to, "Awaken my glory, awaken the lyre and the harp, I will awaken the dawn," that is, Psalms 57:9. For the good point in each individual corresponds to dawn, as in, "I am dark and beautiful," Song of Songs 1:5, as Rashi explains there. This is also, "I am dark in my deeds and beautiful in the construction of the sanctuary," Midrash Rabbah. On that verse, for the good points that we seek and find correspond to the construction of the sanctuary that was constructed from all of the good points of the Israelites, as mentioned earlier. Study all this in what we have written in Laws of Awakening in the Morning, where we have explained well how all this corresponds to arousal from sleep to arousing at midnight. So this is, why does the eyelid of the chicken close upward? A chicken corresponds to arousal from sleep, for the rooster is the one who arouses people from their sleep at midnight, as our sages said. And as written, "Who gave the rooster understanding?" Job 38:36. Thus, the entire song of the rooster is regarding arousal from sleep, as written in the chapters of Song, chapter 4. What does the rooster say? When God visits the righteous in Gan Eden, all the trees of Gan Eden give forth fragrance, singing and praising, and then the rooster is aroused and praises with his first crow, "O gates, lift your heads," Psalms 24:7. The second crow is the second verse, "O gates, lift your heads," that is, verse 9. The third crow is, "Arise, O righteous, and study Torah, so that your reward will be double in the world of the future." The fourth crow, "I await your salvation, O God," Genesis 49:18. The fifth crow, "Till when will you sleep, O lazy one? When will you arise from your sleep?" Proverbs 6:9. The sixth crow, "Do not love sleep, lest you become impoverished. Open your eyes and fill yourself with bread," that is, Proverbs 20:13. The seventh crow, "A time to do for God. They have violated your Torah," Psalms 119:126. Perek Shira, chapter 4. All of these seven correspond to arousal from sleep, the attempt to awaken from sleep, from midnight onward till daybreak. If one is unable to awaken literally at midnight, one should awaken at least an hour later. If this too is not possible, then another hour later, and so on, as the rooster crows every hour until daybreak, 7 times, all as an arousal from sleep. Section 12. This is the meaning of the first rooster crow. When God visits the righteous in Gan Eden, all the trees of Gan Eden give forth fragrance, which corresponds to the arousal of great compassion upon the Jewish people at midnight, through the searching for and finding good points in each one, as in, "Be aroused, north wind, come, south wind, blow in my garden, so that its spices flow." Song of Songs 4:16. God is here instructing the four directions of the world to blow in Gan Eden that is planted with the good deeds of the Jewish people. For each individual, to the extent of their good deeds and Torah, sows holy plants and trees in Gan Eden, and then delights in his portion in it upon receiving his reward. This corresponds to the verse regarding Adam, to work it and to guard it, Genesis 2:15, upon which our sages comment. To work refers to the positive commandments, and to guard refers to the negative commandments. Al-Sheikh on Genesis 2:9 from Sifri Ekev, number 5, which means, as said, that when a person serves God with the positive commandments and guards himself from transgressing the negative commandments, he is also serving and guarding the Garden of Eden, which is why God instructs the four directions to arouse and blow in Gan Eden and cause the fragrance of its spices to flow, which is to arouse the power and the merit of the good points of the good deeds of every Jewish person, to give forth their good fragrances, so that they will be aroused by this fragrance of their good points, to thereby awaken from their sleep. Then all will sing, "Be exalted, eternal gates, and let the King of Glory come in." Then the verse says something very strange. Who is the King of Glory? What kind of a question is this? Who is the King of Glory? That the verse had to answer, God is powerful and mighty. Did we not know that the King of Glory is God? However, as we have said, the main manifestation of God's glory is through the Jewish people, and to the extent of their good deeds is His glory manifested. So when the Jewish people do not serve Him, then His glory disappears from the world. That is why, immediately upon crying out and praying, "Be exalted, eternal gates, and let the King of Glory come in," which is that His glory should be manifested, the question of the accusers is immediately aroused. Who is the King of Glory? In other words, He should not be called the King of Glory because the Jewish people are not acting appropriately and are not enhancing His glory sufficiently. To this the answer immediately comes. God is powerful and mighty. God is a mighty warrior, meaning that God is mighty and will certainly actualize His plan. And His courage and might in battle is to subdue and neutralize all accusations against the Jewish people. He is a mighty warrior and will always win the battle through the power of the great tzaddikim who toiled greatly in their service, to the point of such self-surrender that they were able to find good points in every single Jewish person, even those who are at very lowly levels. That is why He can always be called the King of Glory, for He is powerful and mighty to overcome the accusers and to manifest the good points of the Jewish people, through which His glory is manifested. And the second crow of the rooster repeats the same idea, for the good of the Jewish people, which corresponds to God's glory, must be repeatedly aroused in order to arouse them repeatedly from the sleep that is so overpowering over each one of them. And arousal from sleep on the physical plane means not oversleeping too much, and on the spiritual plane, that one's spirits not fall and that one never despair of oneself, which is through the good points that one always finds in oneself. This is the conclusion of the psalm. God of hosts is the King of glory forever. God is the King of glory forever, since He always has the upper hand and will always actualize His plans. For there have already been such great tzaddikim who have been able to find the good points in every single Jewish person and to advocate on their behalf, through which God's glory is manifested. Thus, God of hosts is the King of glory forever. Section 13. David prayed all this so that the gates would allow the ark to enter during Solomon's time, as our sages said, as Rashi there explains. For when Solomon wanted to bring in the ark, he recited 24 songs, but was initially not answered, until finally he said, "Remember your servant David's acts of kindness." 2 Chronicles 6:42. This is because the descent of the divine presence into the temple was mainly through the ark being brought into its place, as stated in the verse about the cloud covering the ark when it entered. That is why the gates sealed themselves when they tried to bring the ark in, for they argued that the Israelites do not deserve to have the ark brought to its place, so that the divine presence will descend upon it. For they foresaw that the Israelites would sin to the point of causing the destruction of the temple. So all the prayers and songs that Solomon recited were not answered until he mentioned David. Remember your servant David's acts of kindness. For the work of the great tzaddikim is to constantly advocate in the devel merit of the Jewish people, which is the path of singing to God with one's good points. All this corresponds to King David, who corresponds to the Messiah, who will complete the rectification and thereby bring the Jewish people back to God. David is the sweet singer of Israel, and all melodies and songs are composed through the sorting out of the good, as explained in the lesson, which corresponds to, "I will sing to God with my little bit, specifically sing." So only when Solomon mentioned David, who corresponds to the Messiah, who will ultimately complete the rectification through finding good points in every Jewish person, even at the end of days, at the end of the exile, such that our temple will be rebuilt and the ark will be restored to its place. Only then did the gates open and allow the ark to enter through the prayers that David had already prayed. O gates, raise your heads, for David, corresponding to the Messiah, had already revealed that God is powerful and mighty, is the King of glory, and will carry out his plan, for his glory will constantly increase through the power of the tzaddikim, who are able to constantly arouse the good in every Jewish person, and to thereby enhance God's glory. The third crow of the rooster, "Arise, O righteous," is to arouse the righteous who study Torah, even though they would awaken on their own. Nevertheless, sometimes sleep overcomes them as well, on account of Jewish sins, for when they don't know how to advocate in the merit of the Jewish people, they are in the category of sleep, a disappearance of the intelligence. So the rooster arouses them as well to get up and study Torah, until, with the power of the Torah, they will always know how to advocate in the merit of the Jewish people. This is in order that their reward will be double in the world of the future, specifically double, for they will attain a double reward. For through their Torah, which corresponds to Torah of loving kindness, they were able to arouse the Jewish people from sleep and to bring them back in repentance. Thus, their reward is obviously double, for they will receive their own reward, plus their share in the reward of each individual Jewish person who returned to God through their arousal. The fourth crow of the rooster, "I await your salvation, O God," is also as above. This verse refers to the entire Jewish people, both as a whole and individually, when they are in exile, which corresponds to sleep, in that they must always await for God's salvation. As explained in the Midrash, upon foreseeing that Samson would not be bringing a complete redemption, Jacob declared, "I anticipate your salvation, O God," that nevertheless, I anticipate your salvation, for they will need such tzaddikim who will constantly arouse the good in the Jewish people and bring them back to God. That is why we recite this verse before sleep after the Shema, so that we not fall into complete sleep, but that we are able to awaken from our sleep through God's salvation, which we always anticipate, no matter where we are at. The fifth and sixth crows of the rooster thus speak explicitly about arousal from sleep. "Till when will you sleep, O lazy one? When will you arise from your sleep? Do not love sleep. Open your eyes and fill yourself with bread." Open your eyes that there are still many good points in you through which you can awaken from sleep and fill yourself with the bread of Torah. Then the seventh crow, "A time to do for God. They have violated your Torah." This refers to penitence. As Rashi explains there, and David is asking of God to teach him what those who have violated the Torah shall do. For David, who corresponds to the Messiah, surrenders his life for the sake of each and every Jewish person who is distant from God, to find in him some good in order to arouse him from his sleep and bring him back to God. Hence, the rooster corresponds to arousal from sleep through the path of singing to God with one's good points. Section 14. This, then, is the meaning of why does the bottom eyelid of a chicken close upward, such that they look upward rather than downward. This refers to the tzaddikim who follow this path of looking for the good in the Jewish people. To arouse them from sleep, their eyes always look upward, which is toward the good in the Jewish people that ascends on high, and do not look downward at all, which is toward the bad deeds. Good corresponds to upward, and bad corresponds to downward, as in, who knows the spirit of human beings that ascend on high, and the spirit of animals that descend below? Ecclesiastes 3:21. So this is, why does the eyelid of the chicken close upward? Meaning that the eyes of the tzaddikim who arouse from sleep always look upward toward the good, which is upward, whereas downward, toward the bad, they do not want to look at all, as if their eyes were covered from below by their eyelids, because they live on beams, which corresponds to the construction of the sanctuary, as in, the beams of our house are cedar, end quote, end quote. Our furniture cypress, Song of Songs 1:17, which refers to the sanctuary that was constructed and erected from all of the good points of the Israelites, through which comes an arousal from sleep, as in, I am black in my deeds and beautiful in the construction of the sanctuary, as said. In other words, because these tzaddikim live on beams, that is, everything they do and wherever they are revolves around the sanctuary, which is constructed of beams, corresponding to the beams of the sanctuary, for they are always involved in the construction of the sanctuary, which corresponds to the holy path of singing to God with our good points. As the lesson explains, that these tzaddikim are constantly involved in finding the good in the Jewish people. Therefore, they do not look at the bad at all, but only at the good, which corresponds to upward. Then, if smoke would get in, it would blind them. Smoke corresponds to the blemish of sins, as in, smoke ascends into his nostrils. 2 Samuel 22:9. Psalms 18:9, meaning that if the smoke of sins was allowed to ascend, the eye of providence would be blinded and disappear, as explained in Likutey Halakhot, Part 1:17. Therefore they toil with all their strength, not to look at the bad at all, in order to bring the Jewish people into the side of merit, until they will all return to God, through which the redemption will come speedily in our days, and the temple will be reconstructed on its site. Amen. Section 15. This is why this verse, the beams of our house are cedar, which refers to the sanctuary, is said in the context of God's always beautifying the Jewish people and looking only at the good that is in them, as written there in the preceding verses. I am black and beautiful, as explained above, and your cheeks are adorned with rows of jewelry, your neck with necklaces. My beloved is a cluster of myrrh for me. My beloved is a cluster of grapes. Behold, you are beautiful. My beloved, you are beautiful. See there how Rashi interprets all of this as God's encouraging and endearing the Jewish people each time, even after they sinned, telling them to take these spices, these grapes, concluding with, behold, you are beautiful, my beloved, acknowledging that it is all from God, from His compassionately advocating in our merit. Thus, the beams of our house are cedar, our furniture is cypress, corresponds to the sanctuary, to the looking only at the good, which corresponds to the construction of the sanctuary, which corresponds to singing to God with one's good points. And the word used here for the eyelid of the chicken, timra, also corresponds to the tzaddik, as in, the tzaddik will blossom like a tamar. Psalms 92:13. For the tzaddik is called tamar, in the sense of temurah, exchange, in that he exchanges everything for the good, transforming all accusations into merit, as in, if there is one advocating angel out of 1,000, specifically 1 out of 1,000, for specifically, from 1,000 accusers comes forth an advocate. For the more accusations there are, the more intensely the advocate stresses that at least one good point can be found. For all of the accusers are themselves the very same force that seduced the person to sin. As our sages said, the Satan, the seducer, and the accuser are one and the same. That is why, when there are many accusers against a person, specifically then, the advocating angel arises and transforms everything into merit, arguing to the contrary, that since there are so many accusations against this person, obviously he has many temptations to sin, for all of these accusers are themselves the temptations that seduced him to do what he did. So therefore, it is amazing that such a person was nevertheless able to grab some good point of a good deed that he did. So this is the one advocate out of 1,000 accusers, for since there are so many accusers who are the person's seducers, it is not surprising that this person has sinned so much. But on the other hand, it is really amazing that he mustered the courage to do some minor good deed, since there were so many forces working against him. Thus, the tzaddik who follows this path is called tamar, as in, the tzaddik will blossom like a tamar, in that he exchanges and transforms the accusations into merit. So this is the timra of the chicken, for through this it arouses from sleep through finding merit in everyone. Section 16. This corresponds to, Israel saw Joseph's sons and said, "Who are these?" Joseph answered, "They are my sons that God has given me here." Genesis 48:8. Jacob asked who they were because they did not deserve to be blessed, for he foresaw that great sinners would descend from them. So Joseph replied, "They are my sons that God has given me here." The literature explains that Joseph was saying that even in that vision itself of the future that Jacob sees, even in that there are holy sparks, for which reason they deserve to be blessed. Jacob and Joseph were arguing about this issue of singing to God with one's good points, advocating in the merit of everyone, in which there are various aspects and categories among the tzaddikim. It is a complex service, as we see that even great tzaddikim sometimes don't know how to properly advocate, and God chastises them for this, as we find with Isaiah and Hosea. That is why Jacob, upon seeing before his death the great sins of the sinners who would descend from Ephraim and Manasseh, lost his power to the point that he did not know how to advocate in their merit. So he asked, "Who are these that do not deserve a blessing?" So Joseph answered, "They are my sons that God has given me here," pointing out that even in those sinners themselves that will descend from him there are good points. So Jacob immediately agreed and said, "Bring them to me, and I will bless them." This is, "I led Ephraim," Hosea 11:3, which refers to this, as Rashi explains there, even when they are in the category of regal feet, in the lowest level, as in, "She uncovered his feet back into Jacob, so that he would change his mind about them for the good, and bless them," which corresponds to the path of singing to God with one's good points. The verse then continues, "Taking them in his arms, elevating them from the level of feet, from the lowest level, up to the level of hands and arms," which corresponds to singing to God with one's good points. For song and melody correspond to hands, as in, "He will play with his hands, and you will benefit." 1 Samuel 16:16. "But they did not know that I healed them, for indeed, this is the essence of healing the soul, and they were not aware that through this they were being healed." Section 17. This is why Joseph's sons were called Manasseh and Ephraim. Joseph had brought them into Egypt, which was the lewdness of the earth, Yet in his great righteousness, he was able to withstand temptation and not despair throughout everything he endured. This too was part of his test, for when one is tested, clear consciousness is taken away from a person, which is the essence of the test, as I heard from the Rebbe. But Joseph withstood it all, and it was indeed a great test. And through this, he attained the power to be able to sort out and find the good in all places, through which the Israelites had the power to endure the exile in Egypt. For God had sent Joseph ahead into Egypt in order to sustain the Israelites. Without the power of Joseph the tzaddik who had arrived there before them, they would not have had the power to endure the exile. And similarly today, without the power of the authentic tzaddikim who advocate in our merits and encourage us through these holy paths, we would not have the power to bear the bitterness of the exile, both the collective and the individual exiles of each and every individual. That is why Joseph named his sons Menashe and Ephraim, implying that even in the very distant places, it is possible to find God in this way. This is, God has caused me to forget all my toil. Genesis 41:51, meaning that even the forgetting is itself all from God. That even in the vacated space it is possible to find godliness. This too is from God. When one knows that forgetfulness is also from God, through this one is able to endeavor to search for him even there, which corresponds to where. And Ephraim's name comes from, God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction. That even in the land of my affliction, I am able to find good, which corresponds to produce, as in, they sowed the fields and planted vineyards, which corresponds to singing to God with one's good points, as said. This is, mine is Gilad, mine are Menashe and Ephraim. Psalms 69, 108-9. Gilad corresponds to a balm, corresponding to the healing of the soul, as in, is there no balm in Gilad? Is there no doctor there? Jeremiah 8:22. Thus, mine are Menashe and Ephraim, through Menashe and Ephraim, which correspond to these two paths of where, and singing to God with one's good points, for which Joseph was able to name his holy sons, since he had been able to find God even in Egypt, in distant places, through these two paths, which are the essence of healing the soul. Mine is Gilad." Unquote. The verse then continues, "The strength of my head, for through this come the main strength and encouragement of the head, the consciousness, that one, not despair. This is then Judah, my lawgiver. For Judah corresponds to the Messiah who descends from him, who will complete the rectification through these two paths, and about whom is written, 'The scepter will not leave Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his legs.' Genesis 49:10. For even when the Jewish people will be in the category of feet, as at the times of the heels of the Messiah, nevertheless, he will find even there a good impression, which corresponds to the good points that are always found even in the category of feet. This corresponds to the conclusion of the above verses in Psalms. Judah is my lawgiver, for Judah and Joseph correspond to the Messiah scion of David and the Messiah scion of Joseph, respectively, who will rectify the entire Jewish people through these holy paths and bring them all back to God, through which will come the ultimate healing and redemption speedily in our days. Section 18. All of the exiles, not only Egypt, but all the other exiles that are also called Egypt, as explained elsewhere, are all one and the same concept. The forces of evil have overpowered and concealed the good in every Jewish person through the evil with which that they weigh upon the person, intensifying melancholy and sadness upon the person, in order to thereby catch them in their net. As explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 124, the essence of the exile of the divine presence is when sadness overcomes the Jewish people, and the essence of redemption is when God in his compassion arouses and moves the heart of an authentic tzaddik to look only at the good in the Jewish people and endeavor toward their rectification and to thereby bring them back to Him. This corresponds to the portion of the weekly Torah reading from Exodus, which speaks entirely about the intense exile in Egypt and about the redemption through Moses, all as explained above. This is, a new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. Exodus 1:8. Joseph corresponds to all the good points that are in every single Jewish person, all of which come through the tzaddik, who corresponds to Joseph, who is the collective point from which all other good points of each individual emerge, as explained elsewhere. Throughout the exiles, which are all called Egypt, there is constantly a new king arising, for every individual's inclination for evil, which is called a king, as in, an old and foolish king, Ecclesiastes 4:13, is constantly arising anew, and all opposition and obstacles that are constantly arising against a person come from this. Not only one has stood up against us to annihilate us, but in every single generation, and all the time they are standing up against us, as in, a new king arose. One opinion says literally a new king, and another opinion says that his decrees were new. Eruvin 53a, and both are true. The opposers and the obstacles that constantly arise are both literally new as well as presenting new decrees, each time coming forth with new evil words that counter the truth, attempting to distance a person from Torah and prayer and cast them down. This is, who did not know Joseph? He made himself as if he did not know, meaning that the forces of evil act as if they know nothing about the greatness of the tzaddik who corresponds to Joseph, who is the totality of good, who imbues so much good into the Jewish people. Yet they constantly attempt to overpower them with new confusions and to cast down every one of them by misleading them to look only at the bad and not at the good, while in fact the opposite is what must be done. This is, the Egyptians worked the Israelites harshly, the forces of evil, corresponding to Egypt, weigh down very heavily through profuse melancholy and sadness, which corresponds to, with difficult work, with questions, with the complexity of the law, as stated in the Holy Zohar. All this is caused by melancholy, on account of which the people are unable to study and pray, and whatever holy act they attempt to do is very heavy and difficult for them. For the forces of evil embitter the vitality of the soul, literally, as each individual knows for themselves. This is what the verse then says. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, the name of one being Shiphrah, and the name of the other being Puah. Hebrew midwives correspond to the tzaddikim of the generation who are involved in birthing holy offspring among the Jewish people, which are Torah and good deeds. For the main offspring of tzaddikim are good deeds, as our sages said. This is, the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other was Puah. Shiphrah would beautify the newborn, and Puah would cool and talk to the newborn, as women do in order to pacify a crying baby. The tzaddikim encouraged the Jewish people through these holy paths, beautifying them by finding good points in them even now, as in, you are beautiful, my beloved Song of Songs 6:4, as Rashi explains there. So this is Shiphrah, who beautifies the baby, and Puah, who coos and talks to the baby to pacify it. For that is literally what the tzaddikim do for the Jewish people, cooing and talking to them, whistling and chirping to them, alluding to them, strengthening them, arousing them, elevating them, and lifting them from all types of falls and descents, so that they constantly make the effort to arouse themselves anew in the service of God, doing whatever they can every single day and all the time. This is literally the way one pacifies a crying baby, which corresponds to Puah. Anyone who knows the extent of the compassion that the authentic tzaddikim have for us, through whom God strengthens and consoles us, as in, as a man whose mother consoles him, so will I console you, Isaiah 66:13, will understand this. Pharaoh, though, who embodies the forces of evil, is the exact opposite of all this, for he seeks only to intensify the evil, which is why he told the Hebrew midwives to do exactly the opposite. If it is a son, then kill him. and if a daughter, then let her live. A son corresponds to composure of mind, the realm of the masculine, the source of all good. Pharaoh wants to kill and to put down this good, which corresponds to a son, and to keep the realm of the feminine alive, over which evil and judgment have their main power. For it corresponds to an unsettled mind, corresponding to the sadness and melancholy, for he wants to intensify the evil over the good, to cast sadness and melancholy upon every single one, so that each one's good will not be evident, thereby killing him. But the midwives did not obey Pharaoh, but they kept the boys alive, devoting themselves to sustaining and strengthening them. This is especially important for youths who seek to approach holiness. They must only be supported and encouraged in all ways based upon these holy paths and upon other holy paths that we have received from the Rebbe. All this corresponds to, they kept the boys alive. Section 19. Redemption comes mainly through this, through the arousing of God's compassion to look only at the good, as in, I have verily seen my people's affliction. Exodus 3:7. As our sages comment on the double verb in the verse, I see two things. I see that they will sin, but nevertheless, I see my people's affliction, as said. That nevertheless, God looks only at the people's good points and does not look at all at their bad, on account of which they were worthy of being redeemed. And the entire argument between God and Moses at the burning bush revolved around this issue. Always seeking for the good in the Jewish people and advocating in their merit at all times is an extremely sublime thing, and there are many levels of doing so among the great tzaddikim, as explained earlier. That is why even Moses, despite his being completely good, initially did not know the extent of God's compassion, so he did not want to accept his mission, for he foresaw that the people would sin greatly. But God argued with him at length that, nevertheless, he wants to redeem them, for he looks only at the good. This explains the sign of the staff that he showed him, alluding to him that he should not speak against the people, as our sages said, and as cited by Rashi. He showed him how easily the serpent can be transformed into a staff, as written, stick out your hand and grab it by its tail. And it became a staff in his hand. Exodus 4:4. This alludes that even in the intensity of the filth of the serpent, it is possible to grab onto some corner and find there some good point through which the serpent is transformed into a staff, as in, it became a staff in his hand. Section 20. Let us return to the Shabbat boundaries. During the weekdays there are sortings out, which is why there are all of the 39 creative acts and journeys for the purpose of sorting out. But on Shabbat, the divine presence is resting and there are no sortings out. So therefore, all of the 39 creative acts also cease, as well as all journeys, as brought in Likutey Halakhot, Part 2, 59. Now all of the sortings are of the weekdays of the good from the bad. Gathering and elevating the holy sparks from among the forces of evil is accomplished by the great tzaddikim and their followers who follow their ways, but mainly through these two holy paths of singing to God with our good points and where. Through these paths we neutralize all types of forces of evil that are all comprised within two types, which are those that arise from the breaking of the vessels, in which there are many holy sparks, and those that arise from the vacated space, from which godliness is completely emptied, so to speak, for there it is impossible to find him through any logic, but only through faith alone, as brought in Likutey Halakhot, Part 1, 64. See there well. And though there it is speaking about the questions and analyses of the philosophers and heretics, all other types of the seductions and temptations of the evil inclination and forces of evil come from these two types. For the main power of the inclination for evil comes from heresy, as explained elsewhere. Now the sorting out is accomplished mainly through repentance and good deeds. For on account of Adam's sin and the sins of every individual, many sparks have fallen into the realm of evil, and the thoughts of many fall into all types of fantasies and confusions, to the point that they sometimes overwhelm the person so much that one is befallen by fantasies and confusions that come from the vacated space, which contains all of the filthy places which arise from the vacated space. And to ascend from there, each individual, from the extent to which he has fallen into there on account of his blemishes and sins, is impossible other than through these paths, by searching and finding good points within oneself, which corresponds to singing to God with one's good points, through which one sorts out the good from the forces of evil that draw nourishment from the breaking of the vessels, in which much good and holy sparks have fallen. But a major sorting out is required for this, and this sorting out is accomplished through the tzaddikim and their followers, through the path of singing to God with one's good points. Yet sometimes the forces of evil overpower even more, to the point that fantasies and confusions from the vacated space befall the person, and then there is no way of getting out other than through the path of where? Of seeking and searching for God's glory. Throughout the weekdays, these sortings out are accomplished through these two paths. But since the forces of evil are very powerful during the weekdays, the toils of the 39 creative acts and journeying are required in order to accomplish these sortings out. And these sortings out are accomplished through the power of the holy Shabbat. For on Shabbat there is no sorting out. So the power of all sortings out of the 6 weekdays all come through the power of the holiness of Shabbat. Similarly, the rectification of the sortings of the weekdays is not completed, and the holiness that has been sorted out does not return to fully ascend to its place until the Shabbat comes in. When all holiness that was sorted out during the weekdays ascends on high with the onset of Shabbat, as can be understood from the Kabbalistic intentions of the Ari, though there it is explained in Kabbalistic terms, and we are speaking in a way that every individual will be able to understand and to derive strategies and encouragement how to come close to God from wherever one is. That is why it is forbidden on Shabbat to walk beyond the Shabbat boundary of 2,000 cubits, for there are no sortings out on Shabbat, as at this time shine the roots of holiness of these two paths, singing to God with one's good points, and where there is great divine kindness on Shabbat, and only the good of the Jewish people shines, as in, I am black and beautiful black during the weekdays, and beautiful on Shabbat, which corresponds to the path of singing to God with one's good points. And the path of where also shines on Shabbat, for it corresponds to 2 alephs, which correspond to 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, to the prohibition of walking beyond these 2,000 cubits that correspond to 2 alephs, for on Shabbat there is no sorting out. During the weekdays there are exile and upheavals, and sometimes one must travel far away, each individual, to the extent that he must sort out through these 2 paths, which is why the more that any individual comes closer to the authentic tzaddikim and evokes upon himself the holiness of Shabbat, the less that they will have to travel about during the weekdays, for everything is rectified in one's own home through the holiness of Shabbat, which is the holiness of the tzaddikim who evoke and shine these 2 paths. On the other hand, to the extent of each individual's distance, so will one have to toil more in the 39 creative acts and journey about on the road, and there are various aspects to this. One may have to journey about on the road, but at least will rectify in this way by conducting their business dealings with faith, conducting themselves in the appropriate way for a Jewish person. But another, on account of the overwhelming of the evil that surrounds the good that one is supposed to sort out along the road and through one's business dealings, will only cause more damage. There are thousands and myriads differences in this between one person and another. For the service of each human being throughout their lives revolves around these sortings out, which is why everyone needs the authentic tzaddik, in whose great power everyone is able to sort out and to rectify through these 2 paths that shine mainly on Shabbat and which correspond to the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary. From there, they evoke holiness into all of the 6 weekdays to arouse and strengthen every individual at all times through these two paths, through which no one will ever leave the boundary of holiness. Section 21. This corresponds to the merging of boundaries that begins from the place at which one has set one's Shabbat meal. This is because all sortings out of the weekdays, for which purpose we must travel around, are all for the purpose of eating and sustenance, as in, all toil of the human being is for his mouth, Ecclesiastes 6:7. For the essence of Adam's sin, from which all sins arose, for which reason we must make all of these sortings out, was in eating, in that he ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, on account of which it was decreed upon him, with sadness will you eat if, with the sweat of your brow will you eat bread. Genesis 3:17-19. For which reason we must toil in the 39 creative acts and travel around on the roads, all for the purpose of sorting out the sparks from the two forces of evil through the two holy paths. Thus, great toil is required during the weekdays, so that the eating will be with proper holiness, and therefore one should not eat profusely during the week. On the holy Shabbat, though, eating is entirely holy, as explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 57 and 277. For on Shabbat, these two paths shine with an amazing illumination, through which the forces of evil are neutralized. Therefore, the eating is then in holiness, and it is great mitzvah to eat plentifully on Shabbat, as the Rebbe urges us, as explained in the lesson, for the two are interdependent. The more that one eats on Shabbat, the more that these two paths shine, as in, chew with your teeth, and you will find it in your gate. Shabbat 152a, as explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 277, regarding the paths that the tzaddik takes and the path of every individual's commandments that ascend on Shabbat. All this corresponds to the two paths, as can be understood from what was said earlier. On Shabbat, the mitzvah ascends, as in, he set his footsteps to the path, Psalms 85:14, which corresponds to the path of singing to God with one's good points, but where? Is also called a path, as explained at the end of Likutey Moharan, Part 2:12, where the Rebbe writes, or when one is following the spiritual path. Hence, these two lessons of singing to God with one's good points and where are literally paths that the tzaddik paves in the wilderness, so that everyone will be able to follow them and thereby come closer to God from wherever one has fallen into. These paths are rectified through eating on Shabbat, through which the joy of Shabbat is evoked, as in, there is nothing better for a person to do than to eat, drink, and rejoice. Ecclesiastes 8:15, on Shabbat and the festivals. As our sages said, Zohar, Part 2, 255a. And as can be understood from the Rebbe's words when he revealed these lessons, that the main holiness of Shabbat is evoked through the delight and joy of Shabbat. That is why he urged greatly to eat plentifully on Shabbat and to delight in all types of delights, the main point being to rejoice profusely on Shabbat, through which these two paths that shine on Shabbat will shine even more greatly. That is why the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary begin from the place where one has set his Shabbat meal. For the essence of the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary is the illumination of these two paths that are evoked through the Shabbat meals. Section 22. To explain further, the rectification is accomplished mainly through the unification and merging of all of the sayings into the unspoken saying of Breshit, from which they all receive. This is the totality of all unifications, through which the rectification of all worlds is brought about. This is accomplished through holy eating, specifically eating on Shabbat. Eating connects the body with the soul, which corresponds to the unification and merging of all worlds in God. For the soul, compared to the body, which it enlivens and sustains, corresponds to the godly vitality that enlivens and sustains all worlds, as our sages said. What do these 5? My soul, bless God. Psalms 103, 1, 2. 103, 22. 104, 1, 35. Correspond to? Just as God feeds the entire world, so does the soul feed the body, just as God fills the entire world. Brachot 10a. Thus, indeed, a great unification is brought about through holy eating, as the Rebbe writes elsewhere, Likutey Moharan, Part 1, 62. The entire concept of all unifications is when we bond and unite all worlds at the root of their vitality that sustains them all, which corresponds to the merging and unifying all manifest sayings into the initial point of creation, which corresponds to the unspoken saying of Breshit. This is because the forces of evil draw nourishment from separateness, meaning that they cause a separation of the creation from God and conceal the faith that God sustains everything and conducts everything according to His will. Since the root of all things comes from the unspoken saying, that corresponds to where, which is completely impossible to perceive and grasp with one's mind. They are therefore able to draw nourishment from there due to the great hiddenness and concealment. This is the source of all the denials of the philosophers who follow their own confused understandings. For indeed, it is impossible to understand at all with the human mind how all worlds arise from and are conducted and sustained by the hidden of the hidden that cannot be grasped at all with thought, but only with full faith, through which one can bypass all types of wisdom. That is why the Israelites were called Hebrews, as explained in Likutey Moharan, Part 164. See there. But those who follow their own understandings and confused wisdom arrive at great denials that come from the vacated space and from the breaking of the vessels, but mainly from the vacated space. For the root of even the forces of evil and denials that arise from the breaking of the vessels is also from the vacated space, which is the root of the entire realm of evil. Had there not been the constriction of the vacated space, an abundance of light would not have been possible at all, but the vacated space was an inevitability for the creation of the world, as explained there. And from there arose the root of all spiritual dross, which caused the breaking of the vessel, as can be understood from the Kabbalistic writings. Thus, the main rectification is through the teaching of where, through seeking God at all times. For as soon as one has faith that God is hidden even there, even in the most distant places that arise from the vacated space, seeking and searching even there, where is the place of His glory, one thereby ascends to the ultimate, to the unspoken saying of Breshit, thereby elevating and binding all vitality of all the very distant places from God. Through this, all of the sayings, which are the totality of all worlds, are unified at their source, into the unspoken saying. For the completeness of the unification is when the vitality of the entire realm of evil is elevated and bound on high, such that all return to God. As known from the Kabbalistic intentions about the necessity to elevate the vitality from the realm of evil in all unifications, which is as said, all this is accomplished through eating with holiness. But on account of Adam's sin in eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he thereby evoked the realm of death, as written, "On the day that you eat of it, you will die." Genesis 2:17, which is the separation of the soul from the body. For it is impossible to completely sort out eating until one is able to connect the soul to the body in such a way that one will live forever. Because ever since Adam's sin, it is impossible to reach such a level of eating on account of the abundant dross that is intermixed with the eating on account of his sin. That is why the human being must die, mainly on account of the blemish in eating, as written, "With the sweat of your brow you will eat bread until you return to the earth." The main rectification then, after death, is through the ascension of the soul into the unspoken saying, from where it then draws fresh vitality to revive the dried bones until they will be resurrected with the resurrection of the dead and will then live eternal life. Every individual will attain this to the extent of his deeds. The tzaddik who has neutralized his body during his lifetime and has been able to ascend up to where, while still alive in his body, does not die at all, as our sages said. His death is only the amazing surrender of himself, so that he will ascend to the unspoken, saying, to the ultimate, on high, so that he will then evoke from there fresh and amazing vitality to rectify all souls. But one who is not a tzaddik must bear the pain of the fruit of their deeds in the afterlife until they are able to ascend to there. Everything is in measure. Thus, even if those who were not able to completely better their deeds during their lifetimes, but had nevertheless been able to seek and search for God at all times, this too is an awesome and amazing benefit for their souls and bodies, for through this one will be able even after death to seek and search for God and will not be misled in the world of chaos, since they will seek for God even there. Thus, it will be easy for them to return to their place of rest, all through the power of the authentic tzaddikim. Section 23. One must toil greatly throughout one's life, so that one's eating will be with holiness. This, so that one will bind the soul with the body in holiness, through eating in a way that a unification of the worlds at their source will be brought about through one's eating. The main rectification is eating on Shabbat, which is entirely holy eating, when it is a great mitzvah to eat and to delight, for Shabbat eating is entirely holy, since these two paths shine on Shabbat, and all unifications of all the worlds and sayings are unified at their source into the unspoken saying that shines on Shabbat with an amazing illumination, as explained in the Zohar Part 2, 135a. That is why eating at this time is with amazing holiness, and unification is brought about mainly through this eating. This is why the merging of the Shabbat boundary is accomplished through the Shabbat meal, for from the Shabbat eating and meals are evoked and shine the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, which correspond to 2 alephs, which correspond to the 2 paths of where, and of singing to God with one's good points. For the essence of unification is to unify the alephs, which correspond to these 2 paths. For the path of singing to God with one's good points corresponds to the rectification of the breaking of the vessels, in that all good, which corresponds to the sparks of holiness, ascend to their place, into the sayings that manifest from there, from where all good comes out. For the manifested sayings, which correspond to the entire earth is filled with His glory, correspond to the totality of Torah and commandments, which are all for the sake of His glory, whereas the path of where, which corresponds to the vacated space, which is arrived at by ascending into the where, into the unspoken saying, is the root of the Torah and transcends the Torah. So the main point is to merge and unify these 2 together, merging the totality of the Torah, the totality of the manifest sayings, which are the totality of all worlds, into its supernal root, which is Breshit, the unspoken saying, for then the 2 alephs merge and unite together. This corresponds to all the Kabbalistic intentions for eating, which are to unify the alephs. All this is attained through the Shabbat eating, for Shabbat, corresponding to rest and cessation from work, is a time of composure of mind, which is the most important thing. For having full faith that everything is one, that the entire world and everything in it have no vitality and existence at all other than from God alone, who is concealed and hidden from all this, the ultimate fullness of all the unifications. And the fullness of this faith can only be attained through the holiness of Shabbat, which corresponds to the holiness of the authentic tzaddikim, who have attained composure of mind, which is the essence of the rest and cessation of Shabbat, as in a peaceful rest of quiet and trust, Shabbat prayers, as in with composure and calm will you be saved. With quiet and trust will be your might, Isaiah 30:15. And the essence of this composure of mind cannot be conveyed in writing, but only orally, for each individual must understand it in his heart. This corresponds to Why are the antennae of the insect flexible? Flexible as a reed, corresponding to relax and know that I am God. Psalms 46:11. None of this can be conveyed in writing, but we must hold firmly to the path of our holy ancestors and teachers who attained this in its fullness, and on account of whom God has compassion on us and occasionally shines upon us some godly spark through the holiness of Shabbat, which corresponds to composure and calm, as in a peaceful rest of quiet and trust. This corresponds to the merging, literally merging, binding and unifying through the Shabbat meals with which we make the merging of the Shabbat boundary that corresponds to the two alephs, which correspond to the totality of all worlds that are manifested in the supernal and hidden world that corresponds to the unspoken saying. Section 24. This corresponds to the manna, which corresponds to sustenance. The essence of manna comes through the unspoken saying, as in, they did not know what it was, Exodus 16:15, which corresponds to the unspoken saying, for sustenance is not dependent upon merit, but upon mazal, which corresponds to the supernal mazal, which corresponds to keter, which corresponds to the unspoken saying. That is why the manna first came down only after the people had complained, and similarly afterwards, several times, as written, so that I will test them, whether they will follow my Torah there, verse 4, and he afflicted you, and starved you, and fed you the manna that you didn't know, nor did your ancestors know, in order to test you, Deuteronomy 8:3. This is because the tests that a human being must go through come from the unspoken saying, which was the source from where the manna came down. As explained, the forces of evil receive their sustenance from the unspoken saying, specifically because of its great hiddenness and concealment. And the human being must pass through these places for the purpose of being tested, and when one seeks God even there, as in where, one then ascends to the ultimate height. That is why the manna, which is the sustenance that is evoked from the unspoken saying, from which all of the forces of evil derive their sustenance, is the crux of the test, as in order to test you, for before one receives sustenance from the unspoken saying, one must pass through these distant places that correspond to the filthy places in which one does not see God at all, and where many questions and confusions arise. So, when one is able to withstand the test and to seek God specifically there, as in where, through this one, transforms the descent into an ascent and attains where, the unspoken saying, and evokes manna from there, which is the sustenance that is evoked specifically from there. That is why those who were unable to withstand the test stumbled and complained to God before the manna fell, because they were overcome by the confusions, questions, and doubts that come from the hiddenness of the unspoken, saying that they inevitably had to cross before the manna came down. But most of the upright people asked properly, seeking and searching for God's glory, withstanding the test until the manna fell for them specifically from the unspoken saying, and even after the manna fell, they still had to go through tests, as written, so that I test them, which means whether they will observe the commandments revolving around the manna and not leave over for the next day. For because the manna, which corresponds to sustenance, descends from a very exalted and hidden place from the unspoken saying, therefore, as soon as the manna and sustenance descend into this material world, the light from which the manna descends disappears again, for it is impossible to perceive it in this world with any human intellect, but only with faith alone. Thus, as soon as the manna fell on the first day, they had difficulty believing that it would fall again the next day, since it was such an amazing thing that came from a very hidden and concealed place, from which the forces of evil that constantly distort the human heart draw their nourishment. Therefore, there were those who were unable to withstand the test and left over for the next day, and indeed, it became infested with worms and spoiled, Exodus 16:20. For it became prey to the forces of evil that correspond to the filthy places from which all disgusting things such as worms and stench arise. For the manna could only descend for 1 day at a time, since every day of the 6 days of creation has a specific saying with which everything that was created on that day was created. And between each day and the next, there is a boundary and a constriction whose root comes from the hiddenness of the unspoken saying. This corresponds to darkness coming before light, as in, there was evening and there was morning. Genesis 1:5. And why all beasts of the forest roam around in the darkness of night, for it is the main time of the empowerment of the forces of evil, whose nourishment comes mainly from the darkness that arises from the hiddenness of the unspoken saying. That is why the manna only came down for the Israelites for 1 day at a time, so that they constantly lift their eyes heavenward. As our sages said, for it is impossible to evoke abundance from the unspoken saying into this world for many days at a time, so that the boundary between 1 day and the next not be trespassed, and the forces of evil not draw more nourishment than needed, as in, it became infested with worms and spoiled. That is why it was imperative that the manna only descend for 1 day at a time, and that the people would be tested if they would lift their eyes heavenward for the 2nd day. Specifically, lift their eyes, which corresponds to seeking and searching, in that one must seek and search every single day. Where is the place of His glory? And lift one's eyes to above. Only then does one ascend to where and evoke the manna, which is sustenance, for the next day, and so on, for every single day. Section 25. That is why the people gathered a double portion on Friday manna for 2 days. For on Shabbat, the forces of evil are impotent, and the light of where shines with an amazing illumination, as in, the holy Atik reveals its desire, Zohar, Part 2, 88b, for the unspoken saying, corresponds to the Atik. Thus, an abundance of manna is received for 2 days, for the hidden light is then not so hidden, because an amazing and awesome illumination is evoked upon every single Jewish person, corresponding to the additional soul of Shabbat, through which this light is able to shine into the person. That is why indeed the forces of evil that draw nourishment for the hiddenness of the light become impotent, since the light is now manifested. So now, on Friday, at the onset of Shabbat, we receive food for 2 days. For the forces of evil have no nourishment from the boundary between the manifestation of Friday and Shabbat, which is the eve of Shabbat, since where shines on Shabbat with an amazing illumination, which is the essence of the holiness of Shabbat. That is why it is a great mitzvah to eat on Shabbat, for the forces of evil now have no nourishment from the eating that comes from the unspoken saying, since now the unspoken saying has been rectified in such an amazing way that we are able to receive it while the forces of evil become impotent. So now the sequence of the verses can be well understood. Moses said, "Eat it today, for now on Shabbat it is indeed a great mitzvah to eat, for today is Shabbat for God, and the forces of evil have no power over the eating at all, as in, today you will not find it in the field over which the forces of evil have their power. For it is impossible to receive the manna, which is sustenance, other than by following the path corresponding to a field over which the forces of evil have power, and yet withstanding the test, for which reason it is impossible to receive sustenance for 2 days at a time, so that the boundary between 1 day and the next is not trespassed. But today you will not find it in the field, for they have no power at all over the Shabbat meals, since the light now shines with an amazing rectification." Section 26. This is, see that God has given you the Shabbat. Specifically, see, for the hidden light is now manifested to be seen and revealed. Thus, therefore, He has given you bread for 2 days, for since the light is now evoked in a manifest way, as in, see, through this itself, God gives you bread for 2 days. For through this, it is possible to receive sustenance for 2 days. Therefore, each one remain in his place. Let no one leave his place on the 7th day. from which our sages derived not to go out beyond the Shabbat boundary of 2,000 cubits. For the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary is derived from the Shabbat meals, corresponding to bread for 2 days, which corresponds to the merging of boundaries, since the boundary begins where one's Shabbat meal is set. This is because the essence of the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary correspond to the 2 alephs, which correspond to the 2 holy paths of where and singing to God with one's good points, which shine greatly on Shabbat. All this is rectified through the Shabbat eating, and therefore God commanded them to observe the laws of the manna. Moses said to Aaron, "Take a jar and put an omer's worth of manna in it, and place it before God to be kept for your generations." Exodus 16:33. For it is necessary for every person to know and be aware at all times that sustenance is of the essence of the Shabbat boundary of the manna, in that there is a Shabbat boundary of sustenance from one day to the next, and there are myriads of differences between one person and another according to their proximity to the manna boundary, and the service of each person throughout all the days of their life revolves around these boundaries, and it is necessary to learn about this and strengthen oneself based on what has been explained, and all of this is rectified through the Shabbat eating. Section 27. That is why God instructed to put away a canister of manna for preservation for posterity, so that they will see the bread. As written, O generation, see the word of God. Jeremiah 2:31. Every individual must know that even now, sustenance comes to us as manna, even though today things don't happen literally as they did with the falling of the manna. That manna descended as ready food for each and every day, while today God conducts things somewhat differently, and crops grow for an entire year at a time, and sometimes for more. Each individual receives their sustenance in their own way, some earning enough in one time to support themselves for a year and more, others for a month, and so on. And others are poor and earn their sustenance only for a day at a time, with an endless number of variations in all this. Yet nevertheless, it is all like the falling of manna, as in, the Torah was only given to those who eat manna, Tanchuma Shalach, number 20, and O generation, see the word of God. The verse says, see and not hear. See how your ancestors were sustained. For even now, sustenance comes from the unspoken saying. Thus, one must first pass through the distant places from which all the tests that each individual who is involved in earning a livelihood goes through, conducting one's dealing with faith, and not falling into denials and embezzlements and the lust for money that come from the forces of evil that are nourished from the unspoken saying. Then, as soon as one receives some sustenance or wealth, the light immediately withdraws, and one then does not realize from where this sustenance came. Even immediately after having earned it, even though it came through amazing providence, nevertheless, one immediately begins again to worry how they will support themselves, each individual, in their own way. So each person must strengthen themselves with great trust and not worry from one day to the next at all, as our sages said about one who worries what they will eat the next day, lacks faith. The main test of a human being is regarding the influx of bounty and sustenance that comes from the unspoken saying, as in, so that I will test him. God sends down bounty and sustenance to each individual in a way that one will be tested, and the most important thing is to lift one's eyes heavenward whenever one needs sustenance. For there is no other strategy in the world other than following this path of searching and seeking for God at all times, even in the distant places. Only then will God shine upon a person an illumination from there, and then automatically one will receive great sustenance and bounty, for all good comes from there, mainly through searching and seeking, as in, those who seek God will not lack anything good. Psalms 34:11. Section 28. This is the meaning of what our sages said. Jacob set camp facing the city. he set his Shabbat boundary at sunset. Genesis 33:18. Genesis Rabbah 11:7. The 3 Shabbat meals correspond to the 3 forefather, and Jacob embodies and merges the 2 paths together, which is the essence of the holiness of Shabbat that comes through the Shabbat eating through the 3 meals. The first meal corresponds to Abraham, who was a man of loving kindness, who advocated in the merit of all, and who constantly evokes loving kindness upon the Jewish people through the good points that he finds in them. This corresponds to the path of singing to God with one's good points, as said. Isaac corresponds to a burnt offering, as in, "Where is the lamb for an offering?" which is the holy path that he began at the binding of Isaac, to which this verse refers. Isaac ameliorates the judgments at their root, which is the hiddenness of the unspoken saying, which is the root of the holy judgments and the site of their amelioration. Indeed, this hiddenness is a very great kindness, as can be understood from the writings of the Ari. The amelioration of the judgments at their root is accomplished mainly through the Keter, which corresponds to where, in which are all of the 13 containers of compassion, since the compassion and mercy that come from there are because that is where the judgments are ameliorated at their root. That is why we eat these 2 meals, corresponding to Abraham and Isaac, who correspond to these 2 paths, singing to God with one's good points and where. For the main rectification of these paths is through the Shabbat eating, through which these paths become paved for the masses. Jacob, though, is the central bolt that girds from one end to the other, who embodies and merges and unites both paths together, which is the essence of the wholeness of the unification that takes place on Shabbat. Section 29. This corresponds to the 3rd meal, which is the time of the desire of desires, when the holy Atik reveals its desire. For now the rectification that is accomplished through these 2 paths is at its fullness. That is why Shabbat itself is considered Jacob's inheritance, as written, "If you restrain your foot on Shabbat, I will feed you the inheritance of your ancestor, Jacob." Isaiah 58:13, which is a boundless inheritance. For when the 2 paths are merged into one, then all boundaries of holiness are dissolved. For everyone returns to God through these 2 paths that have become a very trodden path through Jacob, since he merged them together. That is why specifically Jacob instituted the Shabbat boundaries, for the 2,000 cubits of the Shabbat boundary, which correspond to these 2 paths, come through Jacob, as said. Section 30. This is, 2 are better than 1, for if one falls, the other will help him stand up. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. This corresponds to these 2 paths that support every individual so that they never fall under any circumstances. This is, if one falls. Sometimes one encourages oneself through the good points that one still finds within oneself, which corresponds to Abraham. But sometimes one falls from this as well, and one has nothing else with which to encourage oneself. Then one must support oneself through searching and seeking, as in where, from which the forces of evil cannot confuse a person in any way. For even if one is attacked by thoughts that there is no more hope for them, since they have done so much damage, and even if this is indeed the truth, nevertheless, since we have already been taught that even in the filthy places it is possible to seek and search for God, and to thereby ascend from there to the ultimate heights, up to where. Therefore, one is always able to stand on one's feet. Meanwhile, God will have compassion and open the person's eyes so that they are able to find some good points that they still possess, with which they will be able to rejoice. This is, if one falls, the other will help him stand up, and the triple cord will not break easily. The triple cord corresponds to Jacob, who embodies both paths together, and it will not break easily because the greatest rectification is when these 2 paths are merged together. Section 31. This corresponds to why we travel to the grave sites of the authentic tzaddikim. The departing of a tzaddik is into the realm of where, in that he ascends up the heights of the heights. Death is caused by the separation that Adam caused through his sin, and each individual, to the extent that he was able in his lifetime to always seek and search for God, through which one is able to ascend into the realm of where. To that extent will one's soul be able to ascend after the end of one's lifetime up to there, up to where. That is the realm in which one receives one's reward, as in, how great is your goodness that you have hidden away for those who are in awe of you. Psalms 31:20, as in, no eye besides you has seen. Isaiah 64:3, all of which corresponds to the hidden and concealed, to where. But at one's death, because it is a time of separation, therefore all the filthy places that are nourished from there are aroused, and that is why a corpse is the most severe defilement. And each individual must bear whatever they must bear according to their deeds until they are able to ascend up to where? And to revive their bones. But the great tzaddik ascends to there immediately, as did Moses, Joseph, and David, who departed on Shabbat afternoon at the time of desire of desires, corresponding to where. The tzaddik evokes from there amazing illuminations and rectifications even more than he did during his lifetime, for the tzaddikim are greater in their deaths than during their lifetimes, because then they ascend up the ultimate level of where. For obviously, there are many countless levels even among those who have the privilege of ascending to there. As can be understood from the end of the lesson, even the tzaddik passes through these filthy places in his own way before revealing Torah. Yet, it is an authentic and direct path even for simple and gross people, as explained there. That is why, after the tzaddik's departing and ascending amazingly on high, everyone is able to be rectified through him. For from all filthy places in the world, and from all the most extreme defilements in the world, can one return and ascend to the ultimate heights through the path of where that shines most greatly through the tzaddik who has ascended to there. That is why we go to visit their holy grave sites, for though all grave sites defile those who enter into the structure, entering the structure of the tzaddik's grave site does not defile, as our sages said, for on the contrary, all holiness and all rectifications come from there. As can be understood from the end of the lesson, even the tzaddik passes through these filthy places in his own way before revealing Torah. Yet, it is an authentic and direct path even for simple and gross people, as explained there. That is why after the tzaddik's departing and ascending amazingly on high, everyone is able to be rectified through him. For from all filthy places in the world, and from all the most extreme defilements in the world, can one return and ascend to the ultimate heights through the path of where that shines most greatly through the tzaddik who has ascended to there. That is why we go to visit their holy grave sites. For though all grave sites defile those who enter into the structure, entering the structure of the tzaddik's grave site does not defile, as our sages said, for on the contrary, all holiness and all rectifications come from there. Laws of Shabbat Boundaries number 7 is included in Laws of Shabbat number 7 from paragraph 19.